Chapter 5:13. Facing Zhou Xuanji's domineering attitude, Feng Yuxiu was both shocked and furious. She did not act recklessly but quickly left. Zhou Xuanji did not take it to heart and continued ahead with Marquis. Lu Kang God Empire, I'm going to destroy it. It's useless no matter who comes. TSK Disket. You really don't know how to be gentle to such a beauty. Marquis mocked. His eyes were filled with admiration when he looked at Zhou Xuanji. This brat did not lose himself because of his power, nor was he immersed in love. He had admired a junior before, but that brat only knew about love and was useless. Zhou Xuanji said calmly, I already have a wife. No one can stop me from protecting her. The two moved ahead quickly. Lu Kang God Empire was already in chaos. Zhou Xuanji's primordial chaos sword shadow was so powerful that most regions in Lu Kang God Empire could hear it. The otherworldly devil is here. Is there really no one who can stop him? It's over. It's over. Let's run. Where can we run to? Our fate is connected to the Abyss Pearl mainland. Even if we escape from the Abyss Pearl mainland, if we lose the war, we will still die. Every city was in chaos. Of course, countless brave warriors still charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Even though they knew that they could not defeat him, they were willing to fly into the flames of death like moths. Zhou Xuanji remained in the divine moon state. His body was filled with white radiance like a god, and no one could see his expression clearly. The sword souls behind him continued to attack, killing wave after wave of enemies. He did his best, which was the greatest mercy he could show to his enemies. He did not let these brave warriors feel pain. In this war between two worlds, there was no justice or evil to speak of. But after killing so many people, his heart began to change. Looking at the world from the perspective of the heavenly law, what kind of perspective was that? All living beings were like the flowers and plants in the backyard. If they grew too much, they must be removed. Along the way, he finally saw the royal capital of Lu Kang God Empire. Countless people ran out from all the city gates. There were even many cultivators circling in the air to protect the civilians as they fled. Seeing the two of them, the cultivators were in despair. Do you dare to tell me your name? Let this emperor know who killed me before I die. A voice that was filled with anger and murderous intention could be heard. Then, Emperor God Lu Kang flew out from the city. He wore a silver-white dragon robe and an emperor's crown on his head. He looked majestic and had a long sword in his hand. Evidently, he was prepared to fight to the death with Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji replied softly. Right after he spoke, he activated the primordial chaos sword shadow. 1 billion sword shadows streaked across the sky, pointing at the earth. All living beings looked up, and all of them were filled with despair. Most of them collapsed to the ground and gave up on running. The primordial desolation sword shadow's coverage area was too big, they couldn't escape at all. Emperor God Lu Kang sighed and he seemed to have aged 10 years. Bang! The primordial chaos sword shadow descended like a heavenly might, striking the earth. The imperial city turned into ashes and the ground broke into pieces like a piece of paper. Emperor God Lu Kang's body was drowned by the strong light very quickly and he died. He would follow his divine dynasty through life and death. Zhou Xuanji turned around and used his body to protect Marquis. The two of them were engulfed by the powerful light. In the face of such mighty power, nothing could withstand it. The Lukang divine dynasty was finished. Even if most of the areas were not destroyed, they would still be fragmented. Zhou Xuanji sat on the peak of the mountain and regulated the violent celestial energy in his body. Marquis stood nearby and sighed in amazement. This guy is growing more powerful as he fights. If I knew this, I would have learned the world Buddha art back then. My revered teacher lied to me and said that this was an evil energy technique, and I would be doomed eternally. Thousands of words turned into a sigh in the end. If this continued, Zhou Xuanji would surpass him in terms of cultivation stage soon. Zhou Xuanji's celestial energy grew tremendously, and the heavenly tribulation came soon. And then it dissipated. He successfully broke through to Universe Heaven Level 4. Marquis looked at him in silence with a bitter look. After the breakthrough, Zhou Xuanji got up and said, "Let's go." Next, we will deal with the Xianxia dynasty. Once the three divine dynasties were destroyed, the Abyss Pearl mainland's fate would disperse significantly. After all, the three divine dynasties suppressed the land and controlled countless living beings. The two of them headed toward the Xianxia dynasty straightaway. Along the way, they tried to find out about Great Emperor Wang. This guy had been missing for a few years. Could he be dead? But with Great Emperor Wang's shrewdness, it would be difficult for him to die. This day, they were stopped by someone. Zhou Xuanji, although I don't understand why you are so powerful, don't blame me for attacking you today. This person was wearing a violet gold armor and looked majestic. He held an extremely exaggerated heavenly halberd in his hand and stared at Zhou Xuanji coldly with a stern look in his eyes. Zhou Xuanji, who was in the divine moon state, asked, "Oh? Tell me your name." This person's aura was powerful, even more powerful than Emperor Tsang's. He might be someone extraordinary. Xianxia. The man in the violet gold armor said with a deep voice, which shocked Marquis. Xianxia ranked 9th on the Abyss Pearl Hero ranking. His cultivation was at Universe Heaven level 15. With such cultivation, he would be invincible in the Center God Province. Zhou Xuanji walked forward fearlessly. So what if he was at Universe Heaven level 15? At this moment, he controlled the Abyss Pearl mainland and the power of the Divine Moon. As long as he was in the Abyss Pearl mainland, he would be invincible unless the Heavenly Saint intervened. Xianxia raised his heavenly halberd, and billowing heavenly might descended. Thunderclouds gathered, and countless bolts of lightning landed on the halberd. The lightning flashed brilliantly. He turned into a war god that could pierce through the heavens and earth. He was extremely domineering. Zhou Xuanji activated the primordial chaos sword shadow. A billion sword shadows appeared behind him and pointed at Xianxia horizontally. They occupied half of the sky, and the white radiance made everything behind them lose its color. Seeing this, Xianxia's heart shuddered. Although he had heard about this divine ability of Zhou Xuanji's, the fear he felt when he saw it with his own eyes was the most real. A 4th-level Universe Heaven cultivator can erupt with such power. Even Divine Moon cultivators can't be this strong. Xianxia was covered in cold sweat and began to hesitate. He suddenly felt that his chance of winning was not high. But it was a pity that Zhou Xuanji did not give him time to hesitate. Boom! The primordial chaos sword shadow shot out. A billion sword shadows were activated with such a massive momentum that it felt like it was going to sink the Abyss Pearl mainland and shatter the sky. Xianxia swung his halberd in a hurry, but before he could blink, he was engulfed by the primordial chaos sword shadow. Marquis, who was hiding behind Zhou Xuanji, stretched his head out and gulped. Too powerful. It was as though no powerful cultivator was worth mentioning before Zhou Xuanji. The war between the two worlds should be in the bag. Soon, Xianxia's aura disappeared. Before he died, he did not even have the time to say a word. A long while later, the primordial chaos sword shadow disappeared, and the ground shook. A long ravine that was wider than a river was formed, extending all the way to the horizon. As for Xianxia, not even a strand of hair was left. Chapter 5:14. The famous Xianxia, ranked 9th on the Abyss Pearl Hero ranking, had fallen here. Marquis was no longer amazed. Instead, he smiled and said, "If this goes on, it won't be long before the war between the two worlds ends, right?" What he was most worried about was Zhou Xuanji's condition. If this brat's mystic moon state suddenly ended, what awaited them would be a nightmare. "I'm not sure. Up until now, we haven't felt any karmic luck forging our bodies," Zhou Xuanji said, shaking his head. He had already killed so many enemies. Apart from his cultivation, where was his luck? If there was still no providence after the destruction of the three divine dynasties, he would have to question the rules of the war between the two worlds. Wang Ho nodded with a serious look on his face. Previously, he thought that the enemies he killed were too weak, so he didn't feel any luck. Now, it seemed that there was something fishy about luck. He found it strange. Could killing enemies allow him to plunder luck? The two continued on their way to the Sky River God dynasty. The news of Xianxia's death quickly spread. During the previous battle, there were many cultivators watching from afar. They all heard Xianxia's domineering voice. After the primordial chaos sword shadow ended, Xianxia's voice disappeared. The answer was obvious. This time, the Abyss Pearl mainland was in a complete panic. Xiangang was ranked 9th on the Abyss Pearl hero ranking and had Universe Heaven level 15 cultivation. He had lived for over 1,000,000 years, and such a powerful cultivator died so quickly. Perhaps even the top cultivator on the Abyss Pearl hero ranking could not do anything to Zhou Xuanji. If they lost the war between the two realms, all living beings on the Abyss Pearl mainland would die. He couldn't even escape. They could only pray that the 3 children of destiny who were sent to the Center God province would act quickly. The Center God province was much more desolate than the Abyss Pearl mainland, so it shouldn't be too difficult for the 3 children of destiny. 1 month later, the Tianhe God dynasty was destroyed, and the Tianhe God emperor gathered more than 200 Universe Heaven cultivators to encircle Zhou Xuanji. All of them died. Zhou Xuanji exploded out, slashing apart millions of kilometers of land with a single strike, causing countless casualties. The 3 divine dynasties collapsed. The fate that Zhou Xuanji had been waiting for finally arrived. At this moment, he was bathing in the qi of the heavenly Tao, enjoying the cleansing. Coupled with the magic power he had absorbed earlier, his cultivation level had skyrocketed. Wang Ho stood not far away and watched with envy. If he was given such a boundless amount of heavenly Tao luck, he would be able to make a breakthrough. Unfortunately, he didn't have a chance to make a move along the way. Zhou Xuanji was just too powerful. Of course, even if he attacked, it would be useless. Boom! Zhou Xuanji broke through to Universe Heaven level 5, and his cultivation was still increasing. The Boundless destiny strengthened his emperor's might, which was not bad. After descending to the Abyss Pearl mainland, it had only been a little over 3 years, yet he had leaped from the 1st level of Universe Heaven to the 5th level. This was simply unbelievable. One could only say that the World Buddha art was truly tyrannical. How powerful was Gu Tianxia, the creator of this technique? He believed that Gu Tianxia was definitely more proficient in using the World Buddha art than him. After all, the World Buddha art had more than 3 levels. This breakthrough took 5 days. Zhou Xuanji's cultivation stopped at Universe Heaven level 5 and did not break through to level 6. Every time he advanced a level, the amount of magic power he needed would increase exponentially. With the mystic moon state, he didn't have much of a feeling towards his cultivation. Once he left the Abyss Pearl mainland, it would be very difficult for him to enter the divine moon state again. After all, the Center God province was not formed from the divine moon. After the breakthrough, they continued on their way. Zhou Xuanji set his sights on the Abyss Pearl mainland sanctum. Wang Ho had already turned into a follower. Since he had someone to rely on, he was happy to be idle. Along the way, he began to tell Zhou Xuanji about Sage Daojing's background. The 9 heavenly saints existed since the beginning of the heavenly law. Sage Daojing was not a being from the Center God province, but he had preached about the Tao everywhere in the Great Thousand World. After that, he created Still Thought Temple and allowed all living beings to come and seek enlightenment. They could come, but if they wanted to leave, they had to stay for a certain number of years, depending on their cultivation. There were even millions of years. Although Wang Ho respected Sage Daojing, he did not treat him as his revered teacher. Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, "What is Sage Daojing's rank among the 9 heavenly saints?" Ever since he knew that the saint positions were limited, he was curious about the 9 heavenly saints. One day, they would become enemies. Zhou Xuanji had long wanted to become the most powerful, so how could he stay below the heavenly saints? Wang Ho rolled his eyes at him and said, "How would I know? The heavenly saints never fight personally. They always choose their pawns like this, nurture them, and fight again to divide the benefits. At their cultivation stage, if they fought, the entire Great Thousand World might be destroyed." Wang Ho reminded him intently, "Don't fight with the heavenly saints, including Sage Daojing. Don't be fooled by their gentleness. If the heavenly saints entered the mortal realm, they would be like mortals and would be easy to get along with. But that was only their disguise. They had long abandoned their emotions and desires, so it was difficult for their mental states to fluctuate." Zhou Xuanji nodded. It seemed that Wang Ho had suffered losses before. Boom! A domineering figure shining with golden light descended from the sky and landed on the mountain peak in front of them. The impact caused the mountain walls to crack and the forest to sway in a violent gale. Zhou Xuanji and Wang Ho stopped and looked over. Within the billowing dust, a golden ape stood proudly. His violent aura dispersed the dust around him. He looked down at Zhou Xuanji and said, "You are Zhou Xuanji, right? How about becoming my disciple?" Zhou Xuanji and Wang Ho were stunned. They thought that he was an enemy, but they did not expect him to take him as a disciple. If he becomes an enemy, do you want him to give up on the Center God province? Wang Ho asked warily. At the same time, he was reminding Zhou Xuanji. The golden ape laughed with disdain. "If you become my disciple, I can help you destroy all living beings in the Abyss Pearl mainland. With a swing of my staff, I can sink the entire Abyss Pearl mainland." With this, Zhou Xuanji and Wang Ho's expressions changed. The Abyss Pearl mainland was not the mortal realm. To destroy it in one strike, even Universe Heaven cultivators would find it hard to do so. Zhou Xuanji asked with squinted eyes, "Your cultivation has surpassed Universe Heaven?" He could not see through the other party at all, and he could not help but wonder. What is this guy trying to do? Universe Heaven level 18. Do you think the Heavenly Saint is above that? You underestimate the power of a Heavenly Saint. I can tell you that I fear no one below the Heavenly Saint. I am more than enough to be your teacher, the Golden Ape said proudly. The Golden Ape said proudly. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared beside him. It was Ichiotian. He stared at the Golden Ape and said with a smile, "General, I don't think this is appropriate. He is Sage Daojing's subordinate." The Golden Ape smiled and said, "Sage Daojing is not here." Zhou Xuanji looked at them and asked, "Why don't you introduce yourself? This is not how you take in a disciple." He suddenly remembered the old beggar. The old beggar took him in as a disciple but did not even reveal his name. "I am the Golden Saint God, the old ancestor of the Golden Saint Ape clan." The Golden Ape said with a smile. He sized Zhou Xuanji up, and the more he looked at him, the more satisfied he was. Zhou Xuanji looked at Wang Ho and asked him with his eyes. Wang Ho shook his head. He was only 100,000 years old. To the vast great thousand world, he was still very young. It was impossible for him to know everything. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 5:15. I already have a master, and he's not weak either. If I take you as my master, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble. Zhou Xuanji looked at the Golden Saint God and said with a serious expression. The Golden Saint God said in disdain, "As long as it's not a heavenly saint, nothing is troublesome to me." Ichiotian shook his head and laughed, but he did not say anything. However, there was a strange look in his eyes, as if he was expecting something. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Do you know Northern Nethersword Devil Su Qing and Grandmaster Aoshi?" The Golden Saint deity replied, "Su Qing wasn't bad in the past, but it's a pity that he's already crippled. Grandmaster Aoshi, second-rate trash." A look of disdain appeared on his face. So, Zhou Xuanji's revered teacher was like this. Zhou Xuanji continued, "They are my senior apprentice brothers. Above them, there are a dozen more senior apprentice brothers. Can you defeat all of them? And my revered teacher?" The Golden Saint God and Ichiotian were both stunned. Su Qing and Grandmaster Aoshi were martial brothers? There were more than 10 senior brothers above them? Why hadn't they heard of it before? Judging from Zhou Xuanji's expression, he did not seem to be lying. If such a being really existed, it was not impossible to nurture a genius like Zhou Xuanji. No matter who it is, as long as they haven't become saints, I have no fear. The Golden Saint deity waved his hand. His eyes became sharp as he asked, "Are you willing or not?" Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and asked, "What if I'm not willing?" Boom. He immediately entered the mystic moon state, and the 9-moon execution sword appeared in his hand. His aura reached its peak. Golden Saint God and Ichiotian stared at him. What a tyrannical power of the divine moon. No wonder you've been so popular recently. Ichiotian chuckled as he looked down. No one knew what he was thinking. The Golden Saint deity said in disdain, Not bad, to be able to obtain the power of heaven and earth of the Abyss Pearl mainland, but do you really think that you are very powerful? How vast is the Great Thousand World? The Abyss Pearl mainland is only the tip of the iceberg, while I possess power that surpasses the Great Thousand World. How can you compare to me? How pretentious! Zhou Xuanji's eyes were cold and sharp. He was ready to fight at any moment. At that moment, Yi Qiutian pulled Jin Xianxia back and said, "Now is the time of the war between the two worlds, and he is a chess piece. If you snatch his chess piece, you will be offending the heavenly saint. You can look for him after the war between the two worlds ends." Hearing this, the golden saint god's eyes flickered and he hesitated. Zhou Xuanji and Yi Qiutian had an agreement. The two of them pretended that nothing had happened and did not make eye contact. "Stinking brat, don't die. Just wait and be my disciple." The golden saint deity snorted coldly, somewhat dissatisfied. He wanted to take Zhou Xuanji away immediately. Zhou Xuanji calmly asked, "Right now, I'm not strong enough to sweep through the Abyss Pearl mainland?" The golden saint deity glared at him and said, "Do you think you are very strong? There is a little fellow in the Abyss Pearl mainland who is stronger than you. If he comes out, you better avoid him." With that, the golden saint god and Yi Qiutian left. The two of them disappeared into thin air, leaving no trace of their aura. Wang Ho asked, "Should we stop for a while?" Zhou Xuanji was too sharp. If what the golden saint god said was true and that powerful existence was invited out, it would be troublesome. Zhou Xuanji muttered, "Let's continue." The more he fought, the stronger he would become. Waiting was not a good thing. Wang Ho was not stubborn. After all, he was riding on someone else's coattails. The two of them continued on their way to the Holy Land. There were 8 sacred grounds in the Abyss Pearl mainland, and each of them had countless disciples. The two of them flew toward the west first. The one guarding the west of the continent was the Dark Moon Valley. It had existed for more than 1,000,000 years. Within a radius of 10 million miles, there was no light all year round. 3 days later, Zhou Xuanji charged into the Dark Moon Valley in his divine moon state. He was like the sun in the darkness, extremely eye-catching. Countless cultivators gathered from all directions. Instead of panicking, they formed their own formations. Billowing thunderclouds parted. A stone stele that was tens of thousands of meters tall descended. Dozens of strange words were carved on it, which Zhou Xuanji could not understand. "Seems like they are prepared." Zhou Xuanji thought and activated the primordial chaos sword shadow straightaway. His basic cultivation had already grown tremendously. This time, he formed 2 billion sword shadows that levitated under the sea of clouds. All the cultivators looked up and were dumbfounded. They were all horrified. 2 billion sword shadows floated in the sky, each of them glowing brightly. Facing such a formation, who could remain calm? Even though they were prepared, they could not control their fear. "Zhou Xuanji, don't you dare!" An old voice rang out, and a gray-robed elder appeared out of thin air on top of the stone tablet. He slammed his palm onto the stone tablet, and countless sparks flowed along his palm and spread across the entire stone tablet. The cultivators from all directions formed their formations and began attacking Zhou Xuanji. Countless beams of light shot toward Zhou Xuanji from all directions, aiming to kill Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji commanded with his mind, and the primordial chaos sword shadow descended with unstoppable momentum. Boom! The entire ground was engulfed by a powerful radiance. The Dark Moon Valley's disciples formed their formations to defend, but they realized in horror that their formations could not block the primordial chaos sword shadow at all. Their formations shattered immediately, and they were turned into ashes. Both their bodies and souls were destroyed. The gray-robed old man's expression changed. He dodged instinctively, but he was still killed by the countless sword shadows. They knew that Zhou Xuanji was powerful, but they did not know that Zhou Xuanji had been growing stronger. Boom! 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 The powerful radiance blinded the world, but the explosions continued. One could imagine how tragic this battle was. A long while later, the ground turned into barren land, and the powerful radiance receded. The Dark Moon Valley no longer existed. All the disciples were gone. Only a stone stele was left standing alone. Powerful magic energy returned to Zhou Xuanji's body, but he did not care about it. Instead, he looked at the stone steel. What's that? He was curious. Out of caution, he slashed at it with the sword soul. Boom! The stone steel shook violently. Next it began to crack. The cracks spread across the entire steel, and it shattered. Countless rocks rolled down. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. After the stone steel shattered, a mummy appeared. This mummy was a few thousand meters tall. It had no hair, and its skin and flesh were shriveled and red. Its arms were crossed on its chest, and its head was raised. Its mouth was open, but it had no eyeballs. Its eye sockets were facing the sky. Its ears were very long, like those of a bat. There were 4 wings on its back. Zhou Xuanji was even more curious. Why was there a corpse hidden in the stone steel of the Dark Moon Valley? What was the Dark Moon Valley trying to do by taking out the stone steel? Defend? Or did they want to use this mummy to counterattack? Zhou Xuanji took out the wind god's sword and threw it. The blade pierced through the throat of the 4-winged mummy, but it did not react. Don't touch him, or else not only will the Abyss Pearl mainland be in danger, but you will also die. A woman's voice came. Feng Yuxiu appeared hundreds of meters away. Within the white radiance, Zhou Xuanji said with a frown, "You again." This woman was following him? Feng Yuxiu's expression was unsightly. "I'm not trying to save the people of the Abyss Pearl mainland," she said. "It's just that this concerns my death tribulation, so I followed you. I did not expect the Dark Moon Valley to be so vicious." To win, they took him out. Chapter 5:16. What exactly is this thing? Can you just say it? Stop beating around the bush. Wang Ho could not help but urge her. He was about to die from anxiety when he heard Feng Yuxiu's words. Zhou Xuanji took out the ancient god sword and had the 9 souls recognize it. This is one of the ancient demon gods, demon god Tianwu. He possesses the terrifying strength to destroy the great 1,000 worlds. A long time ago, he was killed by the heavenly saint. His corpse was unable to dissipate, so he was suppressed in the void. Later on, he was discovered by the Dark Moon Valley's old ancestor. They were extremely daring and actually brought demon god Tianwu back to the Abyss Pearl mainland. Feng Yuxiu sighed. She wasn't sure how strong demon god Tianwu was, but it was definitely not something the Dark Moon Valley could control. Zhou Xuanji looked at demon god Tianwu and thought to himself. Lu Wuji sighed and said, "The legendary 10 great demon gods were the first batch of demons. They were peerlessly powerful and were of the same generation as several heavenly saints." Dao Master Xianxia, who rarely spoke, said, "Take this demon god's body. This is a great fortune. It's best if you refine it into your avatar. Maybe you can take the method to prove your Dao through strength." There was some excitement in his voice. Zhou Xuanji was curious and asked in his heart, "What does it mean to prove one's Dao through strength?" He looked at the 4-winged corpse. He didn't expect this thing to have such a powerful background. Heavenly saints are heavenly saints recognized by the heavenly ways, and there are only 9 of them. However, heavenly saints are not the only ones recognized by the heavenly ways. Using strength to prove one's Dao is to use magic power that surpasses that of heavenly saints to forcefully break through. Even the heavenly ways cannot stop you from proving your Dao. Once you succeed, no heavenly saint will be a match for you. Dao Lord Xiantian replied. Not only was Zhou Xuanji shocked, but the other 8 souls were also shocked. Sovereign Xian asked curiously, "Who are you? Why do you know so much about the sainthood?" Emperor Zhao said excitedly, "Good, good, stinking brat, quickly take it away. When I revive in the future, I will follow you." Emperor Songhai sighed, "I used to think that I was the strongest, but now I realize that all of you are stronger than me." The other souls followed suit. Zhou Xuanji immediately flew over to demon god Tianwu's corpse and put it into the Xianxia map. Feng Yuxiu opened her beautiful eyes wide and said, "Why did you take it away? Be careful, it might bite you." Her master had once told her that if she encountered a demon god's body, she must stay far away from it. Otherwise, she would suffer the wrath of heaven. Zhou Xuanji said calmly, "If I take it away, won't the Abyss Pearl mainland be safe?" With that, he turned around and left. After destroying the Dark Moon Valley, Once he got out of the mystic moon state, his cultivation would definitely skyrocket. He might even break through again. He had to quickly become stronger before the strongest expert of the Abyss Pearl mainland appeared. Feng Yuxiu followed behind. Wang Ho was surprised. Could it be that this woman had fallen in love with this guy? Zhou Xuanji turned around and slashed with his sword. Sword chi swept out. Feng Yuxiu's figure swayed and she easily dodged it. Zhou Xuanji was quite surprised. This woman was quite capable. So she was pretending to be weak to devour him. I won't help the Abyss Pearl mainland deal with you. Since you refuse to come to your senses and want to continue participating in the battle, I won't say anything more. I just want you to bring me along. My death tribulation might be related to you, and I want to investigate it. Otherwise, I won't be able to calm down. Feng Yuxiu said calmly. She glanced at Marquis and said, I've lived for millions of years, and I've already severed my emotions and desires. I only seek longevity in the Great Tao. I'll keep my distance from the two of you. If there's anything you want to know about the Abyss Pearl mainland, you can ask me. Wang Ho faked a cough to hide his awkwardness. Zhou Xuanji thought for a while and agreed. He also wanted to learn more about the Abyss Pearl mainland. The three of them left one after another. News of the Dark Moon Valley's destruction spread. After the three god empires, another sanctum was also destroyed. The aura of defeat in the war between the two worlds drew closer and closer, making all living beings fearful. The remaining 7 sanctums began to communicate with each other, preparing to work together. From how things were going, Zhou Xuanji would definitely challenge the sanctums one by one. They had to work together, or else they would be defeated without a doubt. Zhou Xuanji landed on the grassy plains. After dispelling the divine moon status, he began to break through. In less than half a day, he forcefully broke through to Universe Heaven Level 6. There was no divine tribulation stopping him. Marquis kept his guard up against Feng Yuxiu. Fortunately, this woman did not do anything rash. What energy technique is he cultivating? With such great fortune, it seems that his teacher is not simple, Feng Yuxiu thought to herself curiously. At that moment, Zhou Xuanji got up and walked towards her. He was still holding the 9-moon execution sword, in case Feng Yuxiu suddenly attacked. Who is the most powerful among the native creatures of the Abyss Pearl mainland? Zhou Xuanji asked. After reaching Universe Heaven Level 6, he would become even more powerful after entering the Divine Moon mode. Feng Yuxiu replied, Zhao Gao's is the strongest. His cultivation has reached Universe Heaven Level 18, and he is the Abyss Pearl mainland's child of karmic luck. He is very talented, and he is not in the Abyss Pearl mainland. He will most likely return to reinforce the Abyss Pearl mainland soon. Zhao Gao's. Zhou Xuanji memorized the name in his heart. He did not ask much and continued to move forward. Universe Heaven 18 layer. This was the pinnacle of the Universe Heaven stage. It was no wonder that he was the strongest person on the continent. To prevent anything unexpected from happening, he had to become as strong as possible before Zhao Gao's returned. Would he be able to break through to the Universe Heaven stage level 10 if he annihilated the 8 great sacred grounds? A mountain peak appeared above the sea of clouds. Xianxia and Malicious Buddha stood side by side. In front of them was a purple-robed young man who was meditating. He had a handsome face and a noble temperament. He was dressed luxuriously like a member of the royal family. Zhou Xuanji, right? My cultivation has already reached Universe Heaven Level 6. When Zhou Xuanji comes back, I will definitely be able to defeat him easily, Zhou Xuanji said. The purple-robed youth said calmly without opening his eyes. Malicious Buddha nodded and said, 3 years ago, Zhou Xuanji had just broken through to Universe Heaven Level 1. This boy has the strength to fight those with higher cultivation. Even though your cultivation is much higher than his, you still need to be cautious. The purple-robed young man opened his eyes and looked at Malicious Buddha with a burning gaze as he said, You mean that my talent is inferior to his? If I wanted to become a great emperor, I would definitely be a first-class great emperor. However, I'm pursuing a stronger path. Xianxia loudly laughed, and Malicious Buddha also shook his head and laughed. They admired this boy's pride and did not want to discourage him. No matter what, Zhou Xuanji has been taken seriously by the Heavenly Saint and has many experts by his side. It's best if you can find an opportunity to fight him one-on-one. This boy's talent is peerless, and if you use his talent as a reason to challenge him, he will most likely agree, Xian Daoya said in a low voice. Xian Daoya muttered as he came up with a plan. The purple-robed young man slowly got up and coldly harumphed as he said, "My target is not Zhou Xuanji, so there's no need for so many schemes. Compared to him, I want to defeat Zhao Gao's more. It's a pity that Zhao Gao's is too powerful, and I need to spend a long time chasing after him. As such, I don't want to spend too much time on Zhou Xuanji. I'll leave everything to you, I'll just attack." Hearing this, malicious Buddha slightly raised his eyebrows and said, "Zhao Gao's is in existence at Universe Heaven level 18. Even if I face him, I have to be careful. Don't be too arrogant. If you're too stubborn, you'll break easily. Do you understand?" The purple-robed young man did not reply, but his gaze was resolute. Chapter 517. Zhou Xuanji had no way of knowing the situation in the Center God province, so he could not help but feel worried. As such, he traveled incredibly quickly. The next sacred ground was known as the Night-Gazing Forest, which was slightly stronger than the Dark Moon Valley. By the time the three of them arrived at the Night-Gazing Forest, there was already no trace of anyone in the forest. All the disciples had already evacuated. Wang Ho spat. "You actually fled? Are you even fit to be a Holy Land?" If the Holy Land were to relocate, its luck would definitely plummet. Zhou Xuanji scanned the place with his divine sense and found that there was not a single treasure left in the Night-Gazing Forest. How cunning! The 7 Holy Lands have probably joined forces. Her tone was calm as if she was an outsider. She was indeed an outsider. If it wasn't for the fact that her master had told her that her death tribulation was coming, she wouldn't have come to the Abyss Pearl mainland. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Who is the most powerful in the sanctums?" "Only the strongest Holy Land could gather the other Holy Lands." Feng Yuxiu muttered, "It should be the One God Hall. They are the first sacred ground in the history of the Abyss Pearl mainland. Their ancestors surpassed Universe Heaven and ventured into the void. If you destroy one godly hall, there will be trouble in the future." Zhou Xuanji snorted in disdain. When he wanted to destroy the Abyss Pearl mainland, it meant that there would be endless trouble. Every time he thought of this, he felt nothing towards the Heavenly Saint. If the Heavenly Saint took action himself, how could the living dare to hold a grudge? Yet, he had to choose 3 children of destiny to compete. Wasn't this just creating conflict? However, by doing so, he was also giving everyone a chance of survival. "Take us to one shrine." Zhou Xuanji continued. Feng Yuxiu nodded and flew in another direction. Zhou Xuanji and Marquis followed closely behind. Along the way, Wang Ho kept asking Feng Yuxiu questions. They were all asking about the seniors of the Abyss Pearl mainland. Once the Abyss Pearl mainland was destroyed, many experts would descend upon the Center God province to seek revenge. Feng Yuxiu was annoyed by the questions. She snorted coldly and said, "After the war between the 2 worlds ends, the Heavenly Saint will erase the memories of the victors. As for the losers, anyone who can escape from this situation will be enlightened. How can they bear grudges like mortals?" It wasn't the first time that the Abyss Pearl mainland had experienced a war between 2 worlds. It was just that the living beings couldn't remember it. The Night-Gazing Forest was very far away from the One Godly Hall. It was equivalent to passing through the Abyss Pearl mainland. On the way, Zhou Xuanji welcomed his birthday. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 238 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Armageddon Crimson Sun Sword. Disaster Release Cultivation Absorbing Demon Seal. 2 divine swords. There was also a disaster-releasing divine sword. Zhou Xuanji rejoiced in his heart. Next, information about the 2 legendary swords appeared before his eyes. Sword name: Crimson Sun Sword Grade. Armageddon. Description: a divine sword formed by the Crimson Sun. It can burn the world. Sword name: Cultivation Absorbing Demon Sealer Level. Disaster Relief Description: a sword that specifically absorbs the cultivation of the demon race and seals off demonic chi. The more demonic qi it absorbs, the stronger the sword qi will be. One must be at least at Universe Heaven Realm Level 1 to use it. Zhou Xuanji's eyes brightened. Cultivation absorbing demonic sealer counters demons? It could also absorb demonic energy and become stronger and stronger. Not bad at all. Zhou Xuanji liked swords that had the potential to grow, especially swords that could grow in battle. He didn't take it out to check. He had the 9-moon execution sword in his hands, so he didn't need the cultivation-absorbing demonic seal for the time being. Moreover, the cultivator-absorbing demon sealer was targeted at the devil race. The demonic cultivators of the Abyss Pearl mainland couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. He would use it against the demons in the future. Because Xianxia was in the demon realm, he believed that one day he would be able to face the enemies of the demon race. After obtaining another disaster-releasing divine sword, Zhou Xuanji felt incredibly happy, and even Feng Yuxiu became much more pleasing to the eye. One God Palace was located at the summit of the Abyss Pearl mainland's tallest mountain. Right now, the entire mountain was filled with people. There were humans, demons, dragons, and other races. All of them had taken human form and formed an army. There was also a massive army around the mountain. All of the creatures that could come here had the strength to take human form. The weak were not qualified to participate in battle, and they only needed to hide. The surrounding 10,000 kilometers were filled with an austere aura. When is Zhou Xuanji coming? Probably soon. He's been fighting nonstop. Could it be that his magic energy is limitless? How can he fight so frequently? This time, it's going to be a battle to the death. It's said that Zhou Xuanji has the title of Sword Emperor in the Center God Province and is acknowledged by heavenly law. How do you know? If he's the Sword Emperor acknowledged by heavenly law, no wonder he's so powerful. All the creatures and factions were discussing Zhou Xuanji. Previously, they might have been enemies, but now, they would be fighting side by side. No hatred could compare to the survival of the Abyss Pearl mainland. In one God Palace, hundreds of Universe Heaven cultivators gathered here. The current palace lord, Li Yishan, sat on the highest seat. Every palace lord of one God Palace would receive the title of Yishan. Li Yishan's cultivation was at Universe Heaven level 17. No one in the palace could compare to him. He glanced at everyone and said, "Our Abyss Pearl mainland is the divine transformation of the divine moon. Zhou Xuanji has also received the divine moon's inheritance, so we are fighting against the Abyss Pearl mainland. I already have a countermeasure against the divine moon, which is our one God Palace's 10,000 divine will formation." 10,000 divine will formation. Everyone's expressions changed, and their expressions changed. A short man slammed the table and stood up. He pointed at Li Yishan and asked, "Do you want to become the center of the 10,000 divine will formation and fight to the death with Zhou Xuanji?" The others also had a strange expression. This formation would absorb the essence qi of those who entered and even hurt their foundations. Only one person could benefit from it. Li Yishan looked calm. A domineering aura exploded from him. "Among everyone here, other than me, who else can convince you? Who else can you trust? Remember, this is not a martial arts competition, nor is it a battle between two sects. If we lose this battle, we will all die. Not only us but also all living beings in the world." His voice was powerful and overpowered the entire palace. Everyone fell into silence. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji and the other two were still on their way. Feng Yuxiu told Zhou Xuanji and Wang Ho about the 10,000 divine will formation, which shocked them. Such a formation existed in the world? However, if this formation was activated, all the disciples would be injured. It could not be used unless it was absolutely necessary. But to one God Palace, this was the last resort. Wang Ho looked at Zhou Xuanji and asked, "Which means to say, you will fight against the combined power of all living beings in the world. Are you afraid?" Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said condescendingly, "I'm afraid." Wang Ho curled his lip. This brat was getting more and more arrogant. He was looking forward to it. If this wave ended, the Center God Province would win. As long as it ended, he would no longer have to hide and could peacefully continue to comprehend the Great Tao. How far are we from One God Palace? Wang Ho asked Feng Yuxiu, his tone filled with anticipation. Feng Yuxiu looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, "We're almost there. The 10,000 Divine Will formation has already been activated. Li Yishan's aura is even more powerful than when you were at Dark Moon Valley." Chapter 518. Really? Marquis asked nervously. Zhao Gao's hadn't even descended, but Li Yishan had already erupted? Feng Yuxiu answered, "At least in terms of aura." She looked at Zhou Xuanji and really wanted to know what this brat was thinking. Zhou Xuanji smiled and asked, "Much more powerful than me?" The divine will of 10,000 formations seemed to be pretty good. He was looking for a chance to get it. Although it's not like the difference between heaven and earth, at this level, this small difference can affect the outcome of the battle. Moreover, Li Yishan has lived longer than you, so his combat experience and divine powers are richer than yours. Feng Yuxiu said seriously. She wasn't biased. This was how she felt. Wang Ho frowned at that. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "You think that was my peak before?" With that, he sped up and rushed forward. The 9-moon execution sword appeared in his hands. He immediately entered the mystic moon state, and his body shone with white light. Like a meteor, he shot towards One Godly Hall. At this moment, near the mountain where the One Godly Hall was located, all living beings had already made their preparations for battle. All living beings within 10,000 miles sat cross-legged on the ground. Their essence, energy, and soul turned into white smoke that rose into the sky and gathered on one person. That was Li Yishan. Li Yishan floated in the air, enjoying the essence, qi, and spirit of billions of living beings. His aura rose steadily. He looked at his hands with a fascinated look on his face. With this kind of strength, even if he faces Zhao Gao's, he should still be able to obtain victory, Li Yishan muttered to himself. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. The array of divine will of 10,000 qi was still in operation, and he was also steadily getting stronger. He could already sense Zhou Xuanji's aura. He was very strong. However, he was no match for the current him. Boom! Zhou Xuanji flew over from the horizon, giving off a majestic aura. Seeing this, all living beings shuddered. They looked up at Zhou Xuanji. The white light flashed, and they could not see Zhou Xuanji's face at all. However, in such a situation, they felt even more respect towards Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji stopped 1,000 meters away from Li Yishan. Li Yishan stared at Zhou Xuanji and said, "You're Zhou Xuanji? I didn't expect you to be able to perfectly withstand the power of the mystic moon. You are indeed worthy of the title of Sword Emperor." He did not have much hatred for Zhou Xuanji. In the War of the Two Realms, everyone was forced to do so. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "How about giving me the spell formation? I guarantee that your One Divine Hall's disciples will die painlessly." Li Yishan narrowed his eyes when he heard that. He laughed coldly and said, "You really know how to joke." He immediately prepared for battle. Zhou Xuanji condensed the battle flame soul. Within the white light, strands of green flames coiled around it, and its aura grew explosively. Li Yishan's expression slightly changed. He had never thought that Zhou Xuanji could become stronger. He shouted loudly, "All beings of the Abyss Pearl. Today was a battle of life and death for all living beings in the world. Today, if we win, the world will win. If we lose, the world will lose." His voice resounded beneath the clouds, surging with passion, sonorous, and forceful. Even Zhou Xuanji was somewhat influenced by him, let alone the people below. This guy really knows how to stir up people's hearts. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself but did not care. "Kill!" Billions of creatures roared in unison, shouting themselves hoarse. They looked at Zhou Xuanji with bloodshot eyes, wanting to tear him to pieces. In the distance, Marquis was extremely nervous. He asked Feng Yuxiu, "What are his chances of winning?" Feng Yuxiu frowned and said, "Even though he used a divine ability to increase his cultivation, his chances of winning are still not high." As for the specifics, as she spoke, Zhou Xuanji suddenly moved. He held the 9-moon execution sword and leapt up, breaking through the sea of clouds and disappearing. Li Yishan looked up and could sense Zhou Xuanji's aura. He took out a 5-edged whip and prepared to fight. Rumble, a massive explosion sounded out, shaking the heavens and earth and causing all living beings on the ground and mountains to feel incredibly uneasy. Li Yishan slightly frowned. He did not dodge because he could not dodge. Once he dodged, the creatures below would suffer a calamity. He gathered his magic energy and whipped out. This whip gave off a brilliant light, as if it was going to tear the sky apart. At that moment, Zhou Xuanji broke through the clouds and dove down. He gripped his sword with his right hand and pointed it downwards. The air around him exploded, shaking the space. It was as if a ray of divine light descended from the sky. World suppressing. This was a divine ability that Zhou Xuanji had obtained when he broke through to universe heaven, but he had not used it yet. He poured all of his divine moon energy into the 9-moon execution sword, and his aura reached an unprecedented peak. He was incredibly fast. Unstoppable. He crushed the 5-edged whip's energy directly and charged toward Li Yishan. Li Yishan opened his eyes wide and instinctively swung his palm. The surging magic energy turned into a massive palm that was as big as a mountain and slammed toward Zhou Xuanji. Boom! The massive palm shattered, and white light burst out from Zhou Xuanji's body. The sword landed on Li Yishan's body and pressed him down to the ground. All beings who were forming the 10,000 Divine Will formation were dumbfounded. Before they could react, Zhou Xuanji pressed Li Yishan down to the ground. What followed was an earth-shattering sound. The white sword chi swept in all directions, and the ground rumbled. Countless living beings were turned into dust, and mountains crumbled. The scene was incredibly majestic. Marquis opened his mouth wide and could not believe his eyes. Feng Wuxia was also stunned. Looking over, the entire ground was destroyed by Zhou Xuanji's sword chi. One sword suppressing the world, destroying all living beings. Feng Wuxia raised her right hand and used magic energy to create a barrier of light, protecting Marquis. The sword chi flashed past their bodies, and they could not see anything. They were surrounded by sword chi. Feng Wuxia's expression slightly changed and she lightly gritted her teeth. A look of shock appeared on her beautiful face as she muttered, "What divine ability is this? How can it be so powerful?" Marquis was so scared that he almost peed his pants. His body trembled as he said, "Didn't you say that his chances of victory were not high?" Feng Wuxia's expression was complicated as she said gloomily, "Li Yishan is already dead." She had miscalculated. Zhou Xuanji was too powerful. If it was her facing that sword strike, she would have died without a doubt. If it wasn't for the fact that they were quite far away, she would not have been able to block that sword chi, which was as boundless as heavenly might. Marquis was delighted. Li Yishan had fallen. Looking at the might of that sword strike, all living beings would most likely die. In other words, they were only a step away from victory in the war between two worlds. In the next second, his expression became one of shock. This was because he saw the barrier of magic energy that Feng Wuxia had created melting. Not good. He's too powerful. I can't hold on much longer. Feng Wuxia gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with fear. Wang Ho almost cursed out furiously. "Weren't you very arrogant before? You even said that Zhou Xuanji was not powerful enough, and now you can't do it?" Feng Wuxia raised her left hand and a jade pendant that looked like a lion's face appeared. In the next second, she and Wang Ho disappeared. After an unknown period of time, the sword chi dissipated, and the entire world was in a turbid state. Countless dust and dirt filled the air, as if chaos had just begun. A ray of white light could be vaguely seen on the ground. It was Zhou Xuanji. He slowly got up, holding the 9-moon execution sword in his hand. He scanned the surroundings, and all he saw was desolate, without a trace of life. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 5:19. "I'm too powerful," Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. He walked to the top of the ruins and sat down cross-legged. With world suppressing, the factions led by One God Hall were all annihilated. Everything calmed down. He did not look for marquises immediately but chose to break through. When he used world suppressing, he also used world internalization to absorb countless magic energy. If he did not suppress it in time, his body would not be able to endure it. Boom! The heavenly tribulation came as scheduled. Spiritual chi seeped out from the ground and entered his body. He took out the ancient god sword and stabbed it into the ground to defend himself. After that, the heavenly tribulation dispersed. He began to break through. In less than half an hour he broke through to Universe Heaven Level 7. Because the magic energy in his body was too violent, his heavenly law immortal constitution almost exploded. Fortunately, the power of the divine moon could barely suppress it, and he broke through safely. After breaking through, his body began to transform, and the discomfort subsided. World suppressing had destroyed too many living beings. Their magic energy gathered together was too violent. Zhou Xuanji was shocked. It seemed that he had to be careful when using world internalization in the future. If he killed himself, it would not be fun. Half a day later, he broke through to Universe Heaven Level 8, and the growth of his cultivation began to slow down. Another 2 hours passed, and he completely absorbed the magic energy in his body. Universe Heaven Level 8. How wonderful, Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. He looked up and saw thunderclouds billowing, as though something was about to descend. Boom! A beam of light pierced through the clouds and shone on Zhou Xuanji. It was heavenly law fate. In this battle, Zhou Xuanji had wiped out the 8 sanctums of the Abyss Pearl mainland. Horrifying fate gathered on his body, and the ground undulated like waves. Take out Demon God Tianwu. I will teach you a technique to refine Demon God Tianwu into your clone. Tao Lord Xuantian's voice sounded out in Zhou Xuanji's mind. Next, a wave of memories flowed into the depths of his mind. The ancient god's sword beside him trembled violently. Evidently, the souls were extremely excited. Soon, Zhou Xuanji learned the technique to refine a clone from Tao Lord Xiantian. It was called the Soul Division Technique. He could imbue his will into the clone. From now on, whatever he wanted the clone to do, the clone would do instinctively. He immediately took out Demon God Tianwu's corpse. He leaped onto Demon God Tianwu's chest, and the providence of the heavenly Tao shone on Demon God Tianwu's body. He sat down cross-legged and used the Soul Division Technique. Demon God Tianwu was not recognized by the heavenly Tao. Back then, when the heavenly saint killed him, he borrowed the power of the heavenly Tao. His corpse still has the heavenly Tao seal, and now, you can use the heavenly Tao's luck to erase the heavenly Tao seal. From today onwards, Demon God Tianwu can be revived. Tao Lord Xiantian said excitedly as if he had obtained Demon God Tianwu. The other souls spoke one after another, all of them very excited. Legend has it that the 10 great demon gods were the earliest demons, immortal and indestructible. Just how strong are they? Let's put it this way. With this clone, at least in the Center God province, no one can harm him. Not only that, Demon God Tianwu will continue to recover his battle strength. As long as he has enough time, he will return to his peak state sooner or later. How strong was Demon God Tianwu at his strongest? Invincible below heavenly saints. As, hearing their discussions, Zhou Xuanji felt quite expectant. Soon he split off a trace of his soul and had it enter Demon God Tianwu's body. The process of splitting his soul was very painful, and he felt as if his head was going to explode. Demon God Tianwu was now ownerless, and the heavenly law seal within his body had disappeared, allowing Zhou Xuanji's soul to easily take over this body. If it was anyone else, they would not be able to take over Demon God Tianwu's body. As soon as their soul got close to the heavenly law seal, they would suffer a backlash. Zhou Xuanji had already obtained most of the Abyss Pearl mainland's fate, and ordinary people could not compare to him. Adding on the Soul Division technique, it was not difficult at all. Sovereign Xian asked out of curiosity, Tao Lord Xiantian, this clone creation technique is not simple, where did you obtain it? Before, Tao Lord Xiantian had been very curious about him, but he had ignored him. Now, the tables had turned. Tao Lord Xiantian did not reply to him, making him feel quite anxious. The other souls also asked curiously. Tao Lord Xiantian said, outside the Great Thousand World, there is an even more vast void. Even though few people go there, there are many serendipity hidden there. I obtained it from a broken cave abode. This clone creation technique is definitely top-notch. Without the Soul Division technique, No matter how much heavenly law fate you have, you will not be able to remove the heavenly law seal within his body. His tone was filled with arrogance. You guys ignored me before, but what about now? A while later, Zhou Xuanji's trace of soul completely fused with demon god Tianwu's body. In that instant, Zhou Xuanji felt that he had some sort of connection with demon god Tianwu. With a thought, demon god Tianwu slowly stood up. With the heavenly law fate, his shriveled body began to fill up. A layer of horny armor covered his body, and the aura of a demon god emanated, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Zhou Xuanji, who was standing on his head, was shocked in his heart. Such power! He could sense that demon god Tianwu's body contained a power that was even more powerful than his. Pure power. No magic energy. It was as though he could destroy the entire Abyss Pearl mainland with a single punch. He smiled before putting demon god Tianwu into the Xianxia map. This clone would be his trump card, and he could not expose it easily. He sat on the ground and regulated his aura. Half an hour later, the pillar of light formed from the heavenly law fate dissipated. His cultivation did not break through, but his body and emperor's might were greatly strengthened. This feeling of quickly becoming stronger felt so good. At that moment, Feng Yuxiu and Marquis flew over from the horizon. The two of them locked onto his aura and quickly landed in front of him. Marquis said excitedly, "Stinking brat, you're so powerful. You really won, and you only used one sword strike." He swore that he would never forget that sword strike for the rest of his life. Feng Yuxiu looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated gaze. This fellow's talent was so terrifying. In all her life, no one had such incredible talent. Even Zhao Gao's could not compare to him. Zhou Xuanji smiled calmly and said, "Victory is in sight. We can't relax. Let's continue." Marquis nodded, and the three of them continued on their journey. News of the 7 sanctums being destroyed by Zhou Xuanji spread. This time, the Abyss Pearl mainland felt despair. Many creatures felt that their deaths were near, and they started to go crazy, venting their emotions without restraint. The Abyss Pearl mainland was about to become hell on earth. The unluckiest were those who had ascended. Right after ascending, they found out that the Abyss Pearl mainland was going to be destroyed by the heavenly law. They felt so regretful that their intestines turned green. Zhou Xuanji and the others flew on clouds, and Feng Yuxiu could not help but ask out of curiosity, "What was that sword strike of yours?" Chapter 520. It's a sword technique I created, world suppressing. One sword suppressing the world, isn't it mighty? Zhou Xuanji harumphed. After all, only he knew the sword techniques created by the supreme legendary sword system, so it was not wrong to say that it was a sword technique he created. Hearing this, Feng Yuxiu muttered, "World suppressing." World suppressing, that sword strike from before had indeed been incredibly domineering. As the sword descended, everything on the ground had been turned into barren land. Even someone as powerful as Li Yixin had been instantly killed, unable to resist at all. She sighed and said, "You already have the strength to fight against Zhao Gao's." Zhou Xuanji glanced at her and said, "Only? I can't defeat him 100%? Just as Feng Yuxiu was about to reply, she thought about it. This boy's talent was too powerful, and perhaps he had trump cards. As such, she fell silent. Seeing that she did not reply, Zhou Xuanji felt bored and ignored her. After the 3 god dynasties and 8 sanctums were destroyed, Zhou Xuanji and the others began to wander aimlessly. Now that the Abyss Pearl mainland was in a state of panic, those famous experts were most likely hiding and would not wait for him to kill his way in. If he could defeat Zhao Gao's, the war between 2 worlds would most likely end. Zhao Gao's was ranked first on the Abyss Pearl hero ranking, and his strength surpassed the Abyss Pearl mainland. However, Zhou Xuanji did not. There were still things in the Abyss Pearl mainland that he could not let go of, so he would often come back. According to Feng Yuxiu, with Zhao Gao's personality, after seeing the Abyss Pearl mainland, he would definitely come to find him. "You understand Zhao Gao so well. What's your relationship?" Zhou Xuanji asked mockingly, "Don't tell me he's your little lover. If I kill him, will you fight me to the death?" Feng Yuxiu's gaze was cold as she said, "There's a great difference in seniority between us. I've pursued the great Tao my entire life and will not be trapped by love. I hope you can be more respectful. Marquis could not help but laugh, causing Feng Yuxiu to glare at him. The relationship between the three of them had become much better. Feng Yuxiu would tell them about the Great Thousand Worlds and the Void so that they would be more prepared when they left the Center God Province. There were exactly 9 known boundless worlds. Legend had it that there were even more boundless worlds a long time ago, but the Heavenly Saint destroyed those boundless worlds in order to better manage them. It's best that you don't enter the void carelessly in the future. Feng Yuxiu said profoundly, legend has it that a long time ago, a Heavenly Saint disappeared into the depths of the void. Later, a new Heavenly Saint took his place. Less than half of the experts who went to the void returned alive. So terrifying? Zhou Xuanji and Marquis looked at each other. They had thought that the Heavenly Saints were omnipotent. They had not expected that there would be something that could threaten them. I heard that the war between the two worlds was to prevent the Great Thousand Worlds from expanding and entering the void. That was why the Heavenly Saints worked together with the Heavenly Tao to do this. Feng Yuxiu continued to speak, which made Zhou Xuanji raise his brow. Does this woman not know that the gods are 3 feet above her head? Was he not afraid of the Heavenly Saint finding out? Feng Yuxiu saw through his gaze and answered, the Heavenly Saint of the Xianxia Great Thousand is my teacher. Zhou Xuanji and Wang Ho's expressions were strange. This woman had such a powerful background? It was no wonder that he spoke so freely. Zhou Xuanji felt uneasy in his heart. If he attacked Feng Yuxiu, would the Heavenly Saint take revenge on him? In the investiture of the gods, the saints had fought over their disciples. After Feng Yuxiu revealed her identity, Zhou Xuanji and Wang Ho did not dare to be rude to her anymore. Feng Yuxiu was not arrogant either. No matter what they asked, she answered honestly. In the vast starry sky, Sage Daojing and an old man were playing chess. They were levitating, and the chessboard before them was very strange. It looked like a Tai Chi diagram, but there were other complicated patterns on it. Each of them had 50 chess pieces. One side was black, and the other side was white. The old man who was playing chess with Sage Daojing was Feng Yuxiu's teacher. He was muscular and wore a red robe. His hair was tied up with a golden thread. Hongsher, seems like you are going to lose this game, Sage Daojing said with a smile. Just when he spoke, a few of his opponent's chess pieces fell. Old ancestor Hongsher snorted, so be it. You have lost to me so many times. So what if I give you a handicap this time? He changed the topic and said, this kid is not simple. How did you nurture him? Below the Heavenly Saint, everyone was in their eyes. It's strange. I can't see through this kid. Sage Daojing shook his head and smiled. He paused and guessed. He might have obtained a fortuitous encounter from the void. Hearing this, old ancestor Hongsher became even more interested. He said, give him to me, and you can choose any one of my subordinates. Sage Daojing asked teasingly, if I want Si Mingyan, will you be willing? Really? Would there be any lies between us? Then forget it. I won't trade. You? Old ancestor Hongsher was angered by Sage Daojing. He raised his hand and attacked Sage Daojing, who dodged backwards. The two of them were like old children who could not grow up. They were filled with fun. Under the blue sky, the mountains rose and fell. Xianxia sat on a stone chair on the mountain. The stone chair was covered with a thick beast hide. He rested his chin on his right hand and rested. The entire mountain was filled with monsters. At the foot of the mountain, there was a bare tree with 2 people tied to it. The 2 of them were dirty and had messy hair. They were in a sorry state. They stood shoulder to shoulder and glared at Xianxia. They were the Abyss Pearl Mainland's children of destiny. When they had first descended to the Center God Province, they had been incredibly majestic. However, they had encountered Xianxia and their magic energy had been sucked dry. Now they were 2 cripples. Despicable, if this goes on, will become the sinners of the Abyss Pearl Mainland. A tall man said as he gritted his teeth. If news of this humiliation reached the Abyss Pearl Mainland, would they still have the face to live? The person beside him sighed and said, what do we do? We're already prisoners. Even though we're in a sorry state, the Center God Province's people won't be able to do anything in the Abyss Pearl mainland. The difference in strength between the two worlds is still quite great. It's said that the 3 people sent over have the highest cultivation at Universe Heaven Level 5. Even if their talent is extraordinary, there's still Zhao Gao's. Hearing about Zhao Gao's, the tall man's eyes lit up and his dispirited look disappeared. As long as the Center God Province's 3 geniuses died, they could return. However, they did not know that the Abyss Pearl mainland was about to perish. Elsewhere, Zhou Xuanji and the others landed on a grassy plain. They did not continue onwards and silently waited for Zhao Gao's to descend. Where did Great Emperor Wang run off to? Don't tell me he really died? Marquis muttered as he sat on the ground. He felt like he was Great Emperor Wang's mortal enemy, and he did not want that fellow to die so quickly. Zhou Xuanji did not reply and instead started to comprehend his way of the sword. Fighting in the Divine Moon state allowed him to comprehend many things. The power of the Divine Moon was peerlessly domineering. When using world-suppressing and primordial chaos sword shadow, advancing courageously was an incredibly wonderful feeling. Feng Yuxiu stood not too far away and looked at the sky, lost in thought. No one knew what she was thinking. Chapter 521. With Feng Yuxiu by his side, Zhou Xuanji could not take out demon god Tianwu to study, and he did not cultivate either. The immortal energy stored in the Xianxia map was already massive. After all, he had absorbed the magic energy of hundreds of millions of creatures in the Abyss Pearl mainland. Wang Ho was comprehending as well. He had learned a lot from his experiences over the years, and he needed to calm his heart and feel them well. Days passed by. The Abyss Pearl mainland was also becoming more and more chaotic. The 3 divine dynasties and the 8 sacred lands were no longer around, and the people of the Abyss Pearl mainland let go of their inner desires. In the face of despair, they went their own ways and acted without restraint. Emperor Wang had yet to show himself. Perhaps he really was dead. If he was still alive, after hearing about the situation in the world, he would most likely come to find Zhou Xuanji and Yi Cixi immediately. Of course, there was another possibility. He must have encountered a great opportunity. 3 months passed quickly. Zhou Xuanji could not sit still anymore. Rather than doing nothing, it was better to go to the Abyss Pearl mainland and search for treasures. He told Wang Ho his idea, and the 2 of them hit it off immediately. Feng Yuxiu led the way. For her own death tribulation, Feng Yuxiu was willing to lead the way. She did not know why, but when she was beside Zhou Xuanji, she felt very peaceful. This feeling was very strange, and it made her even more curious about Zhou Xuanji. Are there any powerful treasures in the Abyss Pearl mainland? It would be best if they are heavenly treasures that can increase one's cultivation. Zhou Xuanji asked, not for himself. He wanted to collect more and bring them back to plant in order to support Emperor Sword Court and Divine Cliff. Feng Yuxiu muttered, I'll bring you to the south. There's an ice region in the south. The natural treasures there can survive for a very long time because there are few people there. Wang Ho asked curiously, how many continents like the Abyss Pearl mainland are there in the Jingqian Great Thousand? When they first arrived, they saw many continents that looked like small islands. They were all about the same size, and there were no obvious continents. At least a few hundred. I don't know exactly how many there are. I've been cultivating with Master for a long time, and I haven't traveled the entire Righteous Gone Great Thousand. Feng Yuxiu said with a deep voice. Zhou Xuanji and Marquis looked at each other and saw the sorrow in each other's eyes. A heavenly saint's disciple was indeed impressive. The 2 of them immediately flew towards the south. Outside the Jinggan Great Thousand, a figure sped through the universe, faster than a meteor. His entire body glowed with a faint white light. His expression was grave and stern, and his silver hair danced wildly in the wind. He wore a blue and white robe, and a golden folding fan was stuck to his back. He was Zhao Gao's. Recently, his mind had been restless, and he was unable to cultivate in peace. So, he could only return to the Abyss Pearl mainland to take a look. His gaze was calm as he stared straight ahead without shifting his gaze. Shio! A beam of golden light shot towards him from the front, startling him into tilting his head and dodging it easily. A gigantic figure appeared in front of them. This person's entire body shone with golden light. He was tens of thousands of feet tall and had 12 wings on his back. His aura was extremely powerful. Zhao Gao's also stopped and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you and why are you stopping me?" The golden figure replied, "Zhao Gao's, I advise you not to go back. The Abyss Pearl mainland has been chosen to participate in the war between two realms, and it is currently on the verge of destruction. Even if you go back now, it will be useless. Why take such a risk?" The war between the two worlds. Zhao Gao's expression changed dramatically. He said in a low voice, "Are you trying to provoke me?" He did not know the other party at all, and the other party was definitely not trying to dissuade him out of goodwill. "Ha! Zhao Gao's, you are highly regarded by old ancestor Xianxia. If you die at the hands of the Center God Province's Sword Emperor, wouldn't that bring shame to old ancestor Xianxia?" The golden figure loudly laughed. Just as he spoke, Zhao Gao's pierced through his body and sped towards the Jinggan Great Thousand. Zhao Gao's quickly disappeared into the depths of the universe. The golden figure slowly turned and said in a low voice, "Zhao Gao's, if you can kill that Sword Emperor, you will not live for long. This is your destiny." Within a world of ice and snow, Zhou Xuanji slowly walked forwards, holding the 9-moon execution sword. He continuously picked up white lotus-like flowers and pulled them up by the roots before putting them into the supreme storage. Marquis and Feng Yuxiu stood on a hill, looking up at the sky. From here, they could see the starry sky. There were countless stars above the thin clouds and mist, looking as beautiful as a painting. "He's coming, I can already sense his aura." Feng Yuxiu suddenly frowned as she muttered. Marquis asked, "How powerful is his aura?" The crucial battle had arrived. As long as they could kill Zhao Gao's, the war between two realms would come to an end. Feng Yuxiu replied, "Very powerful. He has already surpassed Universe Heaven and is only a step away from the next level." Hearing this, Marquis tightly frowned. Now that things had come to this, he could only choose to believe in Zhou Xuanji. He turned and saw that Zhou Xuanji was still focused on collecting natural treasures, as if he did not know that Zhao Gao's was coming. Unknowingly, he could not see through Zhou Xuanji at all. This feeling was as if he was looking up at a senior. An hour later. All beings in the Abyss Pearl mainland, do not panic. I, Zhao Gao's, will personally kill the Center God Province's Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji. All of you wait and do not cause any trouble. Zhao Gao's voice sounded out, his tone cold and filled with soul-freezing killing intent. At that moment he was standing on a ruined city. He floated in the air and looked down. Below was a wasteland with piles of rubble. It was difficult to imagine that this had once been a city. Looking out, the nearby mountains and forests were just as desolate. He gripped his fists and gritted his teeth as he said, "Zhou Xuanji, I will definitely tear you to pieces." After saying this, he turned into a ray of light and shot south. Zhou Xuanji, who was picking up flowers, suddenly stopped. Legendary swords appeared around him, and his black clothes slightly fluttered. The 9-sun spirit source crown on his head gave off a cold light, and his gaze became incredibly cold. The cultivator-absorbing demon sealer appeared in his left hand. This disaster-releasing legendary sword was blood-red, and the hilt looked like a demon's face, looking incredibly savage and terrifying. Boom! His body gave off a dazzling white light, and his aura exploded out, causing the ice and snow beneath his feet to crack. Marquis was given a big fright and asked anxiously, "Is he coming?" Feng Yuxiu lightly nodded before flying up and moving away from Zhou Xuanji. Marquis hurriedly followed after her. This was a battle between gods, and he did not dare to participate in case he was accidentally injured. Soon, he sensed a peerlessly terrifying murderous aura sweeping over from the horizon. He turned his head to look. Swish! Zhao Gao's flashed past him and Feng Yuxiu, rushing towards Zhou Xuanji incredibly quickly. Marquis' eyes widened, and all of his hairs stood on end. In that instant, he had sensed the aura of death. Zhao Gao's took out the golden folding fan on his back and slashed towards Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji raised his sword with one hand to block, and with a clang, the ice beneath his feet shattered, turning into a terrifying abyss. Zhao Gao's expression was cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Through the white light, he could see Zhou Xuanji's gaze. It was just as cold. This was the first time the two of them had met. They did not say anything and directly started fighting. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 522. Clang, clang, clang. Zhou Xuanji and Zhao Gao's fell into an intense battle. The legendary sword and golden fan continuously clashed, causing sparks to fly. The two of them soared into the sky and dove into the ground, fighting intensely. The two of them separated once more. Zhao Gao gripped his fan with one hand and quickly waved it. Countless fiery winds charged toward Zhou Xuanji from all directions like an inescapable net. Zhou Xuanji charged toward him and activated the Trisource vein-severing sword at the same time. His sword chi was like a violent storm, dispersing the fiery wind. Zhao Gao's leg lashed out. This leg was covered in lightning, and its aura was powerful, as if it could destroy the heavens. Zhou Xuanji directly unleashed the ancestral dragon sword, turning into a 5-clawed golden dragon and rushing towards Zhao Gao's. The 100,000-foot-long 5-clawed golden dragon crashed down, forcing Zhao Gao's to the ground. He exerted strength with his legs and did not lie down. The 5-clawed golden dragon pressed down on him as it charged forward at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it had traversed hundreds of miles, smashing through numerous icebergs. Zhao Gao's was expressionless, and a violet soul condensed behind him. The violet soul punched out, and a terrifying power instantly caused the 5-clawed golden dragon to explode. Zhou Xuanji revealed his original body and rushed into the clouds to unleash world-suppressing. Zhao Gao's legs shot into the air as he quickly caught up to him. Roar! A world-shaking roar sounded out as Zhao Gao's opened his mouth and an evil spirit charged out. It had a green face and fangs, and it quickly grew in size as it smashed towards Zhou Xuanji like a mountain. 9 sword souls condensed behind Zhou Xuanji, and they continuously shot out, destroying the evil ghosts and forcing Zhao Gao's down. This guy's magic power is so strong. Zhou Xuanji inwardly felt quite startled. Only in the divine moon state could his power and speed just barely match up to Zhao Gao's. Just how high was this guy's cultivation? Unbeknownst to them, Zhao Gao's was also shocked. Zhou Xuanji's body was filled with an unfamiliar power, but he could tell that Zhou Xuanji was only at Universe Heaven level 8. How could a Universe Heaven Stage 8 cultivator withstand such a powerful divine power? Zhou Xuanji unleashed the primordial chaos sword shadow, and 1 billion sword images appeared above his head, descending towards Zhao Gao's like a torrential rain. The momentum was vast, as if the heavens were collapsing. Zhao Gao suddenly took out a sword and slashed at the sky. The purple sword chi was like a continuous mountain range, destroying millions of sword shadows. The other swords continued to descend, attacking Zhao Gao's. Zhao Gao's was quickly engulfed by the sword images. Zhou Xuanji followed up into the clouds. "He's here," Wang Ho said excitedly. The sword that could destroy heaven and earth had finally appeared. Feng Yuxiu also looked closely at Zhou Xuanji, wanting to see through this sword strike. Rumble! A strong light shone and scattered all the sword shadows. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji descended from the sky, and with the 9-moon execution sword, he descended like a falling comet. Zhao Gao's pupils constricted as he sensed danger. He subconsciously wanted to dodge, but just as he soared into the air, Zhou Xuanji suddenly used universal attraction, pulling Zhao Gao's over and smashing his sword towards him. Bang! A strong light burst forth and a horrifying sword chi wreaked havoc between heaven and earth. Feng Yuxiu hurriedly cast a light shield of mana to protect herself and Marty. Sword chi wreaked havoc in the surroundings, causing the two of them to be unable to see their surroundings clearly. This scene caused Marquis's blood to boil. He gripped his fists and muttered, "You have to win." The earlier they could win, the more lives they could save. Sword chi continuously rumbled, as if the heavens and earth were collapsing and the end of the world was coming. After a while, Marquis and Feng Yuxiu suddenly heard the sound of swords clashing. Could it be? Marquis's eyes widened, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. The intense light gradually dimmed, and they finally saw Zhou Xuanji and Zhao Gao's figures. Zhao Gao's was covered with blood, but his attacks were still incredibly powerful. Zhou Xuanji's black clothes fluttered, and he was not injured at all. He seemed to have the upper hand. Zhou Xuanji, you are indeed very powerful, Zhao Gao said, his tone still cold. Zhou Xuanji said coldly, my power is far from just this. He condensed his battle path flame soul, and azure flames wrapped around the white light. He used sword sect Immortal Ghost Weep and had the other swords defend against Zhao Gao's attacks while he raised the 9-moon execution sword high and gathered the divine moon's energy. The Abyss Pearl mainland violently trembled. At this critical juncture, the Abyss Pearl mainland understood that the crucial battle was coming. It was going to give all of its power to Zhou Xuanji so that he could take revenge for it. Flash floods and tsunamis rose up. This was the divine moon's roar. It was not willing to become the Abyss Pearl mainland that all creatures could trample on. It was the high and mighty divine moon that looked down on all creatures. Zhao Gaos panicked. He could sense that the heavens and earth were sending some sort of power into Zhou Xuanji, and Zhou Xuanji's aura was continuously rising. Zhou Xuanji's expression became one of pain. Even though he had Universe Heaven Level 8 cultivation, he could not withstand such berserk divine moon's energy. Zhao Gaos rushed at Zhou Xuanji. He came in front of Zhou Xuanji in a single step, and his golden fan gave off countless lightning bolts, turning into a lightning net that wrapped around Zhou Xuanji. White light exploded out from Zhou Xuanji's body, blocking all of the lightning. The 9 sword souls behind him madly shot out, forcing Zhao Gaos to continuously retreat. Zhao Gaos, I'll give you the same words. You are indeed very powerful, but it's a pity that I can't truly fight with you. You're going to die, Zhou Xuanji said in a low voice as he looked down at Zhao Gaos. After speaking, he ferociously threw out the 9-moon execution sword. The sword turned into a ray of white light and shot into the sky before suddenly descending towards Zhao Gaos. Within the turbid heavens and earth, this ray of white light was incredibly brilliant and eye-catching. The sword was incredibly fast. Zhao Gaos sensed danger and instinctively dodged. However, the 9-moon execution sword suddenly sped up. Powerful light flashed. World suppressing. Boom. The 9-moon execution sword pressed down on Zhao Gaos as it fell into the ruined ground. The ground violently trembled and the ice and snow melted. Oceans rose up and roiled. Zhou Xuanji instantly felt a massive wave of magic energy enter his body. His mental state instantly recovered, and he raised his right hand as the 9-moon execution sword flew back into his hand. He smirked and muttered, Zhao Gaos, I hope you have a next life. I've won this battle. He cancelled the divine moon state and immediately started to break through. The 9-moon execution sword's divine moon energy helped to suppress the surging magic energy within his body. Rumble, thunderclouds gathered, and heavenly law fate descended, scattering the turbid heavens and earth and shining on Zhou Xuanji's body. He really won. Feng Yuxiu's eyes widened, unable to understand. Why did the Abyss Pearl mainland disregard everything to help Zhou Xuanji? Why could Zhou Xuanji endure this power that surpassed Universe Heaven? Marquis felt incredibly excited and loudly laughed as he said, Victory! Victory! After Zhou Xuanji finished absorbing the heavenly law fate, the war between two worlds was about to end. The Center God province had been saved. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji's aura madly became stronger. Soon, he broke through to Universe Heaven Level 9. And he was still continuously rising. Very good. Let's keep this up, Zhou Xuanji said excitedly. When he returned to the Center God province, it would be time for him to rule the world. Even without such a powerful divine moon state, he would still be able to sweep across the world. If he met malicious Buddha again, he would make that fellow taste despair. I have countless legendary swords. Chapter 523. The pillar of light formed by heavenly law fate was like the only source of light in this dark world, and Zhou Xuanji, who was within it, was like a god. Old Ancestor Hongshi's voice suddenly rang out, cold and emotionless. The war between the two worlds has ended. All living beings in the Abyss Pearl mainland have perished. As soon as he finished speaking, all the living beings on the Abyss Pearl mainland, regardless of where they were were turned into ashes in succession without any pain. Zhou Xuanji and the others were fine and waited silently. The fairness of the heavenly Tao was merciless. The winner was king, and the loser perished. In less than 5 breaths of time, all living beings disappeared. Meanwhile, Sage Daojing's voice rang out in the Center God Province. The war between 2 worlds has ended. Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji destroyed the Abyss Pearl mainland by himself. Center God Province, victory. Every living being in the Center God Province could hear it. In an instant, cheers shook the world. Zhou Xuanji is so powerful. He's too strong. He's going to destroy an entire world by himself. We don't have to die. From today onwards, who dares to offend Zhou Xuanji? Am I dreaming? How could he win by himself? Do you dare to doubt the words of the heavenly saint? The entire world was in an uproar, and every city was shouting Zhou Xuanji's name. Within the Divine Cliffs mansion, Zhou Xiaoxian hugged Jiang Shui and screamed in excitement. Xiao Chan and Bai Suan were also very excited. Jiang Shui did not seem to be too excited. She had a smile on her face, and her eyes were calm, because she had always believed that Zhou Xuanji would win. Within the Center God Province, everyone who had connections with Zhou Xuanji was shocked. Was this guy already this terrifying? The Abyss Pearl mainland. Within the Dark World, Zhou Xuanji's cultivation reached Universe Heaven Level 10, and the pillar of heavenly law fate began to dissipate. An irresistible suction force bound him and pulled him up. So did Marquis. Feng Yuxiu remained where she was, quietly looking up at her. Zhou Xuanji looked at her and said, "Thank you for your help." From the beginning to the end, Feng Yuxiu had never made any requests of him. She only followed him. Because of Feng Yuxiu, he understood the higher sky. "If we meet again in the future, I hope you will be even stronger," Feng Yuxiu said. Her voice traveled into Zhou Xuanji's ears from afar. In the dark and cold wind, she felt as if she would be swallowed up at any time. Zhou Xuanji lightly nodded. Soon, he and Marquis turned into 2 rays of rainbow light and flew into the sky. When they were far away from the ground, they saw another beam of light sweeping over from the ground, quickly approaching them. Wang Ho cursed. "That bastard really isn't dead. He's been hiding all along." He was very displeased. He had accompanied Zhou Xuanji through trials and tribulations. Even though he did not put in much effort, he still followed along. Where was Emperor Wang? He actually took advantage of the time when they were sharing the pressure and went to cultivate alone. This was simply intolerable. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. For some reason, Great Emperor Wang gave him a sense of danger. It even made him feel a trace of disgust. This feeling was involuntary and extremely strange. Zhou Xuanji stored all his legendary swords into the supreme storage and waited to return to the Center God Province. The 3 beams of light merged together, and they saw Great Emperor Wang. At this moment, Emperor Wang had become incomparably demonic. His eyes were crimson, and his body had become muscular. His hair had grown all the way to his heels. What happened? Wang Ho asked with a frown. Could this guy have gone mad? Emperor Wang's lips curled up into a devilish smile. "I'm fine. I merely obtained a fortuitous encounter." He looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, "This battle was all thanks to you." Zhou Xuanji nodded lightly and did not say anything. Great Emperor Wang walked to a corner and sat down cross-legged, continuing to cultivate. He did not feel any joy from winning the battle. Something strange. Wang Ho rubbed his chin and mumbled to himself. He purposely said this to Great Emperor Wang, but Great Emperor Wang did not respond. They were sucked into the universe and quickly flew toward the Center God Province. Zhou Xuanji turned around and looked at the vast starry sky. The void. He fell into a daze and remembered Feng Yuxiu's description. He had a premonition that one day he would head into the void to search for even more powerful power. A long while later, they returned to Still Thought Temple. Sage Daojing was looking at them with a smile. Wang Ho asked first, "How are the casualties in the Center God Province?" Sage Daojing stroked his long beard and said with a smile, "Fortunately, a junior called Xianxia appeared. He suppressed the 3 children of destiny in the Abyss Pearl mainland all by himself. In other words, the Center God province did not encounter much danger. Zhou Xuanji and the others were stunned. Gu Tianxia. Zhou Xuanji suddenly remembered that eyeball. Could it really be Gu Tianxia's eye? No wonder Sage Daojing pulled it out from Zhou Xuanji's body. It was for the war between the two worlds. Such a shrewd person. Next, I will erase all living beings' memories of the war between the two worlds. Other than you and Gu Tianxia, no one will remember this war. Even if you mention it, they will not remember it. Sage Daojing said with a smile. Zhou Xuanji and the others had no objections. Zhou Xuanji felt a little regretful. He had acted so cool for so long, but no one remembered. It was good that the enemies did not know his true power. But he did not know if the living beings in the other provinces knew what happened in the Center God province during this period. Don't worry. Once the war between the two worlds begins, it will be isolated from the other worlds. Other than the mortals who ascended from the lower realm, no other living beings can enter, nor can they use their divine sense to get any information. Sage Daojing said as he stared at Zhou Xuanji as though he could read minds. Zhou Xuanji felt a chill down his spine. Okay, you can leave now. Of course, you can also stay in Still Thought Temple to cultivate. Sage Daojing said with a smile before closing his eyes. Marquis was a little stunned and asked, "Is there no reward?" Sage Daojing replied without opening his eyes, "You should have received a great serendipity. This is your reward." Zhou Xuanji smiled and left. Great Emperor Wang bowed to Sage Daojing and left as well. Marquis was furious and said, "I did not receive any serendipity." Not only did he not receive any serendipity, but he was also tortured for a period of time. No matter how he tried to explain, Sage Daojing ignored him, which made him stomp his feet in anger. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji and Great Emperor Wang walked out of Still Thought Temple. Great Emperor Wang looked at him and said, "Zhou Xuanji, you are very powerful. You are much more powerful than before. I hope that we will never be enemies." Zhou Xuanji glanced at him with a faint smile and said, "I rarely nurture my enemies." Great Emperor Wang smiled and disappeared on the spot. Zhou Xuanji followed him into the sea of clouds and flew toward the divine cliff. Universe Heaven Level 10 was extremely powerful. He passed through the 32nd heaven swiftly. After returning to the divine cliff, he appeared in the courtyard straightaway. Xianxia, who was cultivating under a tree, opened her eyes and snorted, "Where did you go during the heavenly saints' Dao preaching? How dare you leave us behind without saying a word?" Zhou Xuanji walked up to her and squatted down. He touched her face and said with a smile, "I was brought away by the heavenly saint to cultivate in Still Thought Temple. I came back to see you." Chapter 524. It seems like the heavenly saint thinks very highly of you. Xianxia held Zhou Xuanji's arm and said with a smile. Her eyes were filled with tenderness as she looked at him. This was her man. He was indomitable and dazzling no matter where he went. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Tell me, if one day the heavenly saint erases your memory and you cannot remember me, what should you do?" Xianxia frowned slightly and said, "I will definitely remember you." She suddenly felt a little worried. The heavenly saints were powerful and almost omnipotent. It was not difficult for them to erase her memories. She was a little worried and said, "Why don't you leave me something or a mark? Let me know that you are the most important person to me when I see it." Seeing how nervous she was, Zhou Xuanji laughed out loud. This girl was still as adorable as before. Zhou Xuanji began to think about what he should leave behind. If one day he really became an enemy of the heavenly saints, he had to be careful. Then they got up and went to see Zhou Shaoxian, Bai Suan, and the others. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, and the others had already ascended to the Center God province, while Chen Bantian, Meng Tianlang, Lin Shanga, and Ning Zifeng were out adventuring. Emperor Sword Court had Daoya Old Man, Beishao Wangjian, Huang Lianxin, Han Shunbua, and the others. With Zhou Xuanji adventuring in the Center God province, no one in Emperor Sword Court would rebel. As for an enemy attack, it was even more impossible. Beishao Wangjian and the others already had the cultivation of a great tribulation scattered immortal after listening to the preaching. It was not a problem for them to roam the mortal world. 2 hours later, Zhou Xuanji came to the Cliff Master Palace and met Yang Yutian. Yang Yutian was dealing with the affairs of the Divine Cliff. For some reason, Zhou Xuanji felt that something was wrong with him. There was a baleful aura and fatigue on his face. "Are you okay?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Yang Yutian was the lord of the Divine Cliff after all. Even though he was not as talented as Han Shuzi, he did not cause any trouble for the Divine Cliff. Yang Yutian shook his head and laughed. "How could anything happen to me? You don't have to worry." In the entire sect, he would only smile when facing Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji said intently, "I've been cultivating with the Heavenly Saint for a while, and things are different now. If the Divine Cliff has any difficulties in the future, just tell me directly. Don't be afraid of making enemies." In order to protect him, the Divine Cliff had suffered countless casualties. He naturally had to protect them. No matter who dared to harm the Divine Cliff, he would not show mercy. Yang Yutian was taken aback, and a look of struggle flashed in his eyes. He forced a smile and said, "If there are any difficulties, I will look for you." After saying so much, Zhou Xuanji could not say anything more. The two of them exchanged some pleasantries before he left. Looking at his departing back, Yang Yutian sighed softly. After the war between the two realms ended, the Center God province regained its peace. Mo Jiuqing was still seeking revenge everywhere, and immortal soldiers and immortal generals would occasionally descend to the mortal world to eliminate evil. There were also fights between the various factions. Zhou Xuanji felt like it was a lifetime ago. His cultivation level was at the Universe Heaven stage level 10, which made him feel like he was looking at a mortal. It wasn't that his temperament was inflated, it was the level of his realm. Ordinary people would never truly treat ants as equals. They would only give them the respect they deserved verbally. Zhou Xuanji returned to the northern wilderness region and passed the seeds he collected to Daoya Old Man for him to plant. After that, he left the mortal world and came to the void between the mortal world and the vast thousand world. The void between planes was pitch black, and only those at the heavenly law true God realm could see. He took out demon god Tianwu's clone and began to study it. He was very curious as to why demon god Tianwu's body was so terrifying. He first used his divine abilities on demon god Tianwu, continuously increasing his power. Finally, he found that he could not harm demon god Tianwu at all. "I've found a treasure," Zhou Xuanji said excitedly. Demon god Tianwu had already become his clone and listened to him completely. It could fight instinctively, so he did not have to be too distracted during battles. Zhou Xuanji continued to study demon god Tianwu's body. He found that this fellow's muscles were ridiculously powerful. They were the toughest thing he had ever seen. A month quickly passed. He still could not understand the secret behind demon god Tianwu's power. He could only attribute it to his race's talent. Tao Lord Shen said that the 10 great demon gods were the ancestors and pinnacle of the demon race. They had once dominated the various great thousand worlds, but because they were too powerful, the other races joined forces to resist them. In the end, they were defeated. The demon race mixed with other races and reproduced. Until today, the demon race's bloodline was no longer pure. The only true demon left was the demonic ancestor. This demonic ancestor was once one of the 10 great demon gods. He was extremely powerful and was one of the most powerful beings below the heavenly saints. This day, Zhou Xuanji stored demon god Tianwu into the Xianxia map and prepared to leave. "Stop. Hand over the demon god's body. Or else, don't blame me for being ruthless." A cold cry came. The voice was filled with an oppressive aura. Zhou Xuanji turned around and saw a muscular man with 6 wings looking at him. This person was wearing heavy bronze armor. His face was like a ferocious tiger, and his brown hair fluttered in the wind. Universe Heaven level 10. No wonder he dared to find trouble with him. Zhou Xuanji took out the 9-moon execution sword and said with a faint smile, "What if I refuse? You want to kill me? Can you?" His provocative words enraged the 6-winged man immediately. He immediately took out a large saber and charged at Zhou Xuanji. Before he arrived, his saber chi swept over like a phantom in the void. Zhou Xuanji blocked it easily with his sword soul. Since the other party was seeking death, then don't blame him for being ruthless. He activated the primordial chaos sword shadow straightaway. A billion sword shadows filled the void and surrounded the six-winged man. The six-winged man's expression changed slightly. Just when he was about to speak, the billion sword shadows charged toward him simultaneously. Boom! The sword chi exploded, radiating a brilliant radiance that illuminated the void. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless. He watched for a while before turning around slowly. The other party was already dead. At the same cultivation stage, to find trouble with him was no different from seeking death. Zhou Xuanji stepped out of the void and returned to the northern wilderness region. Then he came to the divine cliff through the portal. Killing the six-winged man was a small matter to him, so he did not take it to heart. Just when he returned to his residence, Fei Hai came to find him. Senior, the great heaven god dynasty is preparing to execute Di Guanlong. They invited everyone to witness it. You received the invitation too. After Fei Hai spoke, he took out a red invitation. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. The old beggar had not saved Di Guanlong yet? Could something have happened? He opened the invitation. The execution would take place on the great heaven god dynasty's god platform in 8 months. After some thought, he decided to go and take a look. With his current cultivation, there was no point in continuing to cultivate. It was better to travel around. On the same day, he left with Jiang Shui. As for Zhou Xiaoxian, Xiao Chan, and Bai Suwen, they wanted to follow, but Zhou Xuanji rejected them, which made them quite depressed. It was rare for him to have a chance to be alone with his wife. He could not wait for others to accompany him. The two left on the clouds like a celestial couple. We can try to give Xiaoxian a younger brother on the way. Chapter 525. Zhou Xuanji flew very slowly and preached to Jiang Shui along the way. Jiang Shui's cultivation was already at 7th tribulation's scattered immortal. After the heavenly saint's preaching, her cultivation grew tremendously. She was not any slower than Qin Ban Tian and Meng Tianlang. Zhou Xuanji's cultivation far surpassed hers. He could use his words to bring her into a state of enlightenment, which allowed her cultivation to grow rapidly. Along the way, he preached and thought about what to prepare for Jiang Shui. Even though she had lost her memory, she knew that Zhou Xuanji was the most important person to her. In the end, he decided to take out a piece of jade pendant and create a virtual illusion. He wanted Jiang Shui to say something, just like recording a video with a mobile phone. When she poured her mana into the jade pendant, the illusion would appear. He felt that it was not enough. What if the girl did not believe him? They walked and stopped along the way, sightseeing and sightseeing. It was quite an interesting and carefree journey. Above the 33rd heaven, before Still Thought Temple, a man with a head full of white hair knelt in front of the gate. He wore a large robe embroidered with a red flame pattern, and he wore a silver circlet on his head. His face was cold, and his eyes were purple without pupils. The boy who was sweeping the floor swept his eyes again and again without speaking. Some time later, the gate of Still Thought Temple opened suddenly, and a powerful force swept the fiery-robed man into the temple. Next, the gate closed again. Deep within the temple, Sage Daojing sat on the praying mat and did not even open his eyes. He said, "Zhao Kenglin, I know why you have come, but you should understand the rules of the war between two worlds. If you continue to persist in going about things the wrong way, I will personally destroy you. Even old ancestor Hongshi will not be able to escape this matter." The fiery-robed man called Zhao Kenglin gritted his teeth. He was unwilling to give up. His beloved son, Zhao Gaos, died in Zhou Xuanji's hands. He could not take this lying down. Putting his feelings aside, he had spent a lot of effort on Zhao Gaos. After knowing that Zhao Gaos was dead, he vomited blood on the spot. He came to Still Thought Temple straight away and begged Sage Daojing to let him into the Center God Province. Hearing Sage Daojing's rejection, Zhao Kenglin gritted his teeth. He flipped his right hand, and a palm-sized yellow parchment appeared in his hand. He raised his hand and passed it to Sage Daojing. Sage Daojing sensed something and opened his eyes. He took the yellow parchment and looked at it closely. "This is?" Sage Daojing's eyes widened as if he had seen something unbelievable. After all, he was a heavenly saint. How could there be an existence that could shock him? Zhao Kenglin said, I found this in the void, but I didn't hand it over to old ancestor Hongshi, which shows my sincerity. I also believe that you won't tell him about this." His eyes flickered and his face darkened. Taking out this treasure made his heart bleed. Sage Daojing's gaze changed as he weighed the pros and cons. "In the end," he said, "I can give you a chance to take revenge, but after all, Zhou Xuanji has contributed greatly to the Center God province. How about this? Give him 10 years, and I will tell him in advance to have him prepare. I will not provide any help, and after 10 years, I will leave this great thousand world. You should understand why I will leave." Zhao Kanglin agreed without hesitation. He cupped his fists and said, "If you can find the great Tao, I hope you can give me a chance to live. For this item, I almost died." Sage Daojing was expressionless as he said, "Wait in still thought temple for now. You are not allowed to leave within 10 years. Zhao Kanglin had no objections. He walked to the side and began to meditate. Under the blue sky and white clouds, Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui lay on a hill, enjoying the gentle breeze. Following their gaze, there were undulating mountains in front of them. They were extremely beautiful and relaxed. At this moment, Sage Daojing appeared on the mountain peak and looked down at the two of them. Zhou Xuanji sensed something and got up. Seeing that it was Sage Daojing, he was a little surprised. "Why is this old guy here?" Sage Daojing looked calm and said, "Zhou Xuanji, I have something to tell you." Jiang Shui got up and walked to the top of the mountain with Zhou Xuanji. "What is it?" Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. Sage Daojing did not hide anything and told her about his deal with Zhao Kanglin. Zhou Xuanji was silent. Jiang Shui, on the other hand, was furious. She clenched her fist and asked, "Aren't you a heavenly saint? What else can tempt you?" In her eyes, the heavenly saint was already the most powerful being, on par with the heavenly law. Sage Daojing said faintly, "The heavenly saints look powerful, but they are actually the puppets of the heavenly law. I found an opportunity to surpass the heavenly saint. After 10 years, I will leave Wanshan Great Thousand. By then, Wanshan Great Thousand will not be suppressed by the heavenly saints. With Zhou Xuanji's cultivation, he should be able to handle it." He flipped his right hand and injected a ball of violet qi into Zhou Xuanji's body. Jiang Shui became even more anxious and quickly checked Zhou Xuanji's body. This is the heavenly law violet qi. Under the heavenly law, there are only 9. It represents the opportunity to become a saint. If I can surpass the heavenly saint or die, you can become a saint with this qi. Sage Daojing said, and Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui's expressions changed. Heavenly law violet qi. Become a saint? Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and asked, "How powerful is Zhao Kanglin?" Now that it had come to this, he could not say anything more. Since they wanted to fight, then let's fight. Connecting Heaven Stage 1. Sage Daojing replied, which made Zhou Xuanji frown. He had indeed surpassed Universe Heaven. Jiang Shui was curious. What was Connecting Heaven Stage 1? Sage Daojing replied, "In the mortal world, qi nurturing begins. It goes through foundation building, enlightening, inner pellet, soul fountain, astral infant, astral projection, spirit refinement, great realization, and so on. After surpassing mortals, one reaches 9 tribulations scattered immortal. Beyond that is golden immortal 10th revolution, void extreme immortal, heavenly law true God, universe heaven level 18, and connecting heaven 10. If one reaches connecting heaven 10, he will be qualified to become a saint. But without the heavenly law violet qi, he cannot become a saint." Connecting Heaven 10. Zhou Xuanji suddenly remembered the grades of his legendary swords. Ancient Gazing, Disaster Releasing, Universe Essence, Overturning Heaven, Connecting Heaven, 9 Extreme, Primordial Chaos. Could it be that Connecting Heaven 10 and the 9 Extreme represented the 9 saints? What about Primordial Chaos? Surpassing the heavenly law? Sage Daojing's body gradually turned transparent. He stared at Zhou Xuanji and said, "I see hope in you. If I fail to become a saint, I hope you can manage Wanshan Great Thousand well." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared on the spot. From the beginning to the end, he was never worried that Zhou Xuanji would be killed by Zhao Kanglin. Zhou Xuanji could not calm his emotions and fell into silence. Jiang Shui was anxious. Xuanji, what should we do now? Connecting Heaven Stage 1. She remembered that Zhou Xuanji had just broken through to Universe Heaven. It was impossible for him to surpass the gap of 18 levels. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Don't worry. I won't die." After that, he took out the ancient god sword and communicated with the 9 souls. This time, he introduced the 9 souls to Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui was shocked to know that the souls of Lu Wuji, Emperor Zhao, and the other ancestors were in the ancient god sword. As for the origin of the ancient god sword, she did not ask further. Chapter 526. The ancient god sword floated in the air, and the 9 souls appeared like 9 shadows swaying in the air. No, becoming a heavenly saint isn't good. Even if I want to become an overlord saint, I have to become one. Dao Master Xuantian's soul shook his head, making Jiang Shui curious. What was an overlord saint? However, Zhou Xuanji understood that this was most likely the path that demon god Tianwu walked on. After becoming a saint, he would become an overlord saint and would not be controlled by the heavenly law. Emperor Zhao grumbled, "All right then, give me the heavenly Dao Violet Qi, and we'll be invincible together." As soon as he said that, the other souls mocked and ridiculed him. "You haven't even been resurrected and you're already thinking of becoming a saint?" Zhou Xuanji's eyes brightened. He looked at Jiang Shui and said, "When the time comes, I will walk the path of the overlord saint, and you will walk the path of the heavenly saint. In the future, I will walk the path of the transcending saint and come back to help you. Isn't that perfect?" Jiang Shui said hesitantly, "The overlord sage is definitely dangerous. Don't take the risk." He had not even dealt with Zhao Kanglin, and this guy was already thinking about becoming a sage. She really wanted to pry open his head and see what he was thinking. "Let's continue our journey. We'll kill Zhao Kanglin in 10 years. Zhou Xuanji put away the ancient god sword and held Jiang Shui's hand as he smiled. Jiang Shui curled her lips and said, "Are you really confident in dealing with him? By the way, how did you become enemies with him? What is the War of the Two Realms?" She was so confused by the conversation that she forgot to ask. She was so attracted by the fact that Zhao Kanglin wanted to kill Zhou Xuanji that she forgot to ask. Zhou Xuanji gave a simple explanation, and Jiang Shui cried out in shock. She said fearfully, "The heavenly saint can really erase my memory. No, I have to hurry up and cultivate. I can't forget you." She had no recollection of the War of the Two Realms, and this feeling terrified her. Zhou Xuanji hooked her nose and smiled, "Let's not talk about cultivation for now. Xiao Xian wants a little brother, so we must hurry." Jiang Shui rolled her eyes at him and scoffed. "You should be the one working hard on this, okay?" In the blink of an eye, the day of Di Guanlong's execution had arrived. On the altar of the great heaven god dynasty, Di Guanlong knelt on the ground, shackles on his body. His eyes were lifeless and his body was covered in wounds. It was hard to imagine what he had experienced. The edge of the divine altar was packed with people. Di Guanlong was a famous expert in the Center God Province. He had been the most talented genius in the Center God Province until Zhou Xuanji appeared. In the distance, within a building, Shi Shenzong stood in front of a window and looked at the god platform. A white-haired old man was drinking wine in the room. He wore a Taoist robe and held a sword in his right hand. Even when he was pouring wine, the sword never left his side. He was Sword Sovereign Gu. In the Center God Province, he was the one with the highest attainment in Sword Dao. He was also one of the top powerhouses in the Center Continent. Stop looking. The Great Heaven Divine Emperor's cultivation has reached Universe Heaven Realm Level 8. No one in the Center God Province can defeat him. Even if I were to fight him, I would have to fight him. In his heart, Di Guanlong was already a dead man. However, he was very curious as to who stood behind Di Guanlong. According to his understanding, there was definitely an expert behind Di Guanlong. The Great Heaven Divine Emperor probably thought so too. Otherwise, he wouldn't have caused such a commotion. Universe Heaven Level 8. Shi Shenzong muttered to himself, his voice filled with yearning. His cultivation had already reached early void extreme immortal thanks to the Heavenly Saints Tao lectures. He remembered witnessing Zhou Xuanji's breakthrough in the preaching hall. Sword Sovereign Gu said that Zhou Xuanji had already reached Universe Heaven Level 1. The gap between the two grew bigger and bigger, but he was not discouraged. Instead, he was filled with fighting spirit. Many powerful cultivators who shook the Center God province gathered near the God platform. All the major factions had sent people over. They had to give face to the great Heaven Divine Emperor. At the same time, they saw something fishy. The great Heaven Divine Emperor wanted to kill Di Guanlong. There must be a deeper reason behind it. Tens of thousands of soldiers with powerful auras circled above the God platform to prevent anyone from entering. Time passed minute by minute. The scorching sun hung high above their heads, and the great Heaven Divine Emperor descended suddenly. He wore a majestic golden dragon emperor robe and a crown on his head. His expression was indifferent, and a domineering aura could be sensed from between his brows. Another person followed behind him. This person had a handsome face and was dressed luxuriously in a golden robe. Every move he made was filled with arrogance. Emperor Jundao, a first-class great emperor. His ranking on the Great Emperor Stele was even higher than Zhou Xuanji's. The two landed on the God platform. Armored generals appeared one after another and knelt in a line. The great Heaven Divine Emperor looked at Di Guanlong and said loudly, "Di Guanlong trampled on the dignity of the God dynasty. Today, his head will strengthen the God dynasty's prestige. His blood will strengthen the God dynasty's domineering aura. At the same time, we will auction Di Guanlong's corpse. Anyone who is interested in the Tao of puppets can bid for it." Boom! The crowd around the God platform was in an uproar, killing people and selling corpses. The great Heaven Divine Emperor was too vicious. Emperor Jundao raised his chin. Hearing the uproar around him, he did not care at all. He hated Di Guanlong to the core. Because he lost to Di Guanlong too miserably. Clang! The great Heaven Divine Emperor drew his sword and was prepared to behead Di Guanlong himself. This silenced the discussion. Was Di Guanlong really going to die here? With me here, who dares to kill Di Guanlong? At this moment, a voice resounded across the heavens and the earth. Everyone turned around in shock. They saw Zhou Xuanji walking over with the 9-moon execution sword in his hand. Jiang Shui sat on the sword net formed by the 5 legendary swords and followed closely behind him. Zhou Xuanji. Shi Shenzong opened his eyes wide. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji to appear at this moment. It didn't make sense. How come he had never heard of Zhou Xuanji being related to Di Guanlong? He suddenly remembered that when he returned to the Divine Cliff with Zhou Xuanji, they met Di Guanlong and an old beggar. That old beggar wanted to take Zhou Xuanji as his disciple. Could it be he frowned? With his understanding of Zhou Xuanji, he would not take Zhou Xuanji as his master so easily. Who is that old beggar? I can't see through him. Sword Sovereign Gu cried out in shock, looking confused. Could it be that Zhou Xuanji had some secret treasure that hid his cultivation? At the same time, the great Heaven Divine Emperor frowned too. He could not see through Zhou Xuanji either. Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji. He's Zhou Xuanji? That's right. It's him. I saw him at the Heavenly Saint Dojo. Back then, his breakthrough was extremely shocking, and everyone was watching. So he's Zhou Xuanji. Such a powerful aura. Is he really only 200 years old? Why do I feel that his aura is not any weaker than the great Heaven Divine Emperor? Why did he come to save Di Guanlong? Everyone cried out in shock and disgust among themselves. No one expected Zhou Xuanji to come. After all, Zhou Xuanji was not related to Di Guanlong at all. The great Heaven Divine Emperor looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Sword Emperor, what do you mean by this?" His tone was unpleasant and contained a hint of threat. Zhou Xuanji was not afraid of him at all. After the war between the two worlds, he had been reborn, including his temperament. If I want him to live, he must live. No one can stop me. If you don't understand, then ask the sword in my hand. Zhou Xuanji said with a cold smile as he walked toward the great Heaven Divine Emperor. Chapter 527. Ask the sword in my hand. Whoosh! The sea of people around the spirit platform was shocked by Zhou Xuanji's prowess. Zhou Xuanji was the publicly acknowledged genius of the Center God Province and the Sword Emperor recognized by the heavenly law. He was powerful indeed. But compared to the great Heaven Divine Emperor, he was still young. They were not existences of the same generation. The great Heaven God Emperor laughed out of anger. He pointed his sword at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Zhou Xuanji, you are really arrogant. You think you can do whatever you want just because you became the Sword Emperor?" At the Heavenly Saint Dojo, he was there too and witnessed Zhou Xuanji breaking through to Universe Heaven Level 1. But it was only one level. Beside him, Emperor Jundao also looked at Zhou Xuanji unkindly. Among those in the same generation, he was often compared to Zhou Xuanji. When he had appeared out of nowhere, he had once suppressed Zhou Xuanji's fame. It was a pity that Zhou Xuanji was too powerful and quickly left him behind. Looking at Zhou Xuanji now, Emperor Jundao's gaze was naturally unfriendly. Zhou Xuanji flew above the god platform and looked down at the great Heaven God Emperor. "I don't like to talk nonsense." After speaking, he used all things return to origin and sucked Di Guanlong over. The great Heaven Divine Emperor was furious. How dare they snatch someone from under his nose? He immediately reached out and pressed down on Di Guanlong's shoulder. Sword light flashed. Puchi. The great Heaven God Emperor's right arm was chopped off, and Di Guanlong flew toward Zhou Xuanji. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. They did not even see Zhou Xuanji attack, and the great Heaven God Emperor lost an arm? This was also, Emperor Jundao also wanted to attack, but he suddenly met Zhou Xuanji's gaze. In an instant, his entire body was frozen in place. An indescribable fear enveloped his heart, causing his soul to tremble. Emperor's might. He stumbled backward and did not dare to look into Zhou Xuanji's eyes. Soon, Di Guanlong fell into Zhou Xuanji's hands. Xianxia also opened her eyes wide on the sword web. She knew about the great Heaven God Emperor's position in the Center God Province, but Zhou Xuanji had the upper hand. No wonder he wasn't afraid of Zhao Kenglin's threat. Xianxia's eyes lit up as she thought curiously. What had happened in the war between the two worlds? How strong was Xuanji now? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the great Heaven Divine Emperor was both shocked and furious that he was injured. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was about to leave, he cried out loudly, "Did this emperor allow you to leave?" If they let Zhou Xuanji leave today, the great Heaven God dynasty would lose all face. Zhou Xuanji looked back at him and said coldly, "Do you want to die?" Facing his gaze, the great Heaven Divine Emperor's heart thumped wildly as a chill filled his heart. He wanted to make a move, but his instincts told him that the other party was very dangerous. If he were to make a move, he would most likely lose. Seeing how powerful Zhou Xuanji was, the spectators all held their breaths and did not even dare to breathe too loudly. Within the building, Shi Shenzong's expression was complicated. Was Zhou Xuanji already this powerful? Sword Sovereign Gu, who was behind him, stared at Zhou Xuanji and remained silent. His cultivation has surpassed Universe Heaven Level 8. How is this possible? How many years has it been? Cold sweat covered Sword Sovereign Gu's forehead. He had wanted to find an opportunity to take Zhou Xuanji as his disciple. From the looks of it, the great Heaven God Emperor hesitated, while Zhou Xuanji left with Di Guanlong and Xianxia. Until they disappeared into the horizon, the great Heaven God Emperor snorted coldly and disappeared. He did not even have the face to welcome the guests. Boom! Everyone was excited. Zhou Xuanji's sword strike scared the great Heaven God Emperor so much that he did not dare to make a move. It was evident that Zhou Xuanji was more powerful than the great Heaven God Emperor, and not just by a little. How powerful is he? More powerful than the great Heaven God Emperor. Is Zhou Xuanji the most powerful cultivator in the Center God Province? In the Center God Province, can you find someone more powerful than the great Heaven God Emperor? This is a legend, a myth. He became the most powerful cultivator in the Center God Province at just 200 years old. So domineering. Hearing these voices, Emperor Jundao wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. He understood that from now on, he was not even qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as Zhou Xuanji. He hated Zhou Xuanji in his heart, but when he thought of their gazes just now, he was only left with fear. Zhou Xuanji flew swiftly with Xianxia and Di Guanlong. He took out the Holy Light Redemption Sword to heal Di Guanlong. Jiang Shui asked excitedly, Xuanji, what stage are you at now? Zhou Xuanji smiled, Universe Heaven Level 10. Having heard that, Jiang Shui opened her eyes wide. She guessed that Zhou Xuanji was at level 4 or 5, but she did not expect him to be at Universe Heaven Level 10. Her surprise soon turned into heartache. The more powerful he was, the more suffering he would have to go through. A while later, Di Guanlong regained consciousness. He looked up and saw Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui's backs. Are you? He asked with difficulty. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, Take good care of yourself. If not for the fact that they were fellow disciples, he would not have saved Di Guanlong. He really wanted to know where the old beggar was. Could that guy have been captured by the great Emperor Dao Court? Just when Di Guanlong wanted to speak, a heavy sense of drowsiness overwhelmed him, and he closed his eyes immediately. Sometime later, he finally woke up. He was shocked to find himself lying in a cave with a letter on his chest. He opened it and saw the following words. The one who saved you is the Sword Emperor, Zhou Xuanji. No need to thank me. He fell into silence. He already knew that Zhou Xuanji had become his junior brother, but he did not expect this brat to save him. Could it be that his revered teacher helped him as well? Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui continued their sightseeing tour. He did not take the battle with Zhao Kanglan to heart. Even if he could not activate the Divine Moon State, he still had Demon God Tianwu as his trump card. Jiang Shui saw that he was full of confidence and did not mention it again. Zhou Xuanji continued to preach to Jiang Shui and even enlightened her occasionally. Within 5 years, Jiang Shui became a 9th tribulation scattered immortal. This was the power of a powerhouse. On the other side, on the 33rd heaven, old ancestor Hongshi came looking for him suddenly. After entering Still Thought Temple, he immediately found Sage Daojing and saw Zhao Kanglan. Why are you here? Old ancestor Hongshi asked with a frown. Zhao Kanglan's expression was unnatural and did not know how to answer. Sage Daojing said, he wants to take revenge on Zhou Xuanji. I asked him to wait for a while before I let him battle with Zhou Xuanji. Old ancestor Hongshi was astonished and asked, You are willing to abandon Zhou Xuanji? Then give him to me. After that he stared at Zhao Kanglan, and Zhao Kanglan dared not to speak even though he was furious. I plan to nurture him into the next heavenly saint. I have decided to head into the void and search for an opportunity to surpass the saint. Sage Daojing continued to speak with a calm look in his eyes. He did not mention his deal with Zhao Kanglan at all. Old ancestor Hongshi frowned and sat down in front of Sage Daojing. He said with a deep voice, You must consider this carefully. If you really want to give up your cultivation, you might be pursuing a path of no return. Most heavenly saints did not believe in the legend of surpassing the saint. In their eyes, the heavenly law was the highest. Everything could not escape the control of the heavenly law. Chapter 528. That's right. What's the point of being a heavenly saint? Sage Daojing stared at old ancestor Hongshi and said, After becoming a heavenly saint, nothing in the myriad worlds piqued their interest. There was no need to cultivate because no matter how powerful they were still beneath the heavenly law. They arranged for the war between the two worlds to have fun. However, after each war, Sage Daojing realized that his interest in the war was diminishing. Now that he had the opportunity to surpass the heavenly saint, how could he give it up? Old ancestor Hongshi was silent. His mood was at rock bottom. All living beings in the myriad worlds admired the heavenly saints, but who could understand the dullness of a heavenly saint? Zhao Kanglan listened and cursed in his heart. You don't want to be a heavenly saint. Can you give me the position? Please, don't be so pretentious. Forget it. I called you here because I have something to discuss. Since you are leaving, come with me to deal with someone before you leave. Old ancestor Hongshi waved his hand. Zhao Kanglan was curious. Which heavenly saint did he want to deal with? Only the heavenly saints needed to work together. Sage Daojing stood up and glanced at Zhao Kanglan. Don't do anything before I return. Once you break through the restrictions of the 33rd heaven, I will use a peerless divine ability to kill you. You won't have time to take revenge. Zhao Kanglan nodded lightly. He did not want to take revenge a few years in advance. A few years was not a big deal anyway. After that, sage Dao Jing and old ancestor Hongshi left. Still Thought Temple fell into silence again. When Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui returned to the Divine Cliff, Jiang Shui was not pregnant with a second child. The difference in their cultivation was too great. There was a formless energy separating them. Zhou Xuanji guessed that it was the power of the heavenly law. Since it did not work, he did not force it. That day, Yang Yutian came to visit him personally. He seemed very excited. After the battle at the spirit platform, Zhou Xuanji's fame grew again. More and more living beings thought that he was the most powerful cultivator in the Center God province. The Divine Cliff's reputation grew because of this. More living beings came to seek the Tao, and more powerful beings befriended them. After the small talk, Zhou Xuanji began to teach Zhou Xiaoxian. Zhou Xiaoxuan's talent was not bad, and she was even more powerful than the 10,000-year prince. Ever since she knew that Zhou Xuanji had forcefully scared off the great heaven god emperor, she had been pestering him. Zhou Xuanji did not have high expectations for his daughter, but since she wanted to become more powerful, he would not stop her. The father and daughter came to the forest where Zhou Xuanji cultivated before and began to cultivate diligently. Zhou Xuanji imparted the sword soul to her. This girl's comprehension was also very high, and she quickly learned it. However, her sword soul was still very weak, and it could not even compare to Shensong's in the mortal world. Time flew by. 10 years had passed. Everything was peaceful. Until Zhao Kanglin's voice resounded throughout the Center God province and the nearby states. Zhou Xuanji, go up to the 33rd heaven and fight me to the death. Zhao Kanglin's cold voice caused an uproar in the world. 33 heavens? Wasn't that the dojo of the heavenly saint? Who dared to challenge Zhou Xuanji in the heavenly saint's territory? In the forest. Father, who is he? Zhou Xiaoxian asked nervously. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, a guy called Zhao Kanglin. He had no choice but to kill his son. He came to me for revenge. You continue to cultivate, I will be back soon. Then, he flew up and prepared to fly to the 33 levels of heaven. Father! Zhou Xiaoxian stopped him immediately. Zhou Xuanji looked down at her and asked, what's wrong? Looking at his lofty and calm demeanor, all the worries in Zhou Xiaoxuan's heart dissipated. She smiled like a flower and waved her sword, saying, come back quickly. You must teach me how to form multiple sword souls. Zhou Xuanji smiled. He transformed into a stream of sword light and soared into the clouds, disappearing in an instant. Above the 33rd heaven, Zhao Kanglin stood under the starry sky with his arms crossed in front of his chest, waiting quietly. A row of people stood in front of the gate of Still Thought Temple. They were the powerhouses who were cultivating in Still Thought Temple. They came from various states in Wanshan Great Thousand. Connecting Heaven Stage 1. Powerful indeed. The heavenly saint really left? Interesting. It seems like Wanshan Great Thousand is going to face chaos again. Let's watch this show first. We will fight for the world in the future. Hee, you don't want the world but the position of saint, right? These powerhouses discussed and did not take Zhao Kanglin seriously at all. Connecting Heaven Stage 1 was powerful indeed, but it was not invincible below the heavenly saint. Soon, a stream of sword light flew up and reached Zhao Kanglin's height. It was Zhou Xuanji. The two of them were hundreds of meters apart, facing each other in the air. Zhao Kanglin was sizing Zhou Xuanji up, and Zhou Xuanji was sizing him up too. Universe Heaven Level 10. How did this brat kill his son? Zhao Kanglin frowned. Could it be that Sage Daojing was involved in the war between the two worlds? Zhou Xuanji took out the 9-moon execution sword and the cultivation-absorbing demon sealer. The power of the two disaster-releasing legendary swords exploded into his body, and his aura grew tremendously. The 9 divine moons appeared behind him majestically. I see. You have 2 ultimate treasures. Zhao Kanglin said as he thought about it. He raised his right hand, and an axe covered in blood patterns appeared in his hand. Strands of black qi appeared out of nowhere and wrapped around the blood-patterned axe. It was horrifying. He and Zhou Xuanji moved almost at the same time. Boom! The 2 horrifying powers clashed with each other. Zhao Kanglin unleashed his full power and sent Zhou Xuanji flying with his axe. In that instant, Zhou Xuanji felt that his hands were about to split open. He noticed that there were many spectators in front of Still Thought Temple. He immediately used the 8-step sword lunge and teleported out of the 33 levels of heaven and into the void. The 33 levels of heaven was the outermost part of Wanshan Great Thousand. Any higher and he would leave Wanshan Great Thousand and arrive at the vast starry sky. It looked beautiful, but it was actually filled with countless murderous intents. This was the void. Zhao Kanglin was filled with murderous intent. How could he let Zhou Xuanji go? He chased after him. The powerhouses in front of Still Thought Temple shook their heads and left. Universe Heaven Level 10. This brat really overestimates himself. His sword is not bad. Forget it, I'll give Zhao Kanglin some face. Get ready. The chaotic period of Wanshan Great Thousand is coming again. Can this Still Thought Temple belong to me? If Sage Daojing comes back, you will be dead. These powerhouses had been cultivating in Still Thought Temple for countless years. Sage Daojing had escaped deep into the void. Once Sage Daojing died, they would have the hope of becoming saints. So they prepared to return and rest to prepare for the upcoming period of contention for saints. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji and Zhao Kanglin were fighting intensely in the void. He activated the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. The Sword Buddha was 50,000 meters tall, and 1,000 swords slashed wildly with unparalleled ferocity. Zhao Kanglin used his divine physique ability and grew to 10,000 meters tall. His body was covered with blood-patterned patterns and was enveloped by a world-destroying black qi. He swung his blood-patterned axe like a demon god. Boom, boom, boom. Zhou Xuanji was pushed back continuously. He purposely distanced himself from Wanshan Great Thousand. He did not want others to see demon god Tianwu. It was best to keep it as a trump card to catch the enemy off guard. Chapter 529. Xiu. Zhou Xuanji and Zhao Kanglin dashed across the starry sky one after the other, one chasing the other. Zhou Xuanji, where are you going? Zhao Kanglin said coldly. He still did not know about Zhou Xuanji's scheme. The difference in cultivation between the two of them was too great. If it was him, he would probably flee as well. Zhou Xuanji suddenly stopped, and the 1,000-hand sword Buddha dissipated into countless golden stars. He condensed 9 sword souls and took out all of his legendary swords to unleash sword sect Immortal Ghost Weep. He turned and charged at Zhao Kanglin. Zhao Kanglin transformed into his original size and swung his axe wildly. Numerous chains formed from axe chi charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Ding, ding, ding. The high-speed spinning divine sword collided with the iron chain, but it could not stop the iron chain from approaching. The 9 sword souls slashed out and cut the iron chains. Zhao Kanglin suddenly appeared beside Zhou Xuanji and swung his axe at his neck. What incredible speed! Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart. The 9 divine moons around him slammed into him. With a loud boom, Zhou Xuanji was blasted away, while Zhao Kanglin was engulfed by the powerful light. Zhou Xuanji, is this all you can do? How did you kill my son? Zhao Kanglin laughed wildly. His words were filled with killing intent. After that, he dashed out from the powerful light with extreme speed. He wanted to kill Zhou Xuanji with his axe. At this moment, an imposing figure suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Xuanji. He punched forward, and Zhao Kanglin could not dodge in time. Boom! His body was almost blasted apart. His entire body was covered in blood, and he turned into a sharp arrow that disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. Demon God Tianwu. At this moment, he was no longer a dried-up corpse. The muscles on his upper body were exaggerated, and his strength was explosive. There was an iron ring around his waist, and he looked sinister and mighty. The 4 wings on his back fluttered slightly, and they were even larger than his body. His head of white hair danced wildly in the wind. Standing in front of Zhou Xuanji, his body vividly displayed the aura of a demon god. Zhou Xuanji moved his mind, and demon god Tianwu locked onto Zhao Kanglin's aura and charged toward him. Zhao Kanglin, who had steadied himself, kept coughing up blood. He murmured in fear, "What was that?" After being punched by demon god Tianwu, his body was on the verge of exploding and his soul was on the verge of dispersing. With a flip of his hand, he took out a golden pill and quickly threw it into his mouth. A powerful gust of wind whistled past, sweeping through everything in its path, causing the stars in its path to shake violently. The heavenly Wu demon god's sudden attack scared Zhao Kenglin so much that his facial expression changed drastically. With no time to dodge, he could only hurriedly slash forward. The blood vein axe chopped down on demon god Tianwu's right fist, but the blade of the axe was unable to cut through his flesh. How could this be? Zhao Kenglin was scared out of his wits. Then, demon god Tianwu's fist landed on him. Boom! His physical body exploded, leaving only his primordial spirit to escape. As he distanced himself from demon god Tianwu, he looked over in horror. He suddenly felt that the demon god Tianwu was somewhat familiar. Wait a minute. Wasn't this the corpse of a demon god that he had seen in the Abyss Pearl mainland? What was going on? He came back to life? Zhao Kenglin was horrified. He realized that demon god Tianwu had turned around to look at him. Those eyes were dead and empty, but they gave him a great sense of oppression. Roar! Demon god Tianwu suddenly roared at Zhao Kenglin. His voice shook the starry sky and Zhao Kenglin's primordial spirit was instantly destroyed. Connecting Heaven Stage 1 was extremely weak before the 10 demon gods. Far away, Zhou Xuanji's ears were ringing from the deafening roar. He quickly called for demon god Tianwu to return. This guy had caused such a huge commotion. He had to leave immediately to avoid unnecessary trouble. After storing demon god Tianwu into the Xianxia map, he flew toward Wanshan Great Thousand. He traveled at full speed without any delay. Soon he realized that something was wrong. He could not find the way back to Wanshan Great Thousand. T. Cold sweat covered Zhou Xuanji's forehead. He looked a little flustered. Could this be the terror of the void? Even someone at his cultivation stage could get lost unknowingly? After a while, he finally saw Wanshan Great Thousand. He heaved a sigh of relief. Looking from afar, Wanshan Great Thousand was covered in radiance. It was more dazzling than the sun, and it was very similar to Jing'an Great Thousand. Zhou Xuanji dived into the radiance and passed through the heavenly barrier. He came to the 33rd heaven but did not see Still Thought Temple. He raised his brows slightly and charged downward. After passing through all the heavens, he saw the ground. It was night time with endless barren mountains. It seemed that he had come to another province. No wonder he did not see Still Thought Temple earlier. The 33rd heaven was vast, and Still Thought Temple faced the Center God province. Of course, before Sage Daojing left, the entire 33rd heaven belonged to him, and no one dared to offend him. Zhou Xuanji found a random place and began to recuperate his qi and blood. With his cultivation, it was not difficult for him to return to the Center God province. There were no powerful enemies in the Center God province anyway, so he was not in a hurry to return. He sat on the peak and faced the bright moon to extract heavenly law celestial energy. The ancient god's sword landed beside him. The 9 souls were amazed at how powerful demon god Tianwu was. Zhou Xuanji conversed with the sword spirit. He was asking how to revive the 9 souls. The 9 souls had helped him a lot, so he had to repay them in the future. You can just split their souls. Separate their consciousness from the sword and leave their soul energy in the ancient god sword. This way, the ancient god sword will not be weakened and they can be revived, the sword spirit replied. The sword spirit replied, and Zhou Xuanji heard him. So simple? After splitting their souls, they could choose to possess another body or reincarnate. After that, he asked the 9 souls who wanted to be revived. Emperor Zhao, Saber Monarch Donghai, Emperor Tonghai, Ghost Emperor Zhang Tian, and Lu Wuji all wanted to be revived. Emperor Hanlin, Sovereign Xian, Dao Lord Xian Tian, and Demon Lord Ryuan fell into silence. Some of them died for special reasons and did not want to be revived for now. Zhou Xuanji thought for a while and decided to revive Lu Wuji first. He asked the sword spirit to help Lu Wuji split his soul. A while later, Lu Wuji's soul appeared before him. I can really be revived. Lu Wuji looked at his hands and mumbled to himself. Zhou Xuanji smiled and asked, do you want to reincarnate or possess another body? Lu Wuji looked up at him, and the corners of his mouth curled up. There's no need for that. I've long since left behind a backup plan. Not long after I ascended, I created an avatar for him to roam the other provinces alone, just in case something like this happens again. After all these years, his cultivation might even be higher than yours. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. So cunning. If you are in danger, I will come back to help you. Take care. After saying this, Lu Wuji turned into a stream of light and flew toward the horizon. Seeing how anxious he was, Zhou Xuanji could not help but shake his head. Was this guy not afraid of encountering danger on the way? Emperor Zhao was still complaining that he wanted to be revived. Zhou Xuanji replied. Reviving them consumed a lot of energy, so he split his soul. Emperor Zhao was not dissatisfied with this and was still very excited. He finally had a chance to reappear in the human world. The next day, Zhou Xuanji sheathed his swords and set off at dawn. He was prepared to go to a nearby city and ask around to find out where he was. He planned to expose his whereabouts. After leaving the Center God province, the great Emperor Dao court would definitely come to find trouble with him. When that time came, he would settle the score with them one by one. Back then, the great Emperor Dao court and the demonic emperor had been so against him. If he did not get rid of all of them, his surname would not be Jian. Chapter 530. In the void, a silhouette appeared. It was impossible to tell who it was. He looked around and mumbled, "Demon God's aura. Could it be the demon ancestor? He dares to come to the void?" Shortly after, he turned into countless beams of light and flew in all directions, disappearing quickly. Not long after he left, a few silhouettes came. They were all attracted by the demon god's aura. On the other side, the demon realm. In a dark palace, the demon ancestor was cultivating. He opened his eyes suddenly. His blood-red eyes beamed coldly. Tian Wu's aura. Didn't he die? Seems like someone has taken control of his body. The demon ancestor mumbled to himself with a mocking smile. Tian Wu was stubborn back then. Even in death, he cannot rest in peace. This is retribution. After laughing for a while, he sighed. He was the only one left of the 10 demon gods. The world had changed, and the demons were no longer demons. In Thenin, Zhou Xuanji sat before the window and drank. A storyteller stood at the center of the first floor, smoking a pipe and telling a story. Back then, after Di Wanshan destroyed the demon gods, he sacrificed himself to protect the ruined world. He transformed himself into the world, which created the Wanshan Great Thousand today. He left behind a bloodline called the Di clan. Countless years have passed, and the Di clan no longer exists. But now, there are many beings with the surname Di. The storyteller sighed, and the diners sighed in amazement. Although the story sounded absurd, they still yearned for Di Wanshan's story. He fought against the 10 demon gods alone and transformed himself into the world. He lived up to his name as the creation god of the Wanshan Great Thousand. Zhou Xuanji listened to Di Wanshan's story and shook his head. The 10 demon gods were so powerful. Could someone really fight against them and the entire demon race alone? This was how legends came about. They were constantly exaggerated, and even a pig could become a martial Tiansong. Just when he was about to leave, someone walked toward him. He glanced over and instantly laughed. His laughter was extremely cold. It was Malicious Buddha. This guy was really powerful. He had only appeared in this empire for less than 10 days, and he already found him. Malicious Buddha sat opposite Zhou Xuanji and poured himself some wine. "Long time no see," he said with a smile. His smile was also very cold, giving people the feeling of a venomous snake. "Where's the demonic emperor? Before I ascended, I thought he was very strong. Who would have thought that he still hasn't appeared?" Zhou Xuanji asked. In his eyes, Malicious Buddha was already a dead person. He had to avenge Han Shuzi, Taichu Yudao, and the Divine Cliff. Malicious Buddha sighed and said, "I also want to know. Ever since you escaped, that guy also disappeared." Zhou Xuanji continued to ask, "What about Xian Daoya? I'm going to choose a genius like you. Then why are you looking for me?" "Of course it's to capture you. Of course, if you and I can bury the hatchet, we can also be friends." The two of them exchanged questions and answers, which made Zhou Xuanji laugh again. He picked up the wine pot and said, "After drinking this pot of wine, let's find a place to fight to the death." Malicious Buddha nodded. He did not know about Zhao Kanglin challenging Zhou Xuanji. After all, this place was far away from the Center God Province. Universe Heaven Level 10. This brat's growth rate was too terrifying. He had to be eliminated. The malicious Buddha thought as he drank. The genius he chose was no longer a match for Zhou Xuanji. He had miscalculated and wasted so much effort. After that, the two of them remained silent. They drank slowly and leisurely. After they finished drinking, the two left one after another. Malicious Buddha walked in front, and Zhou Xuanji followed closely behind. On the street, the two of them disappeared into thin air. They flew swiftly and left the empire, coming to an uninhabited wasteland. Malicious Buddha turned to look at Zhou Xuanji and laughed coldly. "Your cultivation has already soared to Universe Heaven Level 10. That's not easy. But do you know how high my cultivation is?" Murderous intent locked onto Zhou Xuanji from all directions. "How many levels?" Zhou Xuanji asked calmly. Malicious Buddha was powerful indeed. The sense of danger he felt was similar to Zhao Kanglin's. "How many levels?" "What a joke. I've already surpassed Universe Heaven and reached Connecting Heaven Level 2. Do you know about Connecting Heaven?" Malicious Buddha laughed viciously. As he spoke, he walked toward Zhou Xuanji. "This brat must die." "Connecting Heaven Level 2? So what?" Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly. Seeing how arrogant Malicious Buddha was, he felt great in his heart. "Continue acting. You are going to kneel soon." Malicious Buddha took out a golden whip with lightning intertwining on it. "Even at this point, you are still pretending to be calm. Do you think the heavenly saint will protect you? He has already left Wanshan Great Thousand, and your senior and junior brothers are not nearby. I'm very sensitive to auras." Although he said so, he was still a little cautious. With Zhou Xuanji's talent and arrogance, it was not luck that he could survive until now. This brat always hit his trump card to deal a fatal blow to his enemies. Zhou Xuanji smiled with extreme disdain. He brought demon god Tianwu out from the Xianxia map straight away. The horrifying demon god's body rippled the space around it. Seeing demon god Tianwu, Malicious Buddha's expression changed. "Today, I will make you pay with your blood," Zhou Xuanji said coldly. Zhou Xuanji said coldly. Before the Malicious Buddha could speak, demon god Tianwu quickly rushed out. Boom! Malicious Buddha's eyes flashed, and demon god Tianwu was right in front of him. He quickly activated his divine ability, and a golden bell shadow came out from his body. Demon god Tianwu did not use any fancy divine abilities. It was just a punch. Clang! The golden bell shattered, and Malicious Buddha fell as he vomited blood from the punch. His body was like a meteorite that pierced through the ground, causing the ground within a radius of 10,000 miles to crumble. Demon god Tianwu fell as well, and its feet stepped into the ruins. He reached down and scooped up Malicious Buddha. The entire process happened so quickly that ordinary people could not even blink. Malicious Buddha struggled with all his might and cried out in shock, "Demon god Tianwu! How can it be? How can you have his corpse and even turned him into a clone?" In the next second, demon god Tianwu squeezed his body until it exploded. How horrifying was the power of a body that was invincible below the heavenly saint. Even Connecting Heaven Stage 2 could not withstand it. Demon god Tianwu continued to use his magic energy to crush Malicious Buddha's soul. The battle ended just as quickly as it came. Zhou Xuanji recalled demon god Tianwu and left quickly. Killing the Malicious Buddha made him very happy. So satisfying. Demon god Tianwu's power made his blood boil. He became even more determined. He was going to walk the path of an overlord saint. One day, he would reach the height of killing a heavenly saint with one slash. Not long after he left, Xianxia suddenly appeared in the ruins. He frowned and mumbled, "Malicious Buddha's aura, and Zhou Xuanji. Who's the other aura? So horrifying." He immediately tracked Zhou Xuanji's aura with his mind. 6 hours later, Zhou Xuanji stopped to rest under an old tree. He had already sensed Xianxia's aura, but he pretended to be in a bad state. Xianxia came out from the ground and looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated expression. Why did you leave the Center God province? Don't you know that you are in danger? Zhou Xuanji pretended to be moved. He frowned and said with gritted teeth, Why are you here? Are you following the malicious Buddha? Chapter 5:31. The sky was high and wide, and the cold wind was rustling. Xianxia looked at Zhou Xuanji, who was under the old tree, and replied calmly, That's right. Because of him, I lost you, so I want to take revenge. Tell me, where is he? Zhou Xuanji's expression flickered as he said, He's dead. The person who killed him was very powerful, and even I can't see his face clearly. It should be a demonic cultivator. That demonic chi was too powerful, and it was definitely the most powerful demonic cultivator I've seen in my life. The reason he was acting with Xianxia was because he wanted to obtain information about the great Emperor Dao court. Xianxia frowned. After some thought, he walked toward Zhou Xuanji. Put on a show until the end. Zhou Xuanji took out the 9-moon execution sword and prepared to fight. Xianxia said faintly, In actuality, you really don't have to face me like this. If I wanted to kill you, you would have died long ago. Come with me and join the great Emperor Dao court. Even though you disobeyed the great Emperor Dao court, your talent can make up for it. Universe Heaven Level 10. This kid was really surprising. After Xianxia saw through Zhou Xuanji's cultivation, he felt even more complicated. Zhou Xuanji asked in a low voice, If I don't join, do I have to die? His forehead was covered in cold sweat, as if he had just experienced a great battle. In reality, it was all an act. Xianxia nodded and said, The great Emperor Dao court has already given a death order, and I was punished because of it. Trust me, offending the great Emperor Dao court will not end well, and joining them will instead bring you great fortuitous opportunities. With Sage Dao Jing gone, the battle for the divine throne will most likely start again. Only by joining the great Emperor Dao court will you be able to quickly grow. He tried his best to persuade Zhou Xuanji, as if he was really thinking for Zhou Xuanji. In fact, both sides were acting. Zhou Xuanji let out a long sigh and asked, How powerful is the great Emperor Dao court's most powerful being? Xianxia stopped 5 meters in front of him and said, He's very strong, but I don't know exactly how strong he is. Anyway, he has a great background. If I say his name, all the great 1,000 worlds will be shocked. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He could shake the great 1,000 world just by saying his name? It seemed that he had underestimated the great Emperor Dao court. Seeing that he was still hesitating, Xianxia continued, The demonic emperor has possessed the corpse of one of the 10 ancient demonic gods. Soon, he will descend upon the Wanshan Great Thousand. At that time, with his personality, he will definitely massacre the Wanshan Great Thousand. And he has his eyes on you. The 10 great demon gods. Zhou Xuanji's heart beat wildly, and he immediately felt the pressure. He had already experienced the might of a fiend celestial. However, his demon god Tianwu was just an unconscious clone. Against the demonic emperor who had possessed the body of a demon god, there was definitely a huge difference in strength. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, Sorry, I still don't want to join the great Emperor Dao court. Please leave. With your current strength, you can't invite me. Xianxia was only a soul, and Bai Hao Yisin had said that he was very weak. However, when facing the malicious Buddha, this fellow could still hold him back for a period of time. His combat power was unpredictable. Zhou Xuanji wanted to test his power. He activated the power of the divine moon and pointed his sword at Xianxia. Xianxia was not surprised. With his understanding of Zhou Xuanji, it would be strange if this brat obeyed. He sighed, Actually, I don't want to attack you. Since you are so stubborn, then don't blame me for being impolite. Zhou Xuanji laughed condescendingly. Old thing, the price of being impolite was death. Seeing his smile, Xianxia felt uneasy. Boom! At this moment, the ground shook violently. The wasteland cracked, revealing numerous bottomless canyons, as though a massive earthquake was happening. Xianxia's expression changed slightly. Oh no! A connecting heaven cultivator is attacking. After that, he turned into a puff of dust and dissipated. Zhou Xuanji used the 8-step sword lunge and quickly escaped from this place. Although he had already killed 2 connecting heaven cultivators, it was because of demon god Tianwu. Moreover, connecting heaven was divided into 10 stages. Only God knew which stage his opponent was at. Zhou Xuanji traveled ahead at full speed, crossing over mountains and ridges. Half an hour later, he stopped in a forest and said slowly, "Who are you? Why are you not coming out?" The other party had been chasing him relentlessly. He could have caught him, but he did not do so. It was as though he was toying with him, playing a game of cat and mouse. A breeze blew, and the leaves under a tree rose. Next, a tall figure appeared. A great demon. He had a head of green hair, and his body was covered in tiny scales like a snake. He wore black armor, and his eyes were pitch black. His pupils were red, and they were as small as 2 red beans. The lower half of his body was surrounded by a black demonic qi, and there were faint roars of ferocious beasts. He stared at Zhou Xuanji and asked, "You are Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji?" Zhou Xuanji stared at him and asked back, "You already have the answer in your heart. Why do you ask?" Xianxia suddenly appeared on the tree behind Zhou Xuanji. "Snake Lord Xianxia," he said with gritted teeth with a dark expression, "your demon race wants to snatch someone from the great Emperor Dao court?" "Snake Lord Xianxia." Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes. The person ranked 5th on the great Emperor's stele. Ever since he learned about connecting heaven, why did he encounter connecting heaven cultivators one after another? Snake Lord Xianxia said coldly, "The great Emperor Dao court is merely a scoundrel. How dare you threaten the demon race? Xianxia, if you don't get lost, I will eat your soul." Xianxia was enraged, but he could sense that Snake Lord Xianxia was serious. After some hesitation, he chose to leave and disappeared from the tree. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. "You are such a coward, and you still want to show off?" Snake Lord Xianxia looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Sword Emperor, come with me. If I had ill intentions, I would have done it long ago." Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown, "May I ask why you are looking for me?" "To deal with the demonic emperor," Snake Lord Xianxia replied. Zhou Xuanji heard him and agreed immediately. "The enemy of my enemy is my ally." If Snake Lord Xianxia really wanted to harm him, he still needed demon god Tianwu. Even if he was on the brink of death, he could still use the celestial devil rebirth technique. Snake Lord Xianxia slammed the ground with his palm, and a gate covered in snake scales rose up. The gate was glowing with a green radiance. Zhou Xuanji did not hesitate and stepped into the gate. Snake Lord Xianxia followed closely behind. The snake-scaled gate sunk into the soil as though it was never there. In the vast starry sky, a small island was levitating. There was only one crystal tree on the island, and a man was sitting under the tree. This man looked mighty and domineering. He wore silver armor and a handsome face. He wore a qilin crown on his head. Even though he was sitting, he gave off a powerful aura. Old ancestor Hongxi's illusory image appeared before him suddenly. Duyishan, the Abyss Pearl mainland no longer exists. The world that destroyed the Abyss Pearl mainland was located in the center god province of Wanshan Great Thousand. Sage Daojing has left, and Wanshan Great Thousand is about to usher in a chaotic period of fighting to become a saint. Hearing old ancestor Hongxi, Duyishan opened his eyes. There was a war between the two worlds? He asked with a frown. Old ancestor Hongxi snorted, "It's not important anymore. I'm asking you if you want to go or not. If you don't, I will give the mission to Si Mengyan." Duyishan heard him and got up slowly. "I will go now," he said. Chapter 5:32. After passing through the snake-scaled door, Zhou Xuanji's vision blurred. When he opened his eyes again, he was in a forest. The trees around him were very tall, and even the flowers and grass were taller than him. He felt as if he had come to a country of giants. "Follow me." After that, he walked in front of Zhou Xuanji and led the way. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Where is this? Who are we going to meet?" He could feel the demonic aura all around him, varying in strength. "This is the demon realm. I will bring you to the demon emperor to discuss the plan to deal with the demonic emperor." Snake Lord Xianxia replied calmly. There was no hint of coercion in his tone. When he mentioned the demonic emperor and the demonic emperor, his expression did not change. It was as though he was talking about two insignificant people. Demon Emperor? Zhou Xuanji was suddenly interested. He had been to the demon realm, and now he had come to the beast realm. He was very curious. Were the demon realm and the demon realm counted as the boundless world? Or were they part of the boundless world? Along the way, he saw many demons. Some were in human form and some were not. When they saw Snake Lord Xianxia, they all prostrated themselves on the ground and bowed. After passing through the forest, Snake Lord Xianxia flew into the distance, and Zhou Xuanji followed closely behind him. After some time, they arrived in front of an enormous palace. This palace was dazzling with gold and jade, and the gate was 100 zhang tall. There were 2 black qilins lying on the ground, and even though they were lying on the ground, they were still taller than the palace gate. Their eyes were filled with an oppressive feeling. The door suddenly opened, and Zhou Xuanji followed Snake Lord Xianxia in. A violent gale blew from within the palace, and Zhou Xuanji's black hair danced wildly in the wind. He narrowed his eyes and saw a figure looking at him from the depths of the palace. Demon Emperor. He sat on the high platform, wearing a dark purple imperial robe. His red hair was coiled under the black crown of the flood dragon, and 2 strands of red hair fell down his cheeks. His handsome face was indifferent, and his eyes flickered with evil light. There was a large painting hanging on the wall behind him. On the painting, there was a qilin-like demon stepping on a phoenix and a golden dragon, with a vermilion bird in its mouth. It looked ferocious, and the painting exuded a boundless aura. Other than the Demon Emperor, there was no one else in the hall. Zhou Xuanji and Snake Lord Xianxia came up to the platform. Snake Lord Xianxia cupped his fists and said, "Your Majesty, Zhou Xuanji has arrived. He encountered Great Emperor Dao Court's Xianxia on the way, and I have forced him to retreat." The Beast Emperor nodded calmly. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, "The Snake Lord should have told you why I invited you here. Do you want to know why we chose you?" Zhou Xuanji nodded and stared at the Beast Emperor. The Demon Emperor said, "You are from the northern wilderness, which means that you are the descendant of the demonic emperor. You are the strongest person in the northern wilderness region in the past 10,000 years. The demonic emperor can only control people from the northern wilderness who are less than 10,000 years old. With your talent, the demonic emperor must be crazy to obtain you. How much do you know about the demonic emperor?" Zhou Xuanji frowned. Speaking of which, he did not know much about the demonic emperor. They only knew that he was evil and came from the northern wilderness region. He did not understand the demonic emperor. Logically speaking, the demonic emperor should be Lu Wuji's junior, and he was younger than Mo Jiuqing. How could he strike fear into the hearts of people in the Wanshan Great Thousand? The demonic emperor's original body came from the first being when the heavenly law first appeared. He failed in the struggle to become a saint and fell in the cycle of reincarnation. After countless years, he finally awakened in the northern wilderness region. He became even more ruthless than before, and in order to become a saint, he decided to sacrifice all lives and walk the path of an overlord saint. He has already obtained demon god Jinkuan's corpse and has the most powerful physique below the heavenly saints. He will soon return to the Wanshan Great Thousand. Our beast realm is a vassal of the Wanshan Great Thousand, and if the Wanshan Great Thousand is destroyed, the beast realm will cease to exist. We believe that the demonic emperor will come to find you. We will give you a treasure to use when he comes to find you." The beast emperor looked at Zhou Xuanji and spoke slowly. Zhou Xuanji asked, "What does the demonic emperor want to do with me?" The beast emperor replied, "He will turn you into his slave and have you fight for him in all worlds." He looked at Zhou Xuanji and felt that there was something off about this boy. His eyes widened and his breathing became ragged as he said, "You fused with the violet demon monarch heart? Isn't that supreme treasure on Wang? Wait, could it be that the violet demon monarch heart has already been split? Very good, this fellow dares to hide it from us." Towards the end, a murderous look appeared in his eyes. Zhou Xuanji raised his eyebrows and asked, "What's your relationship with Great Emperor Wang? This fellow couldn't be thinking of stealing his heart, right? Great Emperor Wang was our subordinate. Without our support, he would have died long ago. He promised that if he split a new violet demon monarch heart, he would definitely give it to us. The Beast Emperor's gaze became colder and colder. It was evident that he was truly angry. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Don't worry. Since the violet demon monarch heart is already yours, we will not take it by force. This enmity is a private matter between we and Wang." Zhou Xuanji was a bit doubtful. What if this fellow wanted to take it after defeating the demonic emperor? The Beast Emperor raised his right hand, and a red orb appeared in his palm. There was a ball of intense flames within the orb, and it seemed to contain boundless might. This orb is called the evil-slaying soul orb. When the demonic emperor controls you, he will sacrifice his soul into your body. When the time comes, you can use this orb to heavily injure his soul. When we sense the ripples from the evil-slaying soul orb, we will immediately come to support you and kill the demonic emperor, the Beast Emperor said with a powerful voice. After that, he tossed the evil-slaying soul orb to Zhou Xuanji. After catching the orb, Zhou Xuanji asked hesitantly, "Is it really that easy?" If it was so easy, how could the demonic emperor have lived to this day? The Beast Emperor replied, "This orb only appears once every 1,000,000 years. Using it will heavily injure the user's soul, and those with weak cultivation cannot use it. Out of the northern wilderness people that the demonic emperor found, only you have the right to use it. If it was our subordinate, the demonic emperor would definitely not fall for it. We promise that after this, we will help you nurture your soul and help you become stronger. You can choose any divine ability in the beast realm." Zhou Xuanji almost cursed it out. As expected, nothing good came out of it. "Trying to trick me?" He narrowed his eyes and said, "Looks like I don't have a choice." The Beast Emperor sighed and said, "There's no other way. It's too difficult to defeat the demonic emperor, so we can only rely on you. This is a meritorious deed to save the world. I hope you can trust us." Zhou Xuanji gave a slight smile and said, "Then I'll accept it. Can you help me become stronger first?" The Beast Emperor said, "Of course. Snake Lord, take him to settle down first. We will think of a way to help him become stronger." Snake Lord Xianxia nodded. From the beginning to the end, his expression did not change much. Following this, he brought Zhou Xuanji and left the palace. The man and the demon walked on without saying anything. In the end, Zhou Xuanji stayed in a building. After Snake Lord Xianxia left, Zhou Xuanji took out the ancient god sword and asked about the evil-slaying soul orb. "It's not just heavily injured. It's possible that he'll turn into dust." Sovereign Xian coldly harumphed and said, "As expected, this Beast Emperor is as insidious and cunning as ever. The reason why the beast race is where it is today is because of his insidiousness that he made so many enemies." Beast Lord Rin said, "Let me out. I have enmity with the Beast Emperor to settle. I'll take possession of a body in the beast realm and hide here, waiting for an opportunity to kill him. In the future, as the Lord of the Beast race, I'll definitely help you." Chapter 5:33. In response to Demon Lord Ryuan's request, Zhou Xuanji asked, "You can possess a Beast Emperor right under his nose?" He was not afraid of the higher being's soul attacking him in the future, as the ancient god sword still contained the higher being's soul. He could have the sword spirit destroy the soul within the sword and heavily injure it before killing it with a single strike. As long as he didn't say anything, the souls of the powerful beings would never know about this. Since I dared to make this request, I naturally have confidence. "Don't worry," Demon Lord Ryuan said confidently. He was not the most talkative of the 9 souls. He was only slightly more talkative than Venerable Xian and Dao Lord Xiantian. Zhou Xuanji immediately asked the sword spirit to split his soul. He didn't have a good impression of the demon the Arch. This person looked dignified, but he was actually full of evil tricks. Since Demon Lord Ryuan wanted to deal with the demon the Arch, he would fulfill his wish. Not long after, Demon Lord Ryuan's soul appeared before him, and he cupped his fists. "I will never forget this favor. I hereby swear that I will never be your enemy." After saying this, Demon Lord Ryuan disappeared as a streak of light. Zhou Xuanji smiled and closed his eyes to cultivate. There were too many experts in the demon realm. Even with demon god Tianwu, it would not be easy for him to force his way out. He might as well wait here. Let's see what the demon the Arch is going to do. It would be best if he could really give us a fortuitous encounter. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Snake Lord Xianxia did not come, and neither did the Yao Emperor. Although Zhou Xuanji suspected that something was amiss, he was not too worried. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 250 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Heaven's Essence, Heaven's Punishment Sword, Heavenly Sword Descent. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes. Universe Essence Legendary Sword. Ordinary or iron, bronze, silver, gold, amethyst, glorious gold, heavenly soul, intimidating spirit, celestial shaking, God slaying, apocalypse, ancient gazing, disaster releasing, universe essence, overturning heaven, heavenly piercing, 9 extremities, chaos. The fact that Chen Yuan possessed a power that surpassed disaster releasing was just in time. However, could it be related to his birthday that he could draw the universe divine sword? Idiot. He shook his head and smiled. Information about the sky punishing sword appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Heaven Punishing Sword level. Heaven. Description. A sword forged from the Heaven Punishment Stone. It has the tyrannical power to split the 5 elements and reverse yin and yang. To use this sword, one must be at least at Universe Heaven level 7. He immediately took out the Heaven Punishing Sword. The center of the sword was silver, and the blade was blood red, as if it had just experienced a massacre. The hilt of the sword was exquisite. It looked like it was formed by 2 palms side by side, and it gave off a baleful aura. With this sword in hand, Zhou Xuanji felt an inexplicable murderous intent. Good sword. He is worthy of the name Xing Tian. Zhou Xuanji praised. The domineering power contained within the sky-judging sword made him feel as if he had entered the divine moon mode. In the Abyss Pearl mainland, when he used the mystic moon state, he was invincible. Was this feeling coming again? Then, he began to inherit the falling heavenly sword. This was a sword Dao divine ability that could condense a heavenly sword that would descend from the sky and catch the enemy off guard. In order to use this divine ability, one had to lock onto the enemy's aura. This way, the heavenly sword would chase after the enemy until the heavenly sword dissipated. The lethality of the heavenly sword was comparable to World Suppressor, which made him very satisfied. This 250th birthday was quite a pleasant surprise. 3 days later, the demon the Arch finally came knocking. Seeing him, Zhou Xuanji sat on the bed and said with a smile, "I thought you forgot about me." The demon the Arch did not feel awkward and said seriously, "We went to find a supreme treasure for you and finally found it." He took out a palm-sized lotus seat that looked like it was made of green jade. This is the 24-rank deep black lotus. It has great defense and can seal enemies. The demon the Arch threw the lotus seat to Zhou Xuanji before leaving these words, "After you make it recognize you as its owner, we will send Snake Lord Xianxia to send you back. If you stay in the demon realm for too long, you might miss the demonic emperor." Zhou Xuanji played with the 24-rank deep black lotus and wanted to see how powerful it was. He scanned it with his divine sense and was shocked to find that there was an independent world hidden in the 24-rank deep black lotus. It was a beautiful place with no living creatures. "If I let Emperor Sword Court live here," his eyes brightened, and his heart skipped a beat. This was a good idea. From now on, he would not be separated from his family and could nurture Emperor Sword Court at any time. However, he had to be careful if the demon the Arch left any traps behind. After making sure that the demon Thearcha's aura was not there, he took out the ancient god sword and asked about the 24-rank deep black lotus. Sovereign Xian was the first to speak. He has invested a lot. The 24-rank deep black lotus originally had 36 ranks, and 12 ranks had disappeared due to the battle between the powerful beings. He could not have done anything to the lotus because it is formed from the fate of heaven and earth. Any power or will that does not belong to its owner will be destroyed upon entering it. As long as you make the 24-rank deep black lotus recognize you as its owner, he will not be able to take it from you unless you die. Zhou Xuanji heard him and felt relieved. He forced out his essence blood and dripped it into the 24-rank deep black lotus. In an instant, his consciousness came to the world within the lotus. He stood on a tall mountain and looked down at the mountains and lakes. The majestic scenery was like a painting, epic and grand. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the spiritual qi here was very dense, not inferior to the center god province. With a thought, every corner of this world was reflected in his eyes. It was very suitable for survival. In the outside world, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and smiled as he mumbled, "This is a great gift indeed." He did not thank the demon the arch. The more the demon the arch acted like this, the more it meant that in his heart, Zhou Xuanji was dead for sure. Once he died, the 24-rank deep black lotus would become ownerless again. It did not take him too long to make the 24-rank deep black lotus recognize him as its owner. His constitution was powerful, and his essence blood was much more tenacious than those at the same cultivation level. He would not be devoured by the 24-rank deep black lotus. He got up, picked up the ancient god sword, and walked out of the building. Snake Lord Xianxia was already waiting by the railing. Seeing him walk out, he asked in surprise, "So fast?" Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Send me back." This trip was not a waste. He had obtained the evil-slaying soul bead and the 24-rank deep black lotus. As for the agreement with the demon the arch, he threw it to the back of his mind. He had to kill the demonic emperor, but he would not use the evil-slaying soul bead to do so. Snake Lord Xianxia nodded and left with Zhou Xuanji. The demonic realm. Xianxia was cultivating in the center of the lake. Ripples continuously appeared on the lake surface, but they did not make too much noise. A silhouette appeared above her head. It was a white-haired old man. Demonic qi surrounded his body, and his black robes fluttered in the wind. He looked down at Xianxia and said, "The demonic ancestor has ordered for all void extreme immortals to gather at the enchanting palace." Xianxia opened her eyes and asked, "Can you tell me what it is?" The white-haired old man gloomily sighed and said, "Contending to become a saint is incredibly dangerous. You must be careful and do not act alone." Contending to become a saint. Xianxia's gaze became serious and she asked softly, "A heavenly saint has fallen?" The white-haired old man shook his head and said, "Sage Daojing left and gave up his position as a saint. Now, the various worlds of the Wanshan Great Thousand have become restless and are preparing to search for heavenly law violet qi." Chapter 5:34. Heavenly law violet qi. Xianxia sank into deep thought. The white-haired elder had told her many things about the heavenly saints, so she understood how dangerous this matter was. Every time there was a fight to become a saint, a great thousand world would be affected. No one could avoid it. What about the whereabouts of the heavenly law violet qi? Who didn't want to become a saint? The white-haired elder shook his head and said, "Even the demonic ancestor doesn't know of such an existence. We shouldn't dream about it. It must be those undying existences who are fighting for it. What we need to do is to kill enemies for the demonic ancestor and collect information." Xianxia felt that it made sense. The two of them immediately headed in the same direction. After returning from the beast realm, Zhou Xuanji flew towards the center god province. He didn't fly too fast and waited for Xianxia to appear again. This time, he planned to destroy Xianxia. As for the great Emperor Dao Court, he would deal with it later. Unfortunately, Xianxia did not appear again. 3 months later, he returned to the Divine Cliff unscathed. After returning to the Divine Cliff, he brought Jiang Shui, Zhou Shaoxian, and the others back to Skyfall. Zhou Xuanji gathered the higher-ups of Emperor Sword Court and told them about the independent world within the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus. Northern Sword Valiant said excitedly, "That's great. This way we can always follow Master." Zhao Congjian's eyes lit up. If so, he would have plenty of time to learn the way of the sword from Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Shaoxian said excitedly, "Then let's move Skyfall in." Han Shenbo, Xiao Jinghong, Huang Lianxin, Fenyu Dragon King, and the others spoke up. All of them expressed their agreement. Now, Zhou Xuanji already had the qualifications to become the most powerful cultivator in the Center God Province. Following him was naturally safe. Only by following Zhou Xuanji could he quickly become more powerful. Zhou Xuanji knocked on the armrest and said, I have to consider every member of Emperor Sword Court. From today onwards, Emperor Sword Court will no longer take in disciples. Every disciple can bring their loved ones here. 1 year later, I will personally move the mountain. The independent world of the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus was huge, even bigger than the Northern Wilderness region. However, he did not want to take in all the living beings in the Northern Wilderness region. There were no benefits to speak of. He did not owe the Northern Wilderness region anything. Everyone immediately got to work. Zhou Xuanji headed overseas to find the Violet Demon Palace. He waved his right hand and moved the Violet Demon Palace into the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus. Once the Violet Demon Palace disappeared, the seawater rushed into the black hole below. Rumble, the ocean surged, and a terrifying aura emerged from the black hole. Zhou Xuanji saw a pair of blood-red eyes. Dark North Royal Tao, an ancient evil being of the Northern Wilderness region. He raised his right hand and made a grabbing motion. A ball of black gas flew in front of him, and an angry roar came from it. It's you. How could you be so strong? How long has it been? Dark North Monarch Tao was quite terrified. Back when Zhou Xuanji had first come to the Violet Demon Palace, it had noticed this. How much time had passed? Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, "From now on, work for me or die." The Dark North Royal Taodai actually had the cultivation of an 8 tribulations scattered immortal. No wonder it was suppressed and sealed. Once it came out, it would slaughter the entire Northern Wilderness region, and no one would be able to stop it. When Lu Wuji ascended, he was only a 7 tribulation bodiless immortal. The Dark North Royal Tao was silent, not daring to resist. Zhou Xuanji was far more powerful than him, and he felt that this fellow could kill him with a single thought. Just like that, Zhou Xuanji also subdued Dark North Monarch Tao. This fellow only had a soul left, and it would take a long time to form a body. Zhou Xuanji put it into the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus and marked out a forest for it to live in. At the same time, he set up a magic formation so that it could not leave this forest. After doing all of this, he returned to the Divine Cliff and continued to teach Zhou Shaoxian. As Sage Daojing left, he could sense that the atmosphere in the Wanshan Great Thousand was becoming more and more severe, and there was an austere aura in the wind. At the border of the Center God Province, the boundless wasteland suddenly shook. The soil was flipped over, and the ground cracked as a massive stone door rose up. At the top of the stone door was a demon that looked savage and terrifying, as if it was going to devour the world. The stone door gave off a powerful light, and following this, countless demons flew out from the door. The demon army. The mighty army of evil devils marched forward without the slightest scruple. Xianxia was also within the demon army. She looked around, and even though the sky had become dark because of the demonic qi, she still felt a sense of familiarity. Center God Province. She immediately thought of Zhou Xuanji. She wondered how that boy was doing. She really wanted to see him. Her eyes were cold. She did not leave the army but moved forward with it. Numerous demonic dragons that were tens of thousands of meters long flew out from the stone door. Their scales were sharp and looked like sinister armors. Flames burned on their backs, and a scorching aura came out of their mouths. Center God Province, we demons are back. A chilling laughter came from the stone door, shaking the heavens and earth. At the same time, on another land far away, stone doors rose up as well, and countless demons charged out. The beast realm also sent an army. Not only that, there were other races. The barbarian race, shaman race, flame ghost race, earth nether race, and so on. The Wanshan Great Thousand was in chaos. In the Cliff Lord Palace, Yang Yutian sat on the main seat, and the elders and core disciples of the Divine Cliff stood before him. Zhou Xuanji was among them. Hearing Yang Yutian's words, he frowned deeply. The various races invaded the Wanshan Great Thousand and were ready to fight for the heavenly law Violet Qi. Although contending to become a saint is still far away from us, we cannot avoid this disaster. We must be prepared for it. From today onwards, all disciples are not allowed to go out casually. At the same time, we will take turns to guard the various checkpoints outside the Divine Cliff. Yang Yutian said with a deep voice. His forehead was covered in sweat. Ever since he became the Cliff Lord, all sorts of disasters came one after another. Now that it involved the entire Great Thousand World, he felt immense pressure. He did not want the divine cliff to be destroyed in his hands. This thought became his greatest pressure. Wuxia asked with a frown, "The immortal gods are not going to do anything about this?" Yang Yutian sighed. The God Palace's greatest support is the Heavenly Saint, but the Heavenly Saint is already. He didn't say much after that. Everyone understood what he wanted to say. Without the Heavenly Saint, the God Palace would crumble, and only the ancient immortal clan would remain. The ancient immortal clan did not have the power to rule the Great Thousand World alone. Yang Yutian made some arrangements before asking everyone to leave, leaving only Zhou Xuanji to talk. He walked up to Zhou Xuanji and sighed. "Brother Zhou, we can only rely on you for this disaster." Zhou Xuanji knitted his brows tightly. He was furious in his heart. Damn. Sage Daojing gave him the heavenly law violet qi. This was a trap. With his cultivation, how long would it take for him to use the heavenly law violet qi to become a saint? During this period of time, someone must have divined the existence of the heavenly law violet qi. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he became. He hesitated if he should hand over the heavenly law violet qi. "I will do my best," Zhou Xuanji said seriously, and Yang Yutian smiled immediately. After that, Zhou Xuanji returned to his residence and told Jiang Shui about this. Jiang Shui did not ask Zhou Xuanji to hand over the heavenly law violet qi immediately. She said, "If you hand it over and your enemy obtains it." Chapter 5:35. Zhou Xuanji felt that what Jiang Shui said made sense. He had many enemies, especially the great Emperor Dao Court and the demonic emperor. If one of them became a saint, wouldn't he be dead for sure? With the Heaven's Path violet aura in his hands, he could at least ensure that his enemies would not be able to become sages. Jiang Shui held his hand and comforted him. "Up to this point, we have seen all kinds of storms and waves. You don't have to worry too much. Fight when you need to. If we really face death, we will die together." Handing over the heavenly law violet qi did not mean that Zhou Xuanji had no enemies. Rather than worrying, it was better to seize this opportunity. Zhou Xuanji stroked her hair and smiled as he said, "With your words, I can't die. I will definitely become a saint and protect you." With that, he pulled her into his arms. There was only the two of them in the room, and the two of them began to be intimate. The two of them did not tell anyone else about the heavenly Dao violet qi, not even Zhou Shaoxian and the 9 mighty beings' souls. 6 hours later, Zhou Xuanji left the house and continued to teach Zhou Shaoxian in the forest. In less than half a month, a war broke out at the border of the Center God Province. The news of the demon race's invasion spread like wildfire in the Center God Province. Giant God Huang Hao led 1,000,000 immortal soldiers to provide reinforcements, but it was said that a demon blocked Giant God Huang Hao's path, and the 1,000,000 immortal soldiers all died. The Center God Province started to panic. Zhou Xuanji really wanted to go to the front lines to resist the demon race. He could use the World Buddha art to quickly become stronger. However, before he left, he had to wait for the Emperor Sword Court to be ready before he moved it into the 24-stage Deep Black Lotus. Unfortunately, things didn't go according to one's wishes. Mo Jiuqing suddenly came to find him. The two of them reunited in the woods with Zhou Shaoxian standing beside them. Master went to find Su Qing and was heavily injured by him. Now, he and Su Qing have been captured by the demon ancestor and imprisoned in the Demon God Hall. That is the center of the demon race's power in the Great Thousand World. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji frowned. No wonder there was no news about the old beggar. He asked, "You want to pull me along to save him?" Although Mo Jiuqing was no longer the same as before, he was still far inferior to the demon ancestor. Mo Jiuqing's strength had not reached the Ascension Heaven realm, so how could he fight the demon ancestor? All of us have contacted each other and will head to the demonic shrine. I'm here to inform you. Of course, you can choose not to go. Mo Jiuqing said as he looked into Zhou Xuanji's eyes. Even though the old beggar did not recognize him, he still had a very high position in his heart. Zhou Xiaoshuan's eyes lit up. Demons? Father, didn't you say that Aunt Xian is in the demon race? Bring me along, I also want to participate in the war. Zhou Xuanji glared at her before saying to Mo Jiuqing, give me the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, I'll give some instructions. Then he left with Zhou Shaoxian. He told Jiang Shui about this matter, and she did not stop him. How could she not help him when he was in danger? Apart from that, he also informed Yang Yutian. Hearing that Zhou Xuanji was going to resist the demon race, Yang Yutian felt very nervous. However, no matter how he tried to persuade him, Zhou Xuanji was determined to go. Jiang Shui and her daughter were still at the Divine Cliff, which meant that Zhou Xuanji had not abandoned the Divine Cliff. Yang Yutian could not stop him. Just like that, Zhou Xuanji followed Mo Jiuqing to the Demon God Palace. Mo Jiuqing condensed a black cloud, and the two of them rode it forward at an extremely fast speed. Do you want to become a saint? Zhou Xuanji asked with a mocking expression. Once upon a time, Mo Jiuqing was almost invincible in his eyes. It turned out that this fellow's cultivation was only Universe Heaven level 10. This meant that Divine Lord Ji was not very powerful. They were still a large stage away from the peak existences of the Wanshan Great Thousand. Mo Jiuqing shook his head and said, if I want to become a saint, I have to live for at least 10 million years, or even longer. I'm still too young. He glanced at Zhou Xuanji and said meaningfully, you have some hope. Zhou Xuanji raised his eyebrows and asked, I'm only 200 years old. Are you sure? Could this fellow have noticed something? Mo Jiuqing said with a smile that did not seem like a smile, that's right. You're only 200 years old, but you've already caught up to me. He felt a bit lonely in his heart. No wonder the old beggar would take Zhou Xuanji as a disciple. The old beggar had a standard for taking in disciples, which was that the new disciple had to be more talented than the old disciple. Otherwise, he would not take in a disciple. Who is the most powerful among our senior apprentice brothers? Can he compare to the demonic ancestor? Zhou Xuanji asked, his tone filled with anticipation. To him, the demonic ancestor must be someone at connecting heaven level 10 and was only one step away from becoming a saint. Mo Jiuqing said, I have not personally witnessed the power of all the senior apprentice brothers, but I am sure of one thing. The demonic ancestor is of the same generation as our revered teacher. Our revered teacher mentioned a few people that we must not offend, and one of them is the demonic ancestor. Zhou Xuanji was astonished. He did not expect the old beggar to have such a powerful background. The same generation as the 10 demon gods? It seemed like he was one of the first living beings after the world was created. No wonder he could nurture so many monstrous disciples. Back to the topic. If you were born a few 100,000 years earlier, you might have been able to become a saint. But now, a pity. Mo Jiuqing shook his head and sighed. How many eras does it take for a heavenly saint position to be vacated? We might never be able to wait for the next saint position. The heavenly law had 9 as its limit. The 9 saints could not die under the heavenly law, unless they gave up their saint position or headed to the void. Zhou Xuanji curled his lip and thought to himself, the heavenly law violet chi is in my hands. Who wants to become a saint? The demon god palace was located in the wilderness and was surrounded by mountains. There were countless demons scattered everywhere, and there were all kinds of demons at a glance. From the outside, the demon god palace looked like the head of a flood dragon. It was hundreds of meters tall and towered over the mountains. Within the palace, the old beggar and northern nether sword devil Su Qing were trapped in adjacent cages. Su Qing was covered with blood and sat paralyzed on the ground, continuously panting. The old beggar, on the other hand, was lying on the ground with a relaxed posture. This palace was very spacious, and apart from the stone pillars with candles, there was nothing else. There were many totems engraved on the walls, looking like myths and legends. A ball of demonic chi appeared, and a man wearing black armor and a green robe appeared. His face was quite evil and looked like a fox. There were 2 sharp fangs in his mouth, and he wore a dragon-horned violet crown. He savagely laughed as he looked at the old beggar and said, "You're still not willing to submit? Aren't you afraid that your precious disciple will be possessed by us?" The old beggar scratched his bottom and harumphed as he said, "So be it. He's already crazy anyway." The green-robed man laughed and said, "It's not just this disciple, Your other disciples are coming as well. The old beggar flipped up and frowned as he asked, "What do you mean?" The green-robed man evilly laughed and said, "Don't you remember that you have a disciple from the demon race?" The old beggar's expression fell and he gritted his teeth as he said, "Very good." He almost coughed up blood. Another disciple had betrayed him. The green-robed man shrugged and smiled as he said, "As long as you help us divine where the demonic emperor and heavenly law violet chi are, you and your disciple can continue to live." The old beggar's expression fell, and he fell into a dilemma. Chapter 5:36. Facing the threat of the demons, the old beggar finally compromised. He sat on the ground and began divining the whereabouts of the demonic emperor and heavenly law violet chi. The azure-robed man waited patiently with a scrutinizing look in his eyes. He did not know if this old thing was really going to compromise. A long while later, the old beggar said suddenly, "The demonic emperor is in the void and is very far away from Wanshan Great Thousand. However, he is moving quickly and is shortening the distance. As for the heavenly law violet chi, I will calculate it again." The azure-robed man squinted his eyes. This meant that the demonic emperor was already charging toward Wanshan Great Thousand. Just in time. A while later, the old beggar opened his eyes and cursed, "Damn. The heavenly law violet chi is actually in Divine Lord Ji's hands. Damn, why is this bastard so lucky?" "Divine Lord Ji. Is that true?" the azure-robed man asked with a deep voice. The old beggar ignored him and cursed Divine Lord Ji in all sorts of ways. Seeing this, the azure-robed man left. The old beggar did not stop cursing for a long while before lying down. He used his right hand as a pillow and thought to himself with his eyes closed, "Brat, you obtained the heavenly law violet chi. It's a pity that you are too young. It's almost impossible for you to become a saint." Late at night, the world was dark. Zhou Xuanji and Mo Jiuqing landed on a tree and looked at the demon god palace. "When do we act?" Zhou Xuanji asked. He could sense many powerful auras. The demon race was indeed the overlord of all worlds. Mo Jiuqing said, "Don't be anxious. Wait for the other senior apprentice brothers to come before we act." Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and felt a little strange. Since they were going to wait, why wait here? Were they not afraid of being exposed? The demon race had so many powerful cultivators. Why did they not sense their presence? Zhou Xuanji suddenly smiled and asked, "You seem to be from the demon race too, right?" Mo Jiuqing looked into the distance calmly and said, "That's right. That's why so many people do not tolerate me." Zhou Xuanji took out the 9-moon execution sword and pointed it at him. "I almost fell for your trap," he said. Mo Jiuqing turned around and asked with a frown, "What do you mean?" Zhou Xuanji replied, "To come to the demon god palace to save the old man, we don't need all of our senior brothers and junior brothers to act together. We just need to find the most powerful one. With our cultivation, we will only be holding them back." "You're not stupid. There's only one reason, and that is to wipe us all out." Mo Jiuqing smiled when he heard that, and strands of demonic energy wrapped around his body. He sneered, "Since you've already guessed it, why did you still come?" Zhou Xuanji channeled the divine moon's power, and his body glowed with a faint white light. 9 divine moons floated behind him. He smiled and said, "I just want to save that old thing." Becoming stronger at the same time, he immediately condensed a battle flame soul and charged toward Mo Jiuqing. Mo Jiuqing waved his right hand and demonic chi exploded out, turning into a massive black hand that grabbed towards Zhou Xuanji. The sword chi exploded and directly shattered the giant black hand. Bang! The sound of the explosion resounded through the sky, causing countless evil spirits to turn their heads to look at them. Zhou Xuanji and Mo Jiuqing furiously fought. He did not seem to be afraid of startling other demons, and his attacks were bold and unrestrained. 1 billion sword images appeared out of nowhere and surrounded Mo Jiuqing from all directions. As Mo Jiuqing fought with Zhou Xuanji, he also paid attention to the primordial chaos sword shadow. This kid's strength far exceeds Universe Heaven level 10. Mo Jiuqing frowned and charged toward the ground. 1 billion sword images followed after him. Boom, 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 the ground was bombarded by the sword images. Mountains shattered, dust billowed, and countless trees were submerged. Zhou Xuanji absorbed Mo Jiuqing's magic energy and converted it into celestial energy, which surged endlessly. Looks like this guy is far more powerful than Universe Heaven Level 10, Zhou Xuanji thought as he raised his brow. Only a small portion of the primordial chaos sword shadow hit Mo Jiuqing, but he still absorbed a lot of magic energy. At this moment, countless demons charged toward him from all directions. They covered the sky and ground, and roars resounded. Their roars filled the entire heavens and earth. Zhou Xuanji activated the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha straightaway. A thousand-hand sword Buddha that was 60,000 meters tall materialized and charged toward the Demon God Palace. The Demon God Palace trembled violently. In the cage, the old beggar opened his eyes and said in shock, "This aura? Why is that brat here?" Nonsense. The northern nether sword devil Su Qing, who was beside him, was also awakened. He roared wildly and punched the ground with both fists, causing the ground to tremble. The old beggar's heart was in turmoil. He wanted to break out of the cage but could not do so. There was a special restriction in the cage that even someone as powerful as him could not break out. The old beggar gritted his teeth and clapped his palms together as he began chanting a strange incantation. The thousand-hand sword Buddha was unstoppable and came closer and closer to the Demon God Palace. Even with its 1,000 arms flailing wildly, countless demons crawled on its body, almost covering its golden radiance. Zhou Xuanji frowned deeply within the thousand-hand sword Buddha. He used sword Qi sword to repel wave after wave of demons, but he felt that he could not kill them all. What's with these demons? Can't they be killed? He mumbled to himself. He was prepared to release Demon God Tianwu at any time. The powerful beings in the Demon God Palace were still preparing to move out. To save the old beggar, he could no longer blame himself for hiding Demon God Tianwu. Humph! You are the Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji? A cold snort came, sounding as heavy as thunder. The azure-robed man appeared with dozens of powerful demons. The one with the weakest aura was at Universe Heaven. The azure-robed man's cultivation was the most profound and unfathomable. Zhou Xuanji scanned him with his divine sense and guessed that he was at Connecting Heaven. Even malicious Buddha could not compare to him. The azure-robed man raised his arms and billowing azure flames rose up behind him, forming a blazing azure sun. It had a diameter of 100,000 meters and pierced through the clouds, floating above the Demon God Palace. In front of this azure sun, all existences seemed incredibly small. Even Zhou Xuanji's heart thumped in fear. He could sense that this azure sun contained terrifying energy. If it exploded out, he would not even have a chance to escape. What is this fellow trying to do? Zhou Xuanji frowned and thought to himself. Going all out right from the start? Could he not be so shameless? The azure-robed man's voice once again sounded out. Remember, the one who killed you is the demon race's Azure Demon Emperor. After speaking, countless demons flew out from the azure sun. They were like a wild storm, giving off massive sounds as they leapt at Zhou Xuanji. So it was like that. The demons here were all created by the Azure Demon Emperor. Zhou Xuanji's eyes flashed as he flipped his right hand, and the Wind God sword appeared in his left hand. His aura once again grew, and the thousand-hand sword Buddha swung its sword, slaughtering the demon army. Boom, boom, boom. The demons continuously slammed into the thousand-hand sword Buddha. Even though they were destroyed, there were simply too many of them, and they quickly forced the thousand-hand sword Buddha into retreat. Those two swords are quite good. The Azure Demon Emperor floated in the air and said as he thought to himself. The dozens of demons beside him started to chat. Should we act? Don't be in such a hurry, the real enemy has not come yet. This boy is not simple, he can actually block His Majesty's attack. That's because His Majesty is not serious, alright? Chapter 537. Rumble. The demon army turned into a black flood and suppressed the thousand-hand sword Buddha, causing Zhou Xuanji to leave the Demon God Palace. Damn it! I can't get away at all. Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth and thought with a grave expression. He could barely maintain the stability of the thousand-hand sword Buddha. If the thousand-hand sword Buddha was destroyed, The evil spirits that were swarming in from all directions would not give him a chance to escape. Right at this moment, a beam of light tore through the turbid sky and descended upon the thousand-hand sword Buddha at an extremely fast speed. In that instant, Zhou Xuanji felt a massive wave of energy flowing into his body. This feeling was familiar. It was as if he had returned to the mystic moon state in the Abyss Pearl mainland. The powerful and overbearing power made him let out a long howl. Bang! The thousand-hand sword Buddha shattered, and Zhou Xuanji, whose body was shining with golden light, appeared. He held two swords in his hands, and legendary swords appeared out of thin air, circling around him at high speed. Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Weep. Zhou Xuanji let go of the Wind God sword and held the cultivation-absorbing demon sealer in his left hand. Facing the endless demon army, he did not retreat and instead advanced, charging forward without any fear. His sword was extremely fast, and his sword chi was vast and mighty. None of the evil spirits could withstand his sword chi. He dashed towards the demonic hall. Sword light flashed, and he became the most eye-catching existence in the world. The Azure Demonic Emperor exclaimed in bewilderment. He turned to look at the demonic deity palace and instantly guessed that it was the old beggar's doing. Even though this fellow was imprisoned, he was still able to support his disciple. He was indeed powerful. Azure Demon Emperor smirked and waved his right hand, and the massive azure flaming sun pressed down towards Zhou Xuanji. Rumble! The green flaming sun exploded with a horrifying suction force like a black hole. Zhou Xuanji quickly stopped, but he could only slow down and could not turn around. What is this thing? Zhou Xuanji's heart shuddered. Not only could the azure flaming sun create demons, but it could also absorb living creatures. Could it be that I would become a demon after being sucked in? He immediately executed the 10,000 ultimate steps in an attempt to escape. Unfortunately, it was impossible. In next to no time, he fell into the green flaming sun and vanished. The Azure Demon Emperor did not smile. Instead, he yelled, "Xianxia, since you're already here, why aren't you showing yourself? It seems like your relationship with your junior brother isn't good." Rumble! The black clouds parted, and a dazzling light shone down. A domineering godlike figure descended with a magnificent aura. His countenance was calm and his eyes shone with a divine light. He was clad in golden armor and looked majestic. He stared at the Azure Demon Emperor and spoke, "Azure Demon Emperor, do you know what the price for daring to capture my master is?" The Azure Devil Emperor laughed with disdain. "The price is that you'll be accompanying your master." His entire body ignited with green flames, and he turned into a sharp arrow that shot forward. Within the azure flaming sun, Zhou Xuanji levitated in the air with his legendary swords circling around him. All he could see were azure flames, and the light was dim. Zhou Xuanji swung his sword and looked around. He wanted to break out, but he found that it was impossible. He didn't panic and started absorbing the green flames to strengthen his battle path flame soul. Very soon, many demons attacked from all directions. Each of them looked ferocious and terrifying. Even the weakest among them was a void extreme immortal. Zhou Xuanji allowed the battle flame soul to absorb the azure flames while he slashed with the cultivation-absorbing demonic sealer to slay evil. Since he couldn't escape, he would become stronger here. He frantically exorcised demons. 10,000. 100,000. 1 million. 10 million. He realized that something was off. He couldn't kill all of these demons, but the cultivation-absorbing demonic sealer's sword chi had become much stronger. He finally understood why this place was so terrifying. It was because he couldn't kill all of these demons. If it was any other creature, they would have died sooner or later. However, he had world internalization and the cultivation-absorbing demonic sealer, which made him stronger and stronger. As his cultivation grew stronger, so did the battle path flame soul. To him, this place was the best place for cultivation. Don't celebrate too early. The further you go, the more powerful the demons will be. Eventually, there will be demons even more powerful than the Azure Devil Emperor, Sovereign Xian said in Zhou Xuanji's mind. Sovereign Xian said in Zhou Xuanji's mind. He seemed to understand Azure Demon Emperor very well, causing Emperor Zhao to ask about Azure Demon Emperor's background. The Azure Devil Emperor had lived for countless years and was considered an ancient existence. In the demon realm, the Azure Devil Emperor's strength was ranked in the top 10. The demonic ancestor was undoubtedly the strongest. Is there a way to break out of this? Zhou Xuanji asked. He could also sense that the demons were becoming stronger. The rate at which the demons were becoming stronger was much faster than the rate at which his cultivation was growing. Either you keep running and wait for someone to break in from the outside, or you use absolute power to break in from the inside, Sovereign Xian replied. His words made Zhou Xuanji frown. It seemed like he really had to use demon god Tianwu. Boom! A horrifying explosion came, and Zhou Xuanji's ears were ringing. He looked up and saw that the darkness was broken through, and a violent gale came in from the outside. He was overjoyed and immediately dashed out. At the same time, Xianxia and the Azure Devil Emperor were fighting on the surface of the sun. Xianxia held a spear with red tassels and a halberd. He defended against the Azure Devil Emperor while attacking the sun. Seeing a large hole in the sun, the Azure Devil Emperor was enraged. His hands turned into claws and clawed at Xianxia. Xianxia displayed the domineering aura of an undefeatable war god. No matter how powerful the demonic might was, the spear and halberd could destroy it. Zhou Xuanji leaped up from behind him and saw the battle between Xianxia and the Azure Devil Emperor. Xianxia is your senior apprentice brother, Sovereign Xian said in surprise. Before Zhou Xuanji could ask, Emperor Zhao asked who Xianxia was. Sovereign Xian did not hide anything and began introducing Xianxia. He was the first human in the 10,000 worlds, and he was the first war god in human history. He had saved the human race from danger many times. A long time ago, when the human race was just born, they were food for the other races. Xianxia was one of the heroes. After the human race became more powerful, Xianxia and the other human primogenitors retired. Zhou Xuanji had never thought that such an expert would be the old beggar's disciple. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji felt quite shocked. Just who was the old beggar? Zhou Xuanji did not think too much and rushed towards the demon god palace. After the sun was destroyed, the suction force was no longer there. Seeing Zhou Xuanji rush over, the dozens of powerful demons guarding the demon god palace all attacked. Zhou Xuanji leaped up and directly used world suppressing. With the cultivation absorbing demon sealer, immortal energy surged into the sword and pressed down. He was like a meteor as he smashed towards the demon god palace. Terrifying demonic chi formed a massive black barrier, covering the demon god palace. Boom! The massive black barrier shattered, and Zhou Xuanji's sword slashed out, instantly killing 20 or so demons. The other demons hurriedly dodged in fear. Zhou Xuanji also smashed through the demon god palace, pursuing the old beggar's aura. He advanced unobstructed and soon, he came to the palace where the old beggar was. He landed in front of the cage like a cannonball. The old beggar cried out in delight, "Boy, you've killed your way in so quickly." Zhou Xuanji did not say anything and used his sword to hack at the cage. It was a pity that no matter how he hacked, he could not break the metal bars. This cage requires connecting heaven level 5 power or above to break, the old beggar said as he sighed. The old beggar sighed. Just as he spoke, Zhou Xuanji released demon god Tianwu. Demon god Tianwu shrunk to 2 meters tall and walked to the cage. It directly broke the metal bars, making the old beggar dumbfounded. Chapter 5:38. Demon god Tianwu walked to Su Qing's cage and tore it apart as well. Su Qing rushed out as well. The moment he saw demon god Tianwu, he roared and pounced towards it. The heavenly Wu demon god instinctively waved his fist and sent him flying. He smashed through the walls of the demon god palace and crashed into a mountain. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Zhou Xuanji hurriedly put demon god Tianwu into the Xianxia map. Demon god Tianwu. The old beggar screamed in disbelief. "Run quickly," Zhou Xuanji urged. After saying that, he took the lead and jumped up, followed by the old beggar. After the two of them flew out of the demonic hall, the old beggar flew towards Su Qing. Su Qing had already gone crazy. He charged into the army of demons, his aura becoming more and more violent. The old beggar rushed in front of him and was directly lifted by his right leg, swung up and smashed on the ground. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. He hurried over and saved Su Qing. Su Qing's cultivation was at Universe Heaven level 18, and with the old beggar's power, Zhou Xuanji could barely push him back. He's already crazy, and you still want to care about him? Why don't I see you treating your other disciples like this? Is he your son? Zhou Xuanji said unpleasantly. The situation was urgent. Xianxia could only stop Azure Demon Emperor and could not win in a short period of time. If the demonic ancestor came, it would be over. The old beggar gritted his teeth and said, "He saved my life." Zhou Xuanji took out the soft velvety sword and wanted to make Su Qing powerless, but Su Qing slapped the soft velvety sword away. The old beggar took out a silver tower and quickly sucked Su Qing into it. Linglong Treasure Pagoda? Zhou Xuanji looked at the silver tower in his hand curiously. Let's split up. It's too dangerous to follow me. After saying this, the old beggar flew away quickly. Zhou Xuanji was stunned and almost cursed out loud. Ingrate. He turned and flew in another direction. He did not chase after Mo Jiuqing. Since the old beggar had been saved, he should leave. He was not strong enough to help Xianxia, so he might as well leave early so that Xianxia could escape. Along the way, he encountered many evil devils. Relying on the cultivation-absorbing devil-sealing art, he slaughtered his way out. After flying for 10,000 miles, there were no more evil spirits chasing after him. Whoosh, an air-piercing sound came, and Zhou Xuanji instinctively dodged. A black beam of light pierced through his chest and almost hit his heart. This black light beam was only 3 fingers in diameter, yet it was able to penetrate his flesh. It was truly frightening. He turned around and saw a white-haired woman hovering above the black clouds. Her skin was the color of blood, and she wore a loose red robe. Even though her face was exquisite, her entire person seemed to have walked out of a pool of blood, and it was eerie and frightening. She looked at Zhou Xuanji coldly and raised her right hand again. Unstoppable! Zhou Xuanji immediately fled at full speed. Shio! Another streak of black light pierced through his right shoulder, causing his face to twitch in pain. This black light contained an extreme corrosive power that prevented his body from healing quickly. It even hurt his soul. The Cruelty Demon Emperor of the Demon World. It said that she's the closest existence to the demon ancestor. She's even stronger than the Azure Demon Emperor. Sovereign Xian introduced to Zhou Xuanji. The Sky Sovereign Demon Emperor cursed, "It's that old fiend. She's the one who killed me." Zhou Xuanji could not help him take revenge, so he could only hide in fear. Shio! Shio! Another 2 streaks of black light shot over. They were too fast, and Zhou Xuanji's legs were hit. Blood flew everywhere, and he was unable to dodge at all. He did not turn and attack the Cruelty Demon Emperor, because she was simply too powerful. She's toying with me. Zhou Xuanji was infuriated. He had already made preparations to be reborn. At that moment, a powerful gust of wind descended from behind him. He instinctively slashed out with his sword. Bang! The Cruelty Demon Emperor stomped down on his back, breaking his spine. The terrifying power almost caused him to faint. Following this, he fell into the forest, kicking up a trail of dust. The Cruelty Demon Emperor floated in the air and condescendingly laughed as she said, "You dare to fight with the demon race with just this bit of strength?" She opened her mouth and spat out a yellow-brown river, which poured into the forest. The trees that were touched by the river were instantly burned to ashes. In less than 3 breaths of time, the surrounding 10,000 meters of forest had been scorched. As for Zhou Xuanji, there was no trace of him. The Cruelty Demon Emperor smiled and turned to fly towards the Demon God Palace. Sunlight shined down. Zhou Xuanji felt quite warm. He opened his eyes, and what he saw was the mottled reflection of tree leaves. His eyes widened, and he found that he was hanging from a tree. His body was wrapped in silk, and only his head could be seen, making him look like a silkworm cocoon. "What's going on?" Zhou Xuanji frowned as he muttered. At that moment, a figure walked over. It was the old immortal who had taken him in for 3 years and allowed him to wait for the heavenly saint to appear. He could not help but ask, "Why am I here?" The old immortal had a faint smile on his face as he said, "You almost died to the cruelty demon emperor's poison. It was me who used a great divine ability to teleport you here from far away." Zhou Xuanji thought back to what had happened before he had fainted and hurriedly asked the sword spirit where his swords were. The sword spirit replied. The instant he had teleported, the sword spirit had taken back all of his swords. He could not help but let out a sigh of relief. He said gratefully, "Many thanks, Senior." The old immortal shook his head and said, "Come to think of it, you are my junior." He walked over to the tree and sat down, leaning against the trunk. He looked towards the horizon, and his gaze became gentle. He sighed and said, "Back then I came here with your revered teacher. Back then, there was no heavenly law or 9 saints. Back then, I was in a hurry to leave, but your revered teacher refused. He said that he wanted to help the creatures here gain intelligence, so we had a conflict and went our separate ways. I escaped into the void and wanted to find my way home, but I did not succeed." Zhou Xuanji's eyes widened. What did that mean? The old immortal and the old beggar did not belong to the Wanshan Great Thousand? "I have been here for hundreds of millions of years, but I have always failed. After going around in circles, I have returned here. The world has changed, and the heavenly law has been established. 5 of the 9 saints have appeared. Your revered teacher interfered with the rules of the heavenly law and was suppressed by the heavenly law. It was I who saved him, but I also injured myself. From then on, we hid in the Great Thousand Worlds and recuperated, waiting for hope on the way home. Now, there are more and more Great Thousand Worlds, and there are countless creatures of different races. However, I have lost all hope, but your revered teacher has not. He has always been taking in disciples, hoping to nurture an existence that surpasses the heavenly law and can take us home." A look of melancholy appeared on the old immortal's face. Those memories were already hazy in his mind. Even the most powerful cultivation could not withstand the mercilessness of time. "Where did your home come from?" Zhou Xuanji asked. The old immortal glanced at him and said with a smile, "At the end of the void. I'm not sure how far it is, but that place is called the Kunlun Origin Court." Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji's eyes lit up, and he was attracted by the word Kunlun. Kunlun often appeared in Chinese mythology, and it represented the land of immortals. He asked, "What does the Kunlun Origin Court look like? Is it the same as the Great Thousand Worlds?" The old immortal sighed and said, "It's different, completely different. I cannot reveal too much, or else the heavenly law will be wary of me." Chapter 539. You saved me because you think that I can surpass the heavenly law and bring you back to the Kunlun Origin Court? Zhou Xuanji asked with squinted eyes. He was also very interested in the Kunlun Origin Court. The sword spirit said that the supreme legendary sword system came from the serendipity of the world. Where was Hongmeng? The old immortal smiled at him but did not reply. He got up slowly and stretched his waist. Looking toward the horizon, he said, "I suddenly feel old." He shook his head with a smile and walked toward the Taoist temple. "When your injuries are healed, you will come down. Don't worry and don't be anxious." Zhou Xuanji heard this and felt at peace. After a while, the old immortal's voice came from the Taoist temple. "Spring and summer, the sky is high and the earth is small. Where the Tao is, the heart longs for. Everything has its rules, and more haste makes waste. If the Tao belongs to you, no one can steal it. If the Tao does not belong to you, it is useless to prove the Tao with strength." Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. Was the old immortal trying to tell him not to be anxious? He was only 200 years old and had already reached Universe Heaven Level 10. Such a breakthrough speed was something that everyone could only look up to. But he still desired more power and continued to take risks. What will happen if I slow down? Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. In the past, he always felt that he was in such a hurry because he wanted to protect the people around him. But thinking back, his enemies had never captured the people around him to threaten him. If he did not step forward, would everything that he protected disappear? A refreshing breeze came out, gently caressing his cheeks. His black hair danced in the wind. Listening to the sound of the wind, his heart sank into an unprecedented tranquility. The old immortal was still speaking. His voice was not as majestic as Sage Daojing's, but it had the same magical power to calm his heart. Sunlight shone down, and the flowers and grasses all over the mountain glowed faintly. It was a sign of life and hope. Among the flowers and grasses, a group of ants moved forward. The ant at the front was carrying the largest piece of leaf. It was the fastest and was getting further and further away from the rest of the ants. A strange bug leaped out suddenly and swallowed it before disappearing among the grasses. The ants continued to move forward, and the strange bug dashed out again to hunt the ants. Soon, it was surrounded by the ants and was finally bitten to death by a dozen of them. 3 days later, Zhou Xuanji's injuries recovered, and the silk dissipated as he landed on the ground. He hurriedly took out a set of white clothes and put them on. He stretched his muscles and walked to the front of the Taoist temple. He bowed and cupped his hands, asking, "Senior, do you have any instructions for this junior?" He had a hunch that the old immortal didn't just save him. As for the old beggar's safety, he was no longer worried. He chose to believe in his fellow apprentices. For the past 3 days, he had been enjoying the breeze and enjoying nature, which made him think of many things. The world was vast, and not everything needed him. "How about helping me plant flowers and plants?" The old immortal's voice sounded out, and Zhou Xuanji nodded and turned to leave. Just like that, he lived in the Taoist temple. During the day, he admired the flowers and grass, and at night, he sat on a tree trunk and looked up at the stars. Time flew by. Half a year passed quickly. He was near the Taoist temple, isolated from the rest of the world, so he did not know what was going on in the world. He wanted to go back to the divine cliff to take a look, so he asked the old immortal. The old immortal did not stop him and only asked him to come back quickly. Zhou Xuanji quickly left and flew toward the divine cliff at full speed. Along the way, he did not stop, nor did he inquire about any news. It was as if the demon race had nothing to do with him, or the affairs of the world had nothing to do with him. After returning to the divine cliff, everything was fine. The divine cliff's disciples were on standby, while Zhou Shaoxian was still cultivating in the forest. He returned to his residence and found Xianxia. She sat in the courtyard and internalized qi. Sunlight shone on her body, and she seemed to be covered in a layer of radiance. "Hey!" Zhou Xuanji walked up to her silently and suddenly threatened her. Xianxia was not frightened and pinched his face instead. "Humph, I sensed you the moment you appeared," Xianxia said with a cold snort. She opened her eyes and looked at him, asking, "How's the situation?" Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything from her and told her everything in detail. After hearing it, she heaved a sigh of relief and said, "That old immortal was right. You were too impatient. However, because of your impatience, we are here today," Xianxia said with an adoring smile. In her eyes, Zhou Xuanji was omnipotent and the most powerful and best man in the world. Zhou Xuanji smiled and asked, "Do you want to stay here or come with me?" Xianxia thought for a moment and said, "Forget it. That old immortal left you here, so he definitely wants to nurture you. I don't want to ruin that. Moreover, only with me here can the divine cliff be at ease. If you and I both leave, the others will leave as well. When that time comes, what will the divine cliff do?" The divine cliff had saved Zhou Xuanji's life. If it wasn't for Zhou Xuanji, the divine cliff would still be an overlord-level faction in the Center God province. As such, she had to stay. Zhou Xuanji nodded. It would be dangerous for Xianxia to come with him. Who knew when the demonic emperor would return? The two of them stayed together for a day before he silently left. He did not alert anyone else, and he left as quickly as he came. After returning to the Taoist temple, Zhou Xuanji did not disturb the old immortal. He sat under a tree and silently looked at the flowers and plants. After staying here for half a year, he suddenly liked to stare blankly. Looking at the beautiful scenery, he thought about the past and the future, making him feel carefree and relaxed. The old immortal suddenly walked out of the Taoist temple and sat down beside Zhou Xuanji, looking at the mountains in front of them. "What are you feeling right now?" The old immortal asked softly, his tone gentle. Zhou Xuanji did not look at him and looked into the distance as he said, "It's very peaceful, as if I'm very small and the world is very big. There's no danger, no excitement. It's like the water in a lake, peaceful and peaceful. The old immortal smiled and said, "You asked me what the Kunlun origin court was like before, and that was actually your current mental state." Zhou Xuanji looked at him and asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" The old immortal shook his head and smiled as he said, "Only those with an absolutely peaceful heart can enter the Kunlun origin court. Many creatures head to the void in search of a vaster world, including the heavenly saints. However, they all failed not because their cultivation was not high enough, but because their hearts were not peaceful enough. As such, they could not receive the summons of the Kunlun origin court. I told you to calm your heart early for the Kunlun origin court. When you go to the Kunlun origin court, you will transform, and you will even rise above the heavens." Zhou Xuanji asked in confusion, "Since it's like this, you should all be very powerful. Why are you trapped here?" The old immortal replied, "All the suffering in the world comes from fighting. The Kunlun origin court also has fighting, and we lost, which is why we are here." Mentioning this, he did not feel angry or unwilling. He was very calm. Perhaps this was what he meant by calming his heart. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. The old immortal said deeply, "It's not impossible to become an overlord saint. I will help you reach it." Chapter 540. Overlord Saint. Zhou Xuanji's eyes lit up and asked, "How do I become an overlord saint?" Proving one's Tao with strength sounded easy, but it was incredibly difficult to surpass a heavenly sage with magic energy. The higher one's cultivation base was, the slower one's breakthrough speed would be. The old immortal said leisurely, "Don't you already have a demon god's clone? As long as you reach the strength of his body, I have a way to help you become an overlord saint. You will be invincible under the heavenly law, and even the heavenly law will not be able to reject or punish you." Zhou Xuanji blinked, and the joy in his heart receded like the tide. How powerful was the demon god Tianwu? Once he reached that height, it would be another round of vicissitudes. He asked, "Is there a body-tempering method?" His cultivation was mainly focused on immortal energy, and his fleshly body was not his main focus. With his current cultivation level, it was very difficult to find heavenly materials and earthly treasures that could help him temper his body. It was possible to obtain the heavenly Tao providence, but it was more difficult to obtain than to find treasures. "Once you've calmed down, I'll help you." The old immortal chuckled. Then he got up and walked down the mountain. "Where are you going?" Zhou Xuanji asked. As the sun shone on the old immortal, he looked like he could ascend to heaven and become an immortal at any moment. "Let's go take a look at the little creatures at the foot of the mountain and experience their world," the old immortal said without turning his head. These words made Zhou Xuanji fall into deep thought. Was the world of rats, rabbits, ants, and insects peaceful? He looked at the flowers and plants by his hand. As the Devil clan invaded the Center God province, the atmosphere in the Center God province became tense. The first-class forces sent their disciples to the border to resist the Devil clan's army, and the Divine Palace also joined in. The news that the distant ancestor of the human race, Xianxia, had wreaked havoc in the Emotion Temple had spread throughout the Center God province. It was said that Xianxia had battled the Azure Demon Emperor and the Ruined Demon Emperor on his own, and both of them were severely injured. At the same time, the news of the demon realm descending upon the vast thousand worlds also spread. Although the demon realm was far from the Center God province, it could still threaten the vast thousand domains. A calamity that engulfed the entire vast thousand worlds descended. Times create heroes. The war had just begun, but many geniuses had already emerged from the human race. Emperor Jundao was one of them. He fought his way to the front lines and fought against the demons. His strength increased by leaps and bounds. The Divine Cliff was located within the Center God province and did not participate in the battle. Yang Yutian did not even dare to think about becoming a sky saint. 3 years later, an expert from beyond the heavens descended. His name was Duyishan, and he descended upon the battlefield of the humans and demons, slaughtering the soldiers of both sides. He was extremely powerful. That battle had forced Azure Demon Emperor and Giant God Huang Hao to rush over as reinforcements, but Duyishan had easily escaped. 7 years later, the various ancient families of the Center God province came into being, and at the same time, They joined forces with the surrounding provinces to resist the devil race. During these 10 years, Zhou Xuanji stayed in front of the old immortal's temple to calm his mind. He was already 260 years old, and the number of divine swords he had reached 572. In these 10 years, he did not obtain a divine sword that surpassed the Armageddon grade or an extremely powerful divine ability. His cultivation had also stagnated, but he was not disappointed by this. In the meantime, he returned to the Divine Cliff and kept Emperor Sword Court into the world of the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus. As for Jiang Shui, Zhou Shaoxian, Fenyu Dragon King, Lin Chang'e, and the others, they were still at the Divine Cliff to help him. Zhou Xuanji built a portal in the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus, which led to his residence in the Divine Cliff. If they encountered danger, they could escape into the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus through the portal. If the enemy dared to follow him, he could use the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus to kill them. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji was lying on the grass and looking up at the sky. It felt great not to cultivate, and he was slacking off in the name of cultivating his mind. The world had nothing to do with him. After 10 years, he could clearly sense the change in his mentality. He was no longer worried about the world or the Divine Cliff. He did not need to worry about his enemies coming to find trouble with him. You sure have nothing to do. A cold laughter came. The voice was filled with murderous intent. Zhou Xuanji got up slowly and asked calmly, "Demonic Emperor?" With the old immortal in the temple, he did not fear the demonic emperor at all. A ball of black qi appeared in front of him and formed into a human figure. He wore a luxurious black armor, and the breastplate looked like a lion's head. His face was cold, and half of his face was covered in flaming scales. 2 dragon horns protruded from his long hair, and they pierced towards the sky. The demonic emperor. His aura was evil, more evil than anyone Zhou Xuanji had ever met. Once he landed, the flowers and grass around him withered visibly. Even the trees behind Zhou Xuanji were aging rapidly. The most horrifying thing was that Zhou Xuanji could sense that his life force was being sucked away. He quickly channeled his celestial energy to resist this evil energy. "Zhou Xuanji, you're quite carefree. Since you know who I am, then join me. I will help you quickly become stronger, and when I become a saint, you will become the person with the greatest authority under me. What do you think?" The demonic emperor said coldly. His dark green eyes glowed with a strange light. He was shocked in his heart that Zhou Xuanji could face him so calmly. If it were any other person from the northern wilderness, they might not even be able to stand and withstand the pressure from the depths of their soul. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "Not much. Please go back." The demonic emperor's face darkened. He grabbed toward Zhou Xuanji. Demon god Tianwu appeared suddenly and punched toward him. The fist and palm collided. With a loud boom, the demonic emperor was sent flying backward. Although he had the body of a demon god, he could not control it completely. Moreover, he did not use his full power, so he could not withstand demon god Tianwu's horrifying power. Looking at the demon god's back, Zhou Xuanji smiled. He waved his right hand, and the withered plants around him quickly regained their vitality. At this moment, the demonic emperor appeared above Zhou Xuanji's head and clawed at him. Demon god Tianwu fought instinctively. Once the demonic emperor appeared, he turned around and kicked the demonic emperor, sending him flying into the sky. Zhou Xuanji lay down and looked at the demonic emperor leisurely. The demonic emperor stopped in midair and muttered with a deep frown, "Demon god's body." Tianwu. Waves of shock surged in his heart. How did Zhou Xuanji obtain demon god Tianwu? And with this brat's cultivation, how could he refine demon god Tianwu's corpse into a clone? It was completely illogical. He flipped his right hand and took out a black saber that was surrounded by blood qi. He was prepared to attack again. "Benefactor, I advise you to leave this place or else I will kill you." The old immortal's voice came from the temple. The demonic emperor heard him and his expression changed drastically. He looked back at the temple with fear in his eyes. "May I ask who you are?" he asked with a deep voice. "Is it important?" The old immortal replied. The demonic emperor's expression changed. Finally, he turned into a ball of black qi and dissipated. "You can protect him now, but you can't protect him forever. Once he leaves you, it will be the day of his death. The demonic emperor's chilling voice resounded across the clouds for a long time. Zhou Xuanji did not mind. He had heard such threats many times. By the time he left, he would have transformed. Chapter 541. After the demonic emperor left, Zhou Xuanji did not recall demon god Tianwu. Instead, he asked him to sit beside him, and they looked at the horizon together, training their mental state. Everything was quiet. Occasionally, he could even hear the old immortal preaching about the Tao. This kind of experience was not dull at all for him. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years passed. He was now 270 years old. In the past 10 years, he had never gone back. Sometimes, he would communicate with Xianxia through the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus to understand the situation of the Divine Cliff. As the war between the human race and the demon race became more intense, the Divine Cliff had no choice but to send disciples to support them. In order to strengthen themselves, Lin Shanga, Ning Zifeng, Chen Bantian, and Meng Tianlang also went to the front line to participate in the war. Yang Yutian asked Zhou Xuanji why he was not back yet. After Jiang Shui told him that Zhou Xuanji was cultivating, Yang Yutian did not ask again. He understood that for Zhou Xuanji, time was of the essence. After 20 years of peace in front of the Taoist temple, Zhou Xuanji's state of mind was no longer the same as before. He sat on the tree trunk and listened to the sound of the wind. Using his fingers as a sword, his fingers seemed to glow as they drew lines of light in the air. It was dazzling and magical. Although he had never cultivated, his understanding of the sword principle had deepened. If he were to condense a sword's soul now, its lethality would be far greater than before. This was the improvement of the state of mind. The mountain was no longer a mountain, and the sword was no longer the original sword. The old immortal suddenly walked out of the temple. He came under the tree and looked at Zhou Xuanji as he smiled and said, "It's time for you to leave." Zhou Xuanji looked down and asked, "Go out? Is that enough?" The old immortal smiled, "It's about time for your magic power to grow. Now that the humans and demons are at war, you can make good use of the world Buddha art. When you break through to Universe Heaven level 18, come back and find me." He raised his right hand and tapped Zhou Xuanji's forehead. A stream of memories flowed into Zhou Xuanji's mind. It was a divine ability. 9-soul fusion technique. This divine ability could allow the main body to fuse with the avatars. At most, it could fuse with 9 bodies at the same time. The strength after the fusion was related to the cultivation of each body. However, this divine ability consumed a lot of his soul. With his cultivation, he could only use it for 2 hours at most. He still needed a few days to recover. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and landed before the old immortal. He cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, senior." This divine ability was made just for him, so he had to be grateful. However, even though he was expressing his gratitude, he appeared to be indifferent. It wasn't that he wasn't moved. It was just that his state of mind had improved and he could control his emotions. A woman whose fate is intertwined with yours is in danger and is trapped in the demon god temple. The old immortal said meaningfully, which made Zhou Xuanji narrow his eyes. The woman whose fate was intertwined with his? Other than Jiang Shui, there was also Xianxia. Jiang Shui was safe and sound in the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus. That was Xianxia. He nodded lightly and said, "Then I'll go first." The old immortal stroked his long beard as he smiled and nodded, and Zhou Xuanji turned into a ray of sword light and disappeared over the horizon. Looking in the direction he left, the old immortal shook his head and said, "This person was born not to belong here." Zhou Xuanji stood on the windcutter sword, and his white robe fluttered in the wind. He looked ahead calmly. His mind was calm, and he wasn't thinking about anything. As for Xianxia, he believed that she would be able to hold on until he arrived. "Zhou Xuanji, you are finally willing to come out." The demonic emperor's voice came. Next, Zhou Xuanji turned his body suddenly and dodged the demonic emperor's bloody claw. His chest was less than 5 centimeters away from the demonic emperor's claw, which was a fatal distance. But he was still unhurried. Demon god Tianwu appeared out of nowhere and punched at the demonic emperor. The demonic emperor's pupils contracted. He blocked with both arms but was still sent flying hundreds of meters away. He steadied himself and said with gritted teeth, "How can you, a universe heaven level 10 cultivator, could not react so quickly?" Zhou Xuanji looked at him and said, "You are indeed unwilling to give up. But this time, the roles of the hunter and the prey will be swapped." The demonic emperor frowned and did not understand what he meant. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji activated the 9-soul fusion technique and fused his body with demon god Tianwu. In an instant, demon god Tianwu opened its eyes, and 2 beams of cold light shot out from its eyes. He maintained the form of demon god Tianwu, and his aura was violent. The form of the 9-soul fusion technique could be decided at will, and he could also maintain his original form. But against the demonic emperor, he planned to use the most brutal form. The demonic emperor frowned even more. He did not understand what kind of divine ability this was, but he still took out his blood-chi black saber and prepared to fight. Ever since he realized that Zhou Xuanji had demon god Tianwu, he wanted Zhou Xuanji even more. This child was his descendant and should be under his control. He slashed at Zhou Xuanji, and his saber chi exploded, slicing the heavens and the earth in half. A legendary sword appeared in demon god Tianwu's right hand. It was the sky-judging sword. Universe Essence legendary sword. Before he swung his sword chi exploded and dispersed the demonic emperor's saber chi. At the same time, he absorbed a massive wave of magic energy. Demon god Tianwu walked toward the demonic emperor with his sword. A powerful gale surrounded his body and grew rapidly. Finally, it turned into a towering hurricane that circled around recklessly. The demonic emperor stared at the sword, and his expression changed slightly. He knew that Zhou Xuanji had many swords, but he did not expect him to have such a powerful one. Such a treasure usually only appeared in the hands of connecting heaven cultivators, just like his saber. "Very good. Zhou Xuanji, I will let you die a painful death." The demonic emperor laughed sinisterly, and his aura grew tremendously. Zhou Xuanji did not bother to waste his breath. 18 sword souls materialized behind him in a fan shape, looking majestic. After 20 years of tempering his mind, he finally unleashed it today. "Demonic Emperor, do you know what hell looks like?" Zhou Xuanji said with a faint smile. He activated the primordial chaos sword shadow straightaway. 5 billion sword shadows appeared in all directions and surrounded him and the demonic emperor instantly, enveloping them in the primordial chaos sword shadow. The demonic emperor frowned and slashed at Zhou Xuanji with his saber. Countless saber chis burst out in all directions. The 5 billion sword shadows moved as well and charged toward the demonic emperor. Boom! A deafening explosion. A powerful radiance appeared, causing the heavens and earth to lose their color. Mountains were turned into ashes, and the clouds were obliterated. A powerful destructive force swept across 10,000 miles, turning everything within 10,000 miles into nothingness. Within the powerful radiance, Zhou Xuanji and the demonic emperor fought. Although they could not see, both of them could accurately attack and defend. They were extremely fast, and the demon god's power shook the space, almost shattering it. Numerous sword souls flew out from Zhou Xuanji's back. The demonic emperor used all sorts of divine abilities, sometimes creating clones and sometimes transforming into black chi. He dodged each sword soul's attack and attacked Zhou Xuanji at the same time. Zhou Xuanji's swords were fast as well, but he was in a marvelous state. Compared to the demonic emperor, he appeared to be at ease. "My sword is my sword, and my Dao is my Dao." Zhou Xuanji spoke suddenly, which made the demonic emperor frown. What was this brat trying to do? However, Zhou Xuanji maintained his original attack, and the two were evenly matched. But somehow, the demonic emperor felt uneasy. Chapter 542. The demonic emperor no longer dared to be careless and began to give it his all. In the powerful radiance, he sped up suddenly and unleashed the full power of the demon god's body. Zhou Xuanji frowned as he defended. Such horrifying power. If not for the demon god's body, he would have been blasted apart by the demonic emperor's power. Clang, clang, clang. The sword and the saber clashed. Every time the sky-judging sword and the blood-chi black saber clashed, The sound traveled far and wide. Countless living beings could hear it. No one dared to come close because Zhou Xuanji and the demonic emperor's aura was too horrifying. Zhou Xuanji activated the heaven essence divine energy in the sky-judging sword and grew more powerful. At the same time, he used world reincarnation to deflect the demonic emperor's saber chi. Facing such a strange move, the demonic emperor did not panic. Instead, he strengthened his saber chi and became more ferocious. Zhou Xuanji could sense that each slash was more than twice as powerful as the previous one. Such a powerful saber technique. Seeing that the powerful radiance was about to dissipate, Zhou Xuanji moved away from the demonic emperor and raised his sword to use heavenly sword fall. Just when the demonic emperor was about to charge at him, a beam of light descended from the sky. With a loud boom, the demonic emperor was struck down and smashed through the ruins into the ground. Zhou Xuanji chased after him and activated world suppressing before jumping underground. In the blink of an eye, the sky-judging sword clashed with the blood chi black saber. Zhou Xuanji pressed down on the demonic emperor and sank deeper. Damn! The demonic emperor stared at Zhou Xuanji with a hideous face. He wanted to tear this brat into pieces. He wanted to repel Zhou Xuanji, but Zhou Xuanji also had the demon god's body. With world suppressing descending from the sky, the demonic emperor could not move at all. The two crashed through layers of rocks with unstoppable momentum. Zhou Xuanji summoned all his legendary swords and used sword sect immortal cry. More than 500 legendary swords glowed with white light and pierced toward the demonic emperor like a torrential downpour. The demonic emperor could only rely on his body to defend against these legendary swords. Boom! They fell into the earth's core suddenly and charged into the boiling sea of lava. The horrifying temperature caused them to suffer unimaginable pain. However, a demon god's body was the strongest physical body below heavenly sages. The great thousand realms earth core flame could not harm them. Zhou Xuanji disappeared suddenly, and the demonic emperor counterattacked immediately. He turned into countless duplicates and charged toward Zhou Xuanji from all directions. These clones all had different appearances and sizes, and all of them had ferocious expressions as they charged forward without any regard for their own safety. Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Weep blocked all the attacks for him. If not for his immortal power, most of the divine swords would have been instantly burned to ashes by the earth core flame. Die! The demonic emperor suddenly roared. The black flames turned into a pillar of light and shot out of his mouth, blasting Zhou Xuanji out of the earth's core. The legendary swords were brought out because of Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Weep. Zhou Xuanji looked down and saw that the earth's core, which was as massive as the sun, was surging with huge waves. At the same time, the ground of the entire Wanshan Great Thousand was shaking violently. All the oceans and rivers were churning. The earth's core was damaged and the world collapsed. Countless living beings were in an uproar. In the demonic god temple, Xianxia and the white-haired old man were imprisoned in an iron cage. Not only them, but there were also many other iron cages around them, imprisoning many humans, devils, demons, and other living beings of other races. Duyushan was cultivating in the front hall. He opened his eyes suddenly and looked down. Such a powerful force. Who's fighting underground? He mumbled. The prisoners were all alarmed. What's going on? Is someone here to save us? No, the tremors are coming from underground. This aura is so evil. There's another powerful aura. It's as vast as a saint's. Xianxia frowned and felt uneasy. The white-haired old man beside her panicked as well. Seems like we're going to die here, he said with a bitter smile. He did not expect those powerhouses to go this far just to fight for the heavenly saints. The power that the two terrifying cultivators underground unleashed was enough to defeat anyone below the heavenly saints. What else could make such powerful cultivators fight so fearlessly other than the heavenly law violet chi? The demon realm. The demon ancestor opened his eyes suddenly. With a deep frown he mumbled, Demonic Emperor? The other was Demon God Tianwu? No, there's another aura in his aura. It seems like he was really possessed. He disappeared immediately. The demon realm. The demon emperor, who was reading, sensed Zhou Xuanji and the demonic emperor's auras and was shocked in his heart. Zhou Xuanji can fight the demonic emperor? He immediately found Snake Lord Xianxia, and the two demons headed toward Wanshan Great Thousand together. Not only them, but all the connecting heaven cultivators in the entire Wanshan Great Thousand were alarmed. Such a great battle must have been caused by the heavenly law of violet qi. At the same time, the demonic emperor's eyes were bloodshot. He roared continuously and swore to kill Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji could still remain calm. Facing such a ruthless demonic emperor, his eyes were sharp. With his sword techniques and sword souls, he could block each of the demonic emperor's attacks perfectly. The 9-soul fusion technique was really amazing. It allowed him to completely adapt to demon god Tianwu's body. However, this divine ability could not be used for a long time. He had to get out of this state after 2 hours, which meant that if he could not defeat the demonic emperor within 2 hours, the fate that awaited him would be worse than death. If it were in the past, he would surely be very anxious. But now, he somehow recalled his experiences in the past 20 years. The heavenly law's rules enveloped the Great Thousand and appeared among all living beings. Various memories of the past appeared in his mind, and the old immortal's voice of the Tao resounded. Sword sect immortal ghost weep, and the demonic emperor's movements became slower and slower in his eyes. It was a marvelous feeling. He was not surprised. He suddenly understood the old immortal's words. Kunlun Origin Court was the heart. The legendary swords that were spinning at high speed began to vibrate. Zhou Xuanji's body suddenly glowed with a powerful radiance like the divine moon. He had an epiphany. He mumbled to himself, thousands of sword techniques, man and sword as one, can cultivate the sword will. Sword will connecting with the divine, can cultivate the sword soul. The demonic emperor was annoyed and roared furiously, "Bastard! Don't look down on me. I'm your ancestor." The northern wilderness people were all his descendants, including Zhou Xuanji. So he felt humiliated that he was evenly matched with Zhou Xuanji. What was even more humiliating was that Zhou Xuanji was gaining epiphanies as he fought. He almost exploded in anger. "My sword's way is the sword Tao rules." Zhou Xuanji cried out suddenly, and the white radiance on his body grew stronger. More than 500 legendary swords pierced into the demonic emperor as though they had teleported. The swords gathered into a white ball of light that engulfed the demonic emperor. Everything happened too quickly, and the demonic emperor could not react at all. "Die," Zhou Xuanji mumbled calmly. Boom! All the legendary swords were deflected and minced the demonic emperor into pieces. His flesh and blood scattered in the underground space. The demonic emperor's soul flew out. His face was full of fear as he said with a trembling voice, "How can it be? I have the body of a demon god, the body of a demon god." Zhou Xuanji looked up at him calmly, as though he was looking at an ant. Chapter 543. But, impossible. The demonic emperor cried out in fear, then roared with all his might. Zhou Xuanji looked up at him and asked, "Do you know about the Kunlun Origin Court?" The demonic emperor was stunned. What was that? The divine swords once again pierced his soul as if they had teleported, turning his soul into ashes with a force surpassing that of thunder. Domineering. Powerful. After comprehending a higher level of the sword's way above the sword's soul, Zhou Xuanji instantly killed the demonic emperor. His cultivation level did not increase, but he was using the power of demon god Tianwu. Not only that, he vaguely felt that his soul had suddenly become stronger, as if he had been reborn. Could it be the old immortal's words? Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. He was not surprised by the demonic emperor's death but began to think about himself. During his 20 years of meditation, the old immortal would preach about Tao every few days. What he talked about was not cultivation techniques, but the rules of all things. It seemed that these words were not as simple as they seemed. Unknowingly, it was actually tempering his soul. "May I know who you are?" A cold voice came, and Zhou Xuanji glanced over. The demon ancestor, who was shrouded in demonic qi, descended. Within the demonic qi, only his face could be seen. His brows were domineering and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Zhou Xuanji remembered his eyes. He had once looked up to the fiend ancestor. At this moment, in his eyes, the demon ancestor was no longer so powerful that it was unreachable. Zhou Xuanji replied, "It's not important. I'm just settling a personal grudge with the demonic emperor." He retrieved all the divine swords and turned to leave. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the rock wall underground. The fiend ancestor did not give chase. Instead, he frowned and pondered. Who is this person? What a powerful sword might. Why haven't I seen it before? The demon ancestor was puzzled and had a strange expression on his face. To be able to kill the demonic emperor so easily, he was definitely not an ordinary person. The demon the arch suddenly appeared. When he saw that only the devil ancestor was left, he was stunned. Amitabha, I didn't expect another saint contender to appear in the Wanshan Great Thousand. A compassionate voice sounded out, and a pair of eyes lit up in the darkness. It was a pair of golden eyes. The fiend ancestor and the demon the arch turned their heads at the same time and revealed a look of fear in their eyes. Ninth Nether Buddha, you're finally willing to come out of seclusion. The demon the arch sneered, but he felt the pressure in his heart. There was one more contender for the position of saint. In the Taoist temple, the old immortal who was meditating on the futon suddenly opened his eyes and smiled approvingly. Good kid, you've comprehended the meaning of the great Tao so quickly. Although it's very shallow, at least you've seen the door. I didn't waste my cultivation and soul power to teach you so many great Tao sounds in vain. The old immortal closed his eyes and began to calculate with his fingers. The smile on his face grew wider. Meanwhile, in the void, inside a palace that was suspended in the midst of a group of meteorites, the demonic emperor spat out a mouthful of blood, and his condition instantly weakened. He opened his eyes, which were filled with hatred and resentment. Zhou Xuanji, he clenched his teeth in extreme anger. When he calmed down, he took a deep breath. He suddenly remembered Zhou Xuanji's words. Kunlun Origin Court, is this name a place? Or was it the name of a force? He sank into his thoughts. Fighting with Zhou Xuanji was a great humiliation to him, and if he did not take revenge, he would never be able to become a saint. Zhou Xuanji quickly traveled underground. He spread out his divine sense and confirmed that no one was following him. With his current traveling speed, not many people in Wanshan Great Thousand could catch up to him. He was still thinking about the state of enlightenment. Sword Tao rules. Tao. He suddenly understood the old immortal's words. Kunlun Origin Court was Tao, and Tao was in everyone's heart. If one could understand Tao, one could control it directly. There were many Taos, but it was extremely difficult to understand Tao. It was even more difficult than becoming a saint. If one's cultivation was not high enough to become an overlord saint, one could still rely on the heavenly law violet qi. But to understand Tao, one could only rely on talent and serendipity. Although he believed in his talent, he understood that it was all thanks to the old immortal that he could understand Tao. However, his Tao was still very shallow, and there was still a long way to go. 2 hours later, he sat under a tree and began his breakthrough. After the battle with the demonic emperor, he absorbed a lot of the demonic emperor's magic energy. Together with the Tao will he understood, it was enough for him to break through. He noticed that the environment around him was shattered. It was evidently the aftermath of the battle at the core. He was so far away from where the battle took place. It seemed like the entire Wanshan Great Thousand was affected. He shook his head without joy or sorrow. Soon, he broke through to Universe Heaven Level 11. Because of Tao, he did not encounter a heavenly tribulation. He understood the old immortal's words again. Why would the heavenly law not punish him after he became an overlord saint? The existence of Tao was above the heavenly law. There were thousands of Taos, and the heavenly law was one of them. After his breakthrough, he did not leave immediately but waited for his soul power to recover. He could only save Xianxia with the 9-soul fusion technique. In the next few days, the news of a powerful cultivator fighting at the core spread across the Wanshan Great Thousand. That battle had affected the entire Wanshan Great Thousand, and countless living beings had been caught in the crossfire. At the same time, Everyone finally understood how horrifying the tribulation of contending to become a saint was. The Wanshan Great Thousand was facing the crisis of shattering. The Great Thousand Worlds were so fragile in front of the peerless almighty beings. Demon God Palace. Duyishan opened his eyes and asked, "In the Wanshan Great Thousand, whose sword's way is the most powerful?" Sword's way. Xianxia was dazed and immediately thought of Zhou Xuanji. She sighed faintly. She did not know if she could see him again. Until today, she still could not marry him. This was her greatest regret. An evil cultivator replied with a trembling voice, "It might be Sword Sovereign Gu right now, but there might be many powerful cultivators in the Sword's Way who did not die and are only in isolated cultivation. Throughout history, the most powerful one should be Zhongdao Huaxing. He could split the Great Thousand World in half with a single slash." Zhongdao Huaxing? Duyishan frowned. Evidently, he had heard of this name before. He mumbled, "I did not expect this guy to be from the Wanshan Great Thousand. Seems like that person just now was him. Is he already so powerful?" All the captives were anxious. Duyishan's power made them despair. They did not want to die, so they did not dare to offend him. Duyishan closed his eyes and did not speak anymore. Xianxia asked the white-haired old man softly, "Why did he not kill us?" The white-haired old man sighed and said, "I don't know, but it's not a good thing." The other captives became agitated too. Among them, some had been imprisoned for years and some for months. They saw many captives being taken away by Duyishan and never seen again. The fear of the unknown was the most torturous. Time continued to pass. 5 days later, a figure appeared on the peak of the mountain and looked toward the demon god palace far away. It was Zhou Xuanji. This was his second time coming to the demon god palace. Last time, he was almost killed by the ruined demon emperor. This time, his mentality changed drastically. He looked ahead and mumbled, "Old demonic woman, you really did not die. You are so tough." Chapter 544. Zhou Xuanji stood on the peak and scanned the demon god palace with his divine sense to search for Xianxia. Boom! Just when his divine sense neared the demon god palace, it was repelled by a formless force. With the demon god palace as the center, all the demons within 100 miles were alarmed and looked around. Zhou Xuanji frowned slightly. He summoned demon god Tianwu and activated the 9-soul fusion technique. This time, he maintained his original appearance. His aura exploded, and the mountain under his feet crumbled into countless rocks, which smashed toward the surrounding forests and mountains. Zhou Xuanji took out the sky-judging sword and summoned all his legendary swords. He activated Sword Sect Immortal Cry and leaped toward the demon god palace. He was extremely fast. The demons along the way could not even react in time before he broke through the gate and charged into the palace. Duyishan, who was cultivating, opened his eyes suddenly and laughed coldly, "You dare to barge in here? I want to see what you are going to do." After that, he turned into a series of afterimages and passed through the cages. The two collided in a palace path. The violent aura shattered the walls beside them. The terrifying aura caused the demon god palace to collapse. Zhou Xuanji and Duyishan stared at each other. "You are not Zhongdao Huaxing," Duyishan said with a deep voice. Fear could be seen in his eyes. Zhou Xuanji did not know him, so he activated Sword Dao rules straight away. Boom! All of the divine swords hit Duyishan and turned his body into ashes in the blink of an eye. Zhou Xuanji followed him into the depths of the demon god palace. Duyishan's soul escaped and looked back in fear. What was that? How could it be? Duyishan was frightened and did not dare to chase after him. In the palace, the captives were trembling in fear. They were uneasy. The demon god palace is going to collapse. What's going on? Who is attacking the demon god palace? So horrifying. What should we do? Where's Duyishan? How could he let someone barge in? We're doomed, the captives cried out in fear. Xianxia and the white-haired old man were anxious too. No one wanted to die. Facing a powerful being like Duyishan, they could not even use the celestial devil rebirth technique. They thought that their souls could not escape Duyishan's eyes. A ray of sword light flashed, and Zhou Xuanji came to Xianxia's cage. With a slash, the iron bars of the cage were cut in half. Xianxia's vision blurred, and before she could react, she was pulled into Zhou Xuanji's embrace. She opened her eyes wide, and when she saw that it was Zhou Xuanji, a look of pleasant surprise appeared in her eyes. How could it be him? Impudent! The white-haired old man was furious. He saw Xianxia as his descendant, so how could he allow Zhou Xuanji to treat her so lightly? His palm slammed into Zhou Xuanji's body, and with a cracking sound, his right arm broke. He is my ancestor. Even though she was pleasantly surprised by Zhou Xuanji's power, she was afraid that he would harm her ancestor. Zhou Xuanji replied, "It's not that I want to attack him." With his left hand holding onto Xianxia's waist, he waved his sword with his right hand. All of the captives' cages exploded, allowing them to regain their freedom. Zhou Xuanji leapt up with Xianxia and charged out of the demon god palace, coming into the sky. Countless demons pounced at them from all directions, but sword sect immortal ghost Weep destroyed all of them. Zhou Xuanji could see that these demons were under Du Yixin's control. They did not fear death, which meant that Du Yixin was not completely dead yet. Captives flew out from the demon god palace one after another, including Xianxia's ancestor, the white-haired old man. Du Yixin appeared in the sky 1,000 meters away and looked down at Zhou Xuanji. "Who are you?" he asked with gritted teeth. The sword Dao rules caught him off guard. He kept thinking about how Zhou Xuanji destroyed his body, but he could not figure it out. Dao wills were so profound. If he could understand them, he would be invincible below the heavenly saints with his cultivation. Zhou Xuanji looked up at him calmly. Du Yixin felt uneasy under his gaze and stepped back instinctively. Swoosh! All the legendary swords came at him again and shredded his soul into pieces. Everything happened too quickly. Xianxia only saw a flash of sword light, and next, Du Yixin was dead. How can it be? Xianxia opened her beautiful eyes wide. She could not believe what she saw. Only how long had it been, and Zhou Xuanji had already become so powerful. Zhou Xuanji activated the primordial chaos sword shadow. 5 billion sword shadows exploded and killed all the evil demons. The explosion was deafening, and a violent gale pressed down on the world. Next, he left with her, and the two disappeared into the horizon. Du Yixin, who was famous recently, could not fight back at all. The captives were all stupefied. The explosions around them told them that this was not a dream. Who is he? He's so powerful. He's Zhou Xuanji. I've seen him before. Back then, at the Great Heaven God Dynasty's God platform, he was so powerful and invincible. Zhou Xuanji? The most powerful person in the Center God Province? He's so powerful. He lives up to his reputation. Is he really only 200 years old? After the captives came back to their senses, they began discussing Zhou Xuanji excitedly. The white-haired old man held his right arm and levitated in the air. He was silent, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Because of Xianxia, he knew Zhou Xuanji. It was already ridiculous for this brat to reach the heavenly law true God stage at such a young age. But now, the more he thought about it, the more shocked he was. This brat must be the reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse. Zhou Xuanji and Xianxia came to the void. He deactivated the 9-soul fusion technique and stored demon god Tianwu into the Xianxia map. Although it was not 2 hours yet, deactivating it earlier could shorten the cooldown time. "Wait at the side," he said with a smile. After that, he let go of Xianxia and drew some distance between them. He sat down in the void and began his breakthrough. He had absorbed half of Du Yixin's magic energy, which was enough for him to break through again. There were not many cultivators like Du Yixin in the Wanshan Great Thousand. Apart from him, Zhou Xuanji had also absorbed countless evil magic energy. His cultivation began to grow tremendously, and Zhou Xuanji's aura grew more and more powerful. Even Xianxia was shocked. In the end, he successfully broke through to Universe Heaven Level 12. Just when he broke through, his cultivation stopped growing. Xianxia came up to him and asked curiously, "Brat, what's your cultivation stage now?" Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and replied, "Universe Heaven Level 12. Xianxia was stunned. She knew that above the heavenly law true God was universe heaven. But how could he kill Du Yixin so easily with just universe heaven level 12 cultivation? It must be known that Azure Demon Emperor and Ruined Demon Emperor were both defeated by Du Yixin. Zhou Xuanji pinched her chin and said with a smile, "Where do you want to go next?" Xianxia did not avoid him. Instead, she drew closer to him and whispered into his ear, "Where do you want me to go?" He shook his head and said, "If you really have nowhere to go, then return to Emperor Sword Court. What do you think?" Hearing this, she immediately retreated. She rolled her eyes and said, "Can I rely on your prestige now?" Chapter 545. Ever since Zhou Xuanji met Xianxia, she had been helping him. He had saved him time and time again, and even found opportunities for him. Violet Demon Palace and the Primordial Ancestor statue were both found by her. He was no longer the same person he was in the past. As long as he supported her, he would. "Tell me. As long as I can do it, I will definitely help you," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. As he spoke, he gently lifted her veil. This old witch was still breathtakingly beautiful. In terms of appearance, Xianxia was definitely the most beautiful existence he had ever seen. Even the fairies of the Divine Palace could not compare. He wasn't the kind of person who was interested in looks. Otherwise, there would be countless women throwing themselves at him. In his heart, other than Jiang Shui, the most important person was Xianxia. As for Zhou Shaoxian, she was behind Daoya Old Man. In the demon world, there's a demon river that leads to the world core. I want to obtain the world core of the demon world. Now that the demon ancestor has come to the Wanshan Great Thousand in search of the heavenly law Violet Qi, the demon emperor guarding the world core shouldn't be your match. After all, the Azure Demon Emperor is ranked in the top 5 of the demon world. As for offending the demon ancestor, she was not afraid at all. Even after ascending, she was still the fearless dragon Proudflower. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Like before, I can only last for 2 hours. Is that enough?" Xianxia was not surprised. After all, it was Zhou Xuanji. She narrowed her eyes and smiled. "Of course it's enough. Once I've fused with the heart of the demon realm, my cultivation will soar. In time, I might even be able to control the entire demon realm. In the future, you will be the man of the demon realm's master. Are you happy?" Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Give me 3 days." Xianxia immediately laid in his arms, snuggling up to him like a little bird. He did not reject it. At this point, he and Jiang Shui had already acknowledged Xianxia, and even Zhou Shaoxian often missed her Auntie Xian. Although the two of them had not formally married, they had already given their hearts to each other. Zhou Xuanji did not act recklessly. He gently stroked her hair and asked about her experiences over the years. She did not talk about it but started from when she parted with Zhou Xuanji. Amidst the vast starry sky, the two of them embraced each other. There were many meteorites floating around them, and there were even stars twinkling in the distance. It was a beautiful scene. The news of Zhou Xuanji killing Du Yixin swept across the Center God province and the nearby provinces like a whirlwind before spreading to the entire Wanshan Great Thousand. Even the Azure Demon Emperor and the Ruined Demon Emperor were no match for Du Yixin. How could a prodigy less than 300 years old kill Du Yixin so easily? However, the captives could all testify, making the news true. The name of the Sword Emperor spread throughout the Wanshan Great Thousand for the second time. The first time was because of the Great Emperor Tablet. Other times, Zhou Xuanji's reputation was only in the Center God province. On this day, under the dim sky, Xian Daoya stood by the seaside and looked at the surging waves in front of him. "Zhou Xuanji has grown," he said. "Aren't you going to get rid of him?" After knowing about Zhou Xuanji's battle achievements, Xian Daoya completely panicked. Although he did not understand how Zhou Xuanji became so powerful, he was very dangerous. Even the malicious Buddha had died at Zhou Xuanji's hands. If he continued to wait, how could he survive? "Someone will do it. Have you divined anything about the heavenly law Violet Qi?" A calm voice came from the sea. In his eyes, Zhou Xuanji wasn't as important as becoming a saint. As long as he became a saint, he could easily destroy 10,000 Zhou Xuanjis. Xianxia replied with a frown, I can't. Sage Daojing might have hidden it somewhere or given it to someone. Didn't Azure Demon Emperor say that the heavenly law Violet Qi was in Divine Lord Ji's hands? He seemed to have forgotten that Divine Lord Ji helped him find the Divine Sword. Divine Lord Ji can't possibly possess the heavenly law Violet Qi. Even if he has it, he is not qualified to become a saint. Hearing this, Xianxia remained calm. Divine Lord Ji was indeed a powerful cultivator, but he was nothing compared to a truly powerful cultivator. Go to the demon realm and take a look. More and more powerful cultivators will return to the Wanshan Great Thousand. It's time for the great Emperor Dao Court to reappear in the human world, the voice in the sea muttered. Xianxia nodded and left immediately. In the starry sky, old ancestor Hongshi sat under a tree and looked at the chessboard. He suddenly frowned and mumbled, Duyishan is dead. Besora, it's him. Even though he was far away from the Wanshan Great Thousand, he could sense that Zhou Xuanji had killed Duyishan. He was not angry but became more interested in Zhou Xuanji. He waved his right hand, and countless radiant stars flew in all directions. If so, let's make the saint battle even more intense. I hope that the next heavenly saint will be more interesting. Old ancestor Hongshi mumbled to himself with an unfathomable smile on his face. After that, he turned his attention back to the chessboard. In the demon realm, Zhou Xuanji and Xianxia walked out of a portal. He realized that the demonic qi in the demon realm was thinner than before. It might be because the demons had returned to the Wanshan Great Thousand. The two walked toward the demonic river. The demonic river had existed since the birth of the demon realm. It flowed through the entire demon realm, and the spiritual qi of the demon realm came from it. The demonic river would flow to the two ends of the demon realm and flow into the demon realm heart. The demon realm heart would evaporate the demonic river, and the demonic river would flow into the sky of the entire demon realm. They soon found the demonic river and walked along it. They did not walk quickly, as though they were taking a stroll in the park. This was Zhou Xuanji's opinion. Any journey is cultivation. Young man, don't be in a hurry, Zhou Xuanji said casually. Zhou Xuanji said casually. With the 9-soul fusion technique, he was not afraid of the demonic ancestor coming. Now, his eyes were set on the Tao. He was chasing after the Overlord Saint and looking at the Kunlun Origin Court. He was already indifferent to everything under the heavenly law. To put it in an arrogant way, he did not take anyone seriously. Demon God Tianwu was already his duplicate, so it naturally belonged to him. It was the source of his confidence. Aren't you afraid that your little wife will be in danger if you waste time? Xianxia asked teasingly. This old demonic woman loved to tease Zhou Xuanji about Jiang Shui. Zhou Xuanji smiled and told her about the 24-rank deep black lotus. Xianxia sighed. I was wondering why you were so patient to accompany me. Sigh, seems like I'm not the one you love the most. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, love is love. There's no priority. There was only priority. First come, first served. Xianxia was shocked by his words and burst out laughing. The two continued walking. Zhou Xuanji began to talk about the principles of life. He talked about his understanding of the Tao, but he did not point out the existence of the Tao. Xianxia found it interesting at first. But after that, the demonic voice lingered in her ears. She pinched Zhou Xuanji's cheek and snorted, Brat, why are you like a fly? Zhou Xuanji sighed. The Tao is right in front of you, but you don't want to grasp it. You will regret it. After that, they quickened their pace. Half a month later, they came to the horizon of the demonic world. The demonic river flowed down from the horizon, forming a majestic waterfall. At this point, the demonic river was as vast as the ocean. The spiritual qi turned into a sea of mist that shrouded the sky. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 546. Zhou Xuanji hugged Xianxia's waist and jumped down from the horizon. As soon as they jumped down, they felt a strong suction force. From this angle, the demon world looked like a funnel, and they and the demon river flowed down the surface of this funnel. Xianxia looked around excitedly with a curious look on her face. First time here? Zhou Xuanji asked. Xianxia nodded and said, "The legend of the demon realm's heart has been passed down for a long time. It is said that the demon realm's heart is guarded by the demon realm's 9 patriarchs. Apart from the demon patriarchs, any living creature that approaches will be killed." Her eyes shone with excitement. Zhou Xuanji shook his head. This old demonic woman's obsession with power was no less than his. He immediately moved forward at full speed, flying along the demonic river. After the time it takes to burn half an incense stick, they finally crashed into a bright light, and when they opened their eyes again, they were in an underground world. In front of them was a waterfall flowing down the mountain wall, converging into a lake with a diameter of several hundred miles. Floating above the lake was a crystal in the shape of a prism. It reflected rainbow-colored light. It was precisely the demonic realm core. Zhou Xuanji had already sensed the presence of the demon realm 9 ancestors. They were powerful indeed. Although they were not as powerful as Duyishan, they were still powerful connecting heaven cultivators. He immediately used the 9-soul fusion technique and fused demon god Tianwu into his body. Xianxia, who was beside him, could clearly feel the change in his aura. Numerous divine swords appeared around them, flashing with white light as they spun at high speed. Sword sect Immortal Ghost Weep. So powerful, Xianxia's eyes were filled with splendor. This time, she truly experienced how unfathomable Zhou Xuanji was. Those legendary swords spiraled so quickly that she could not even see them clearly. Boom, 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 9 massive waves of might exploded out, and they rushed toward Zhou Xuanji and Yi Shiwen from all directions. Who dares to trespass the forbidden area of the demon realm? A dignified voice rang out, filled with killing intent. Zhou Xuanji did not bother to look at them. He carried Xianxia with one hand and flew toward the demon realm heart. He could feel that the heart of the demon realm contained an endless amount of demon qi, as expected of the source and center of the demon realm. Courting death. How dare you? Stop him. Oomph. The demon realm 9 ancestors were infuriated and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Facing Zhou Xuanji, they sensed danger, so they did not act recklessly and chose to attack together. The 9 ancestors of the devil world attacked from 9 different directions. They were shrouded in devil qi and did not reveal their true forms. Zhou Xuanji's eyes narrowed and he directly unleashed Sword Dao rules. All the divine swords scattered the 9 ancestors of the devil world as if they had teleported, and the light of the swords lit up the entire underground space. The 9 patriarchs of the demonic world were directly reduced to ashes, their souls dispersed, and they no longer existed. They were not as strong as the demonic emperor and Duyishan, they could not even protect their souls. Powerful. Domineering. Xianxia had a taste of invincibility, and she sighed faintly. Back when she was in the northern wilderness region, she had also been this awe-inspiring. She looked at the heart of the demonic realm excitedly. The two of them quickly flew to the demon realm heart. The demon realm core was 100 meters tall, and there were countless mirrors on its surface. From here, one could see every corner of the demon realm. How do I use it? Zhou Xuanji asked softly. He glanced at Xianxia and realized that the old demonic woman's expression had changed. Crazy. She suppressed her excitement and narrowed her eyes. I'm not sure, but I can feel it calling out to me. She suddenly broke free from Zhou Xuanji's hand and slammed into the demon realm heart. Zhou Xuanji quickly grabbed her and was about to stop her. At this moment, the demon realm heart released a horrifying suction force and dragged Xianxia into it forcefully. Zhou Xuanji was greatly shocked. He instinctively slashed at the demon realm heart to create an opening for him to enter. However, the demon realm heart was extremely tough. His sky-judging sword and physical strength could not break it at all. What's going on? Zhou Xuanji frowned and touched the demon realm heart. The demon realm heart was cold, and his divine sense could not penetrate it. He had completely lost contact with Xianxia. Don't worry. I'm trying to fuse the demon realm heart. Xianxia's voice came from the demon realm heart. Her voice was as excited as before, and it was even trembling a little. Are you confident? Zhou Xuanji asked. If the demon realm heart was so easy to fuse, the 9 patriarchs would have taken action long ago. No, but I'm willing to try. Because the primordial ancestor statue said that I'm the destined lord of the demon realm. I don't want to wait too long, so I want to try now. If I fail, it's fate. Xianxia's answer made Zhou Xuanji speechless. Fate? Was this old demonic woman crazy? With a sigh, he deactivated the 9-soul fusion technique and asked demon god Tianwu to stand guard behind him. He sat cross-legged in the void and began to imitate the old immortal's great Tao's voice. He did not know that those words were the great Tao's voice, but he remembered them in his heart. Spring and summer, the sky is high and the earth is sparse. Where the Tao is, the heart yearns. Everything has its rules. If the Tao belongs to you, no one can steal it. If the Tao doesn't belong to you, it's useless to prove the Tao with strength. The Tao is the Tao. It's in the heart, in the form, in the spirit, he recited in his heart, and his voice traveled into the demon realm heart, which caused a slight ripple. Zhou Xuanji's Tao's voice reverberated in the underground space. Boom, boom, boom. Azure Demon Emperor and Snake Lord Xianxia fought ferociously in the forest. The demonic ancestor and the beast emperor sat in the air facing each other, watching the battle below. They were watching the show, but Azure Demon Emperor and Snake Lord Xianxia were fighting with their lives. At this moment, the demonic ancestor sensed something and frowned slightly. The beast emperor noticed his expression and mocked. What? You want to leave? The demonic ancestor regained his composure and said, If I can't win this battle, why should I leave? He thought in his heart. The demon realm heart could not leave the demonic realm, and his opponent could not move the demon realm heart either. Even if he delayed for a while, it would not affect anything. After the thought, he continued to watch the battle patiently and continued his game with the beast emperor. This game was not a joke. Whoever lost would have to provide their own information without any falsehood. The beast emperor and the demonic ancestor had known each other for countless years, but they could still be honest with each other. Because it was not their first time contending to become a saint. At the same time, on the other side of the demonic realm, in a cave, the primordial ancestor statue trembled violently. The 4 eyes on the monkey's face began to move as though they were alive. Heavenly law demon lord, born out of nowhere. Slaughter the world and rid the world of evils. A vast voice came from the primordial ancestor statue. It was emotionless. Next, it began to spin and burrow into the soil before disappearing. Zhou Xuanji was still preaching before the demon realm heart. He did not know if this could help Xianxia, but the demon realm heart must be extremely evil. He must try his best to keep Xianxia calm. Time passed day by day. Most of the living beings in the demonic realm were in Wuxian Great Thousand. After the demon realm's 9 ancestors fell, no other demons came here, including the demonic ancestor. In the beginning, Zhou Xuanji could still communicate with Xianxia. But until now, no matter how he called out to her, Xianxia did not respond. He did not panic but preached patiently. In such a dangerous situation, his state of mind was elevated to an indescribable level. Chapter 547. Calm in the face of danger. The one he loved was in danger. In such an extreme situation, Zhou Xuanji was attracted by his own Tao voice. He thought about what Xianxia had said. If he failed, then that was fate. Since Xianxia had said so, what reason did he have to stop her? Everyone had their own path and their own choices. After thinking about this, Zhou Xuanji's heart was completely at peace. He entered a mysterious state, and his mouth never stopped. More than 500 magical swords spun rapidly, their speed increasing. Strange characters flashed faintly in the white light, strange and hard to understand. There was a loud bang. The earth wall above them suddenly broke open, and the primordial ancestor statue descended, landing on the demon god's heart. The 2 eyes on the monkey's face suddenly flew out and entered the demon realm heart. The other 2 eyes were staring at Zhou Xuanji. Tao. The primordial ancestor statue's voice was so vast that Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes in shock. He narrowed his eyes at the sight of the primordial ancestor statue. Why was the primordial ancestor statue here? Most importantly, the primordial ancestor statue's eyes were staring straight at him. Under the Heaven Tao, there's actually someone who's able to comprehend Tao insight, and you even obtained my advancement. Where exactly did you come from? Are you from the Origin Court? The primordial ancestor statue asked as it looked at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji asked back, "Who are you? Why did you disguise it as the primordial ancestor statue for the common people to use?" The primordial ancestor statue replied, "I descended here before the heavenly path was born. I was waiting for the true heavenly path demon monarch to appear. She is the heavenly path demon monarch, but she tried to take the heart of the demonic world in advance and will suffer a backlash, so I came to help her. I didn't expect you to make the first move and use the sound of the great Tao to stabilize her will." Heavenly Law Demon Lord? Zhou Xuanji became even more confused. The primordial ancestor statue stared at him and said, "The heavenly law demon monarch eliminates those with heavy karma for the heavenly law. However, she is easily lost due to her power. You are the only existence that can suppress her. I will give my eye to you. From now on, your eyes will be connected, and you can call each other's hearts." After he spoke, the two eyes on the monkey's face suddenly shot toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji instinctively dodged, and demon god Tianwu also acted. It was a pity that he was unable to block it, and that pair of eyes directly collided with his own. His consciousness instantly fell into darkness. In the depths of the starry sky, there was a stone coffin. Its surface was covered in all kinds of runes, and there was a black dragon coiling around it. The sarcophagus suddenly trembled violently. The black dragon was startled and roared. Immediately after, the black dragon was burned to ashes by the invisible flames, and so were the runes on the surface of the sarcophagus. Boom! The lid of the stone coffin suddenly flew off, revealing a figure. This was a man with 3 heads and 6 arms. He had gray hair and wore old armor. His face was expressionless, and his eyes were golden. His 3 heads looked exactly the same, with a pair of sharp black horns. Primordial ancestor, you are finally willing to show yourself. I did not wait for you for an entire heavenly Tao epic in vain. The golden-eyed man spoke slowly. His voice was strange, causing the entire starry sky to ripple. He suddenly disappeared into the sarcophagus, and the sarcophagus shattered. After an unknown period of time, Zhou Xuanji's consciousness finally came back. He opened his eyes, and his pupils turned purple, looking incredibly mystical. He looked at the primordial ancestor statue on top of the demon realm heart. There were only 4 eye sockets left on the monkey's face. It looked extremely horrifying. "Who are you really?" Zhou Xuanji asked. He could sense an endless stream of celestial energy flowing out of his eyes. His eyes absorbed the spiritual qi in the world uncontrollably. The most peculiar thing was that he did not feel any discomfort. Instead, he felt refreshed. His eyes were cool. With this pair of eyes, his cultivation would grow even faster. "I am the primordial ancestor from the Kunlun Origin Court. I came to this place because of my enemy's pursuit. To avoid them, I catalyzed the birth of the heavenly law and hastened the formation of the heavenly law universe. Until today, my days are numbered. To perfect the heavenly law, I wanted to create a heavenly law demon lord. That's how we met today," the primordial ancestor's statue replied. Its voice was calm and emotionless. Zhou Xuanji's heart rippled. The primordial ancestor played a part in the birth of the heavenly law? The primordial ancestor statue rose up suddenly and disappeared after saying, "Everything has reincarnation. Karma has reincarnation, life and death have reincarnation, and the heavenly law has reincarnation too." The heavenly law has reincarnation? Zhou Xuanji immediately understood what it meant. The heavenly law would be destroyed and rebuilt. The heavenly saints drove everyone crazy because they coexisted with the heavenly law. If the heavenly law was destroyed, the heavenly saints would also fall. To be more precise, all living beings and worlds under the heavenly Tao would be destroyed. Why did the primordial ancestor suddenly say this? Could it be that the time for the destruction of the heavenly Tao was approaching? Zhou Xuanji thought of Sage Daojing. Why was he in such a hurry to find opportunities to surpass saints? Could it be that he foresaw that the heavenly law was going to be destroyed? Otherwise, with Tianxing's personality, it would be normal for him to wait several tens of thousands of years and make thorough preparations before going. As he pondered, he waited for Xianxia to successfully fuse with the demon realm heart. At this moment, a pair of gigantic eyes lit up in the demon realm heart. They were purple just like Zhou Xuanji. Xianxia. Her voice rang out from within, "I've already fused with the heart of the devil world, and my fleshly body has been reconstructed. When I come out, I'll control the devil world. This period of time might be very long, so you should return first. I'll hide myself well and not let the devil ancestor sense me." "How long is very long?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Xianxia asked, "How long can you wait for me?" Zhou Xuanji replied without hesitation, "When the heavenly law is destroyed." At that time, he would bring the people around him to search for the path to Kunlun Origin Court. Xianxia smiled. She thought that this brat was just being glib. Zhou Xuanji turned around and was about to leave. Since Xianxia said that she would not let the devil ancestor discover her, he would believe her. "When I come out, I will help you find the heavenly law violet qi and help you become a saint," Xianxia said again, which made Zhou Xuanji shake his head and laugh. He looked back at the eyes in the demon realm heart and asked, "You don't want to become a saint?" To become a saint, many brothers and companions had killed each other. Xianxia replied, "If you become a saint, what's the difference between you and me?" Zhou Xuanji smiled and disappeared on the spot. The purple eyes in the demon realm heart disappeared too. Everything returned to normal. Zhou Xuanji escaped beyond the 5 elements and left the demon realm. He headed toward Wanshan Great Thousand through the dark void between the worlds. Along the way, he studied his eyes. When he focused his divine will on his eyes would turn scorching hot. It was as though a horrifying power was about to explode from his eyes. He did not try to make his eyes explode, because he had a premonition that if he used the power of his eyes without permission, there would be dire consequences. This premonition came from his instinct. Half a year later, he returned to the old immortal's temple. Before he could speak, the old immortal's voice came, "You are in big trouble." Chapter 548. Zhou Xuanji was not scared by the old immortal and calmly asked, "Senior, please guide me." Meeting the primordial ancestor was definitely not just a fortuitous encounter. The primordial ancestor had said that he was being chased by his enemies. Just what kind of enemy could force the primordial ancestor into such a state? Also, the reason why the primordial ancestor had given them the eye was definitely not as simple as helping them suppress the heavenly law demon lord. Perhaps he wanted to divert the trouble to someone else. The primordial ancestor came from the Kunlun Origin Court and disappeared a long time ago. I didn't expect that he would appear before the heavenly Daos. The enemy he offended is definitely an existence that surpasses the heavenly Daos. He gave you his eyes because he wants to escape. His body is no longer here, and only his eyes are left. Since you have these eyes, you can't escape from him. With his current ability, he couldn't stop the powerhouses of the Kunlun Origin Court at all. Is there a way to break it? Zhou Xuanji asked. He could not pluck out his eyes. If he did, he would become blind. He had yet to cultivate any techniques or divine abilities that could reconstruct his body. Let's wait and see what happens first. Try not to use your eyes. Your beautiful woman is also in the heart of the demon world and won't come out for a while. That powerhouse of the Kunlun Origin Court won't easily enter the heavenly law. After all, the heavenly law is also controlled by someone. But if you use the power of your eyes, he will lock onto you immediately and use his supreme divine ability to teleport you out. The old immortal muttered, and Zhou Xuanji nodded. Who was the one controlling the heavenly Tao? He suddenly felt that all living beings under the heavenly law were frogs at the bottom of a well, including the heavenly saints. Who would have thought that the heavenly axiom with the highest status was actually in the hands of another existence? What counts as using my eyes? I'm using my eyes to communicate with her. Does that count? Zhou Xuanji continued to ask. The demon realm heart was the origin of the demons, and Xianxia could easily become bedeviled. His eyes might really be able to help her. The old immortal replied, this doesn't count as using. It only counts as communicating with your eyes. Using means that you use your eyes to kill your enemies. Zhou Xuanji nodded, bowed, and left. His top priority now was to quickly become stronger and reach Universe Heaven level 18 as soon as possible. After thinking about it, Zhou Xuanji flew on his sword towards the battlefield between the humans and demons. Half a month later, he arrived at the eastern battlefield of the Center God Province. With the tyrannical might of the primordial chaos sword Shadow, he killed millions of evil demons. His cultivation was still a bit away from Universe Heaven level 13. Another month passed. He descended on another battlefield and killed 8 million demons. His cultivation level finally broke through to Universe Heaven level 13. 20 days later, he came to the north of the Center God Province and fought 3 demon emperors and 5 million powerful demons alone. He killed all of them with his sword and broke through to Universe Heaven level 14. The demon race had gone mad, and so had the Center God Province. Both races were discussing Zhou Xuanji's name. The demons hated him so much that they gnashed their teeth, while the living beings of the Center God Province cheered for him. The Sword Emperor is too powerful. How did he become so strong? The devil race can't even compare to a single person from our Center God Province. With the Sword Emperor taking action, our Center God Province will have fewer casualties. With the Sword Emperor's strength, can he also participate in the fight to become a saint? With these achievements, Zhou Xuanji became the most powerful cultivator in the Center God Province. His name shook the Wanshan Great Thousand, and he became a powerful cultivator in the world. This day, Zhou Xuanji walked in the wilderness and looked at the sceneries along the way. The fragrance of flowers and grass made him feel refreshed, and there was a gentle breeze. As he walked, he comprehended the Tao and never stopped. His sword Tao rules were growing steadily. He liked this alternative way of cultivation. As his Tao will grew, his aura began to assimilate with the heavens and the earth. Like the flowers and grass by the roadside, it was hard for others to notice him. As his reputation grew, more and more Emperor Sword Court disciples began to walk the Center God Province, especially the second-generation disciples. Not everyone wanted to ascend. They wanted to come to the Great Thousand World as soon as possible so that they could save on the time and cost of cultivation. Zhou Xuanji did not stop them. He was very lenient with his disciples. Suddenly he sensed a familiar aura. Su Yang, Xiao Jinghong's disciple, the eldest senior apprentice brother of the second-generation disciples. Daoya Old Man said that he was the reincarnation of a powerful cultivator, which was why Zhou Xuanji accepted him. Until today, he had not awakened. Su Yang was 100 miles away. He was following a group of young disciples. He was wrapped around a beautiful lady in a white dress, and he could not stop laughing. Fei Fei, you really don't believe me? My grand teacher really is Zhou Xuanji. I'm also from the northern wilderness region. Su Yang's face was full of smiles as he continuously spoke, causing the lady in the white dress to frown. The surrounding disciples could not bear to watch anymore. A young and arrogant male disciple stood out and shouted, "Brat, don't bother our eldest senior apprentice sister anymore, or else I'll kill you." Su Yang's cultivation was now at second tribulation's scattered immortal. He might be able to dominate a region in the northern wilderness region, but he was nothing in the Center God Province. These cultivators were also Great Tribulation scattered immortals, and they came from a third-rate faction. Su Yang glared at the male disciple and harumphed as he said, "Let me tell you, if your eldest senior apprentice sister marries me, your fowls and dogs will rise to the heavens. I advise you to be more respectful and help me persuade your eldest senior apprentice sister." Towards the end, he became quite pleased. The lady in the white dress coldly harumphed and said mockingly, "How could the Sword Emperor have a grand disciple like you? Your cultivation is about the same as ours. Why would he like you? Just because you're so shameless?" Su Yang chuckled and said, "That's true." In the distance, Zhou Xuanji shook his head. This boy was ruining his reputation. However, he could not be bothered to bicker with him. Even though Su Yang was shameless, he was not a despicable person who would kidnap women. Moreover, he might not be able to defeat these cultivators. After thinking about that, Zhou Xuanji continued to comprehend Tao. After a while, Su Yang and the others left. Zhou Xuanji suddenly stopped, and figures suddenly rose up from the ground around him. Demons. These demons were surrounded by demonic qi, and only their blood-red eyes could be seen, making them look incredibly terrifying. Sword Emperor, you've killed so many of our demon race's youths, you won't be able to escape today. One of the demons spoke, his voice filled with killing intent. Zhou Xuanji raised his eyebrows and asked, "Do you think you can kill me?" Even though he could not see through these demons' cultivations, he could sense that they were not very powerful. At most, they were at connecting heaven level 2. Of course we can. At that moment, another voice sounded out, and Zhou Xuanji immediately narrowed his eyes. Ruined Demon Emperor. The Ruined Demon Emperor, who was dressed in blood-red robes, rose up, her white hair fluttering in the wind as she stared at Zhou Xuanji. It was not just her. A terrifying figure descended from the sky and landed behind the demons. He was 300 meters tall and looked like a mountain. He wore heavy black armor and a helmet that looked like a bull's head. His expression was cold and he had a full beard. His eyes were dark, and his eyes danced with a cold light. Chapter 549. Tell me your name. Zhou Xuanji said calmly. He directly activated the 9-soul fusion technique and fused with demon god Tianwu. His aura suddenly changed, causing the demon's heart to jump. The 1,000-foot fiend said in a deep voice, "I am Fiend Celestial Yukuan." He did not act immediately. Zhou Xuanji's battle achievements were too shocking. He looked ferocious, but he felt a little uneasy in his heart. The ruined demon emperor's gaze was complicated. Back then, she had almost killed Zhou Xuanji, and she had never thought that Zhou Xuanji would become so powerful after 20 years. She suspected that Zhou Xuanji was lying to her on purpose. She shuddered at the thought of the possibility. If Zhou Xuanji had used his full power, she would have been dead for sure. Zhou Xuanji took out all of his legendary swords, causing the demons to retreat in fear. Seeing their expressions, Zhou Xuanji could not help but shake his head and smile as he said, "Is this the attitude that you want to kill me?" He was obviously very scared, but he had to pretend to be fierce. Demon God Yukuan said in a low voice, "Zhou Xuanji, how did you grow so quickly? I heard that you obtained the corpse of one of the 10 great ancient devil gods, the heavenly Wu devil god?" Zhou Xuanji asked, "Who are you waiting for? Fiend ancestor?" If it was the demonic ancestor, then that was fine. He could remove a threat for Xianxia in advance. If the devil ancestor found out that Xianxia obtained the devil realm heart, he would definitely be furious. Demon God Yukuan frowned and seemed to agree with Zhou Xuanji's words. Whoosh! The divine sword suddenly moved, directly using sword Dao rules. Sword light flashed through the heavens and earth, and all of the demons around Zhou Xuanji were killed. Apart from Demon God Yukuan and the ruined Demon Emperor, everyone else was killed. Demon God Yukuan and the ruined Demon Emperor were only left with their souls, and they quickly retreated far away from Zhou Xuanji. How is this possible? What was that just now? The ruined Demon Emperor's face was filled with panic as he shouted in a trembling voice. Demon God Yukuan was also given a big fright, and his gaze towards Zhou Xuanji was filled with shock. He finally understood why Zhou Xuanji could kill Deyushan. How terrifying! He didn't see clearly what was going on with that sword just now. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Your reinforcements are not here yet? If you don't come, you'll all die." Demon God Yukuan and the ruined Demon Emperor's faces darkened. They wanted to run away, but their plan would be ruined if they did. Why isn't that guy here yet? Could it be that he was deliberately tricking them? Zhou Xuanji, you are really arrogant. A familiar chilling laughter came. Zhou Xuanji looked up and saw the demonic emperor in the sky, looking down at him. Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, "Why aren't you dead yet?" The demonic emperor's face darkened immediately. Zhou Xuanji's behavior made him feel very uncomfortable. He wasn't shocked or angry, just curious. It was as if he was curious about an ant that had been trampled to death and wanted to step on it again. This brat humiliated him. The demonic emperor raised his hands and roared. Rumble! The ground shook, and strands of blood qi appeared on the ground within a radius of 100 miles. Looking down from the sky, these blood qi formed runes and formed a formation. In the distance, Su Yang and the others looked back in horror. What's that? That scream just now, someone is fighting. The sword light from before was so terrifying. This is a formation? Who's in the formation? It's too strong. Do you feel that terrifying pressure? The young disciples cried out in alarm. Su Yang and the white-dressed woman were also very flustered. They quickly left, distancing themselves from the blood chi formation. The demonic emperor looked down at Zhou Xuanji from high above and said, "This is the blood spirit god sealing formation. Below the heavenly saints, no one can break through it. Zhou Xuanji, you're dead for sure." Blood spirit god sealing formation? It sounded very impressive. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself and looked at the formation around him. Demon god Yukuan and the ruined demon emperor let out a sigh of relief. The demonic emperor had finally come. Demonic emperor, can't you act faster? The ruined demon emperor complained. Their bodies had been destroyed, and their subordinates had all died. This kind of casualty made her feel quite displeased. Demon god Yukuan also frowned as he looked at the demonic emperor. If it wasn't for killing Zhou Xuanji, the demon race's target would have been the demonic emperor. The demonic emperor disdainfully laughed and did not bother to reply. If he was selfish, he could have appeared after these two fellows died. Yet they did not know how to be grateful. The demon race was only SOSO. Zhou Xuanji asked in curiosity, "Why didn't you die?" Back then, he did not feel that the demonic emperor was a clone, nor did his soul escape. The demonic emperor coldly laughed and said, "Because my demon god's body has the ability to split. I already split a body, do you understand?" Split? Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. There should be some drawbacks to splitting. Otherwise, the demonic emperor could have created countless demon god bodies to attack him. Either his strength would decrease after splitting, or he would only be able to split one body, no more. That was why he kept them alive. After Zhou Xuanji understood, he slowly rose up and prepared to charge toward the demonic emperor. "It's impossible for you to break through the blood spirit god sealing formation." The demonic emperor laughed mockingly. The blood spirit god sealing formation was formed from the blood and flesh of many living creatures, and it possessed the power of the heavenly Tao's restrictions. Bang! The sword Tao rules suddenly exploded and dispersed the souls of the ruined demon emperor and demon god Yukuan. Quick! Extremely fast. He was so fast that the blood spirit god sealing formation could not stop him in time. The demonic emperor's eyes widened as he said in a trembling voice, "How is this possible?" At this moment, Zhou Xuanji suddenly charged at him. The blood spirit god sealing formation was activated. The blood chi turned into a gigantic net and blocked Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji shot through the blood net like an arrow. With the cultivation absorbing demon sealer in his right hand, he pierced through the demonic emperor's chest. The demonic emperor was dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes. How did Zhou Xuanji do it? Don't forget what you said just now. No one below the heavenly saint can break it. Zhou Xuanji looked at him and said with a smile. He had comprehended the Tao will. Although he was not as powerful as the heavenly saints, his mental state surpassed the heavenly law. How could the blood spirit god sealing formation stop him? The demonic emperor was shocked by his words. Could Zhou Xuanji have already reached the heavenly saint stage? Impossible. He did not have the heavenly law violet chi. How could he become a saint? Hold on. Until now, there was no trace of the heavenly law violet chi. Could this brat have already obtained it? In that instant, all sorts of thoughts flashed in the demonic emperor's mind, and he became more and more terrified. Zhou Xuanji used the Xianxia map to suck out the demonic emperor's soul. What are you trying to do? The demonic emperor asked with gritted teeth. He was already prepared to die, but Zhou Xuanji only sucked out his soul. This brat wanted his demon god's body. Zhou Xuanji ignored him and destroyed his soul before putting away the demon god's body. After that, he turned and left, quickly disappearing from the world. A while later, an old monk with a face full of spots appeared in the air. He looked down at the blood chi on the ground and muttered with a deep frown, "Blood spirit god sealing formation? Someone can break this formation? And demonic chi?" He pinched his fingers and divined, trying to find out who broke the blood spirit god sealing formation. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not find out. He did count the demonic emperor. Chapter 550. In a cave, Zhou Xuanji first adjusted the magic energy in his body. After absorbing the magic energy of the demonic emperor, ruined demon emperor, and demon god Yukuan, although he could not break through to universe heaven level 15 directly, he was one step closer to his goal. After that, he used the soul division technique on the demonic emperor's demon god body. He took out the ancient god sword and communicated with the 7 souls. Without demon lord Rian and Lu Wuji, the souls of the mighty figures still hadn't calmed down. That was because Emperor Zhao was here. Yo, I didn't expect you to be so powerful that you could kill the demonic emperor so easily. Speaking of which, what power did you obtain to be able to seal our senses? Emperor Zhao spoke first, his tone filled with curiosity. It had only been 20 years, but Zhou Xuanji had undergone such a drastic change. He could not understand it. Zhou Xuanji replied, I only obtained a divine ability. Do you know who this demon god body belongs to? It can split. Sovereign Xian cried out in shock. It can split? Could it be demon god Nanming? If it's him, then the demonic emperor might still be alive. Dao Lord Xiantian said indifferently, it's okay. As long as I possess this demon god's body, I can devour the demonic emperor because the split body will be more powerful. The other body is only for survival. The demonic emperor must be confident that no one can obtain the demon god's body other than him, let alone refine 2 demon god bodies into duplicates. Zhou Xuanji was in deep thought. It would be best if he could devour the demonic emperor. If this guy were to live, he would be a disaster. 2 days later, he successfully refined demon god Nanming into a duplicate. He stored the ancient god sword and activated the 9-soul fusion technique. In an instant, the 3 bodies merged into one, and he sensed unprecedented power. It was more than twice as much as before. As for the 9-soul fusion technique, he would not tell the soul of the Almighty, in case they became enemies one day. That would be bad. Very well, let me find out where you are. Zhou Xuanji smiled and closed his eyes to sense where the other demon god Nanming's body was. Beyond the heavens, in the vast starry sky, the demonic emperor was resting in his palace. After being severely injured by Zhou Xuanji, he completely gave up on finding trouble with Zhou Xuanji. He had to rest well and recover his power. At this moment, he suddenly felt uneasy. What's going on? This feeling? The demonic emperor frowned as he thought to himself. His heartbeat inexplicably sped up. He did not connect it to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji had obtained his demon god's body, and if he wanted to possess it, it would take a long time. How many days had it only been? Could it be that there were other enemies who wanted to find trouble with him? He frowned and waved his right hand. The walls on both sides of the palace suddenly opened, and stone coffins were pushed out. The lids of the stone coffins opened, and the bodies of demon gods of Nanming stood up. Demon god Nanming could only split one body at a time. He used a special method to preserve those split bodies, turning them into his puppets to fight for him. No matter who it was, they had to kneel in front of so many Nanming fiend celestials. There was a loud bang. The palace gates suddenly burst open, and a figure shining with a powerful aura rushed over. It was Zhou Xuanji. It had taken him 6 days to find this place. In order to prevent the demonic emperor from noticing, he had used the 9-soul fusion technique in advance to attack. Seeing that it was Zhou Xuanji, the demonic emperor stood up and asked in a deep voice, "Why are you here?" He was a little panicked. Zhou Xuanji was too powerful and unfathomable. What if Zhou Xuanji could really defeat his demon gods? He did not get up, but a black shadow appeared behind him and disappeared into the darkness. Without a word, Zhou Xuanji used Sword Dao rules. Boom! The entire palace exploded and turned into ashes. All the demon gods of Nanming were dead without leaving a trace of flesh behind. Zhou Xuanji walked out from the explosion. He could not be sure if the demonic emperor was really dead, but he had dealt with the demon gods' bodies. Even if the demonic emperor was still alive, he was just a remnant soul. Without tens of thousands of years, he would not be able to cause any trouble again. Zhou Xuanji wandered around the starry sky quickly to see if the demonic emperor would show up again. He only left after an hour. Beneath the demon realm, the demon ancestor levitated before the demon realm heart with a deep frown. When he knew that the demon realm 9 ancestors had fallen, he was enraged and sent his subordinates to kill Zhou Xuanji. As for Xianxia, she was too weak and could not be detected by him. He could only sense Zhou Xuanji's aura. The demon realm heart is very calm, abnormally calm, the demon ancestor mumbled to himself. The demon ancestor muttered to himself. He had a nagging feeling that something had gone wrong with the heart of the demon realm. However, he was unable to enter the heart of the demon realm and could only wait. He sat down cross-legged in the air and stared at the demon realm heart as he fell into deep thought. 6 hours later, a demon appeared beside him and knelt down in the air. He cupped his fists and said, "Primogenitor, the ruined demon emperor and demon god Yukuin are dead. Even the demonic emperor died at Zhou Xuanji's hands." Having heard this, the demon ancestor opened his eyes. A ferocious glint flashed in his eyes. "Very good," he said coldly. Back when Zhou Xuanji used the primordial ancestor statue, he had already noticed it. He had high hopes for Zhou Xuanji back then, but he did not expect Zhou Xuanji to become a great enemy of the demon race. A trace of regret welled up in his heart. Zhou Xuanji flew in the starry sky. He deactivated the 9 soul fusion technique and headed toward Wanshan Great Thousand. He did not think about the demonic emperor but about Sage Daojing. Sage Daojing had left for so long. He did not know if he had found the path to becoming a saint. One day he would probably pursue that path as well. However, he would not wander aimlessly. He already knew about the existence of Kunlun Origin Court. Just as he was thinking, a beam of light flew past him and quickly disappeared. What was that? He mumbled with a frown. He immediately sped up and chased after it. The other party's target was most likely Wanshan Great Thousand, so he had to catch up. However, he was soon left behind. Such speed. Who was that? Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself curiously as he chased after it at full speed. On the other side, before Wanshan Great Thousand, the beam of light stopped. As the radiance dissipated, an old man with an iron staff appeared. His face was cold and he looked like a wolf. He wore a gray robe and looked at Wanshan Great Thousand with a cold light flashing in his eyes. He raised his iron staff and mumbled, "Sage Daojing, you owe me this." Just as he spoke, countless asteroids in the starry sky flew toward him. They brushed past him, broke through the light barrier on Wanshan Great Thousand, and fell. He wanted to destroy Wanshan Great Thousand. Boom, boom, boom. Soon he heard a series of explosions coming from Wanshan Great Thousand. The light barrier on the surface of Wanshan Great Thousand rippled violently. Old Ancestor Hongshi appeared behind him suddenly and said with a deep voice, "Heavenly Lord Xiantai, what are you doing?" He was burning with rage. A gigantic red lion head rose from his back and roared at Heavenly Lord Xiantai. Heavenly Lord Xiantai looked back at him furiously and said, "You dare to ask me what I'm doing? What did you and Sage Daojing do to me?" Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 551. Hearing Heavenly Lord Xuantia's words, Old Ancestor Hongshi's expression changed. He gritted his teeth and said, "How can a battle between heavenly saints affect the people of a world?" Heavenly Lord Xiantai laughed. "Sage Daojing has already escaped. Could it be that you can stretch out your head and let me hit you?" His smile was extremely cold. As soon as he came out of seclusion, he discovered that his treasure had been taken away, and the disciples guarding it had all disappeared. He knew who did it as soon as he divined. Old Ancestor Hongshi let out a sigh. "You treated me the same way back then. In your words, don't be a sore loser." Heavenly Lord Xuantia's expression was ugly and he did not know how to respond. One meteorite after another smashed into Wanshan Great Thousand. Old Ancestor Hongshi immediately waved his hand and shattered the incoming meteorites. He had promised Sage Daojing that he would protect the Wanshan Great Thousand. How could he allow Heavenly Lord Xiantai to destroy the Wanshan Great Thousand? Old Ancestor Hongshi, since that's the case, let's have a duel. Heavenly Lord Xiantai pointed his iron staff at old ancestor Hongshi and said in a deep voice. Old ancestor Hongshi gritted his teeth and said, "All right." The two heavenly saints turned around and entered the void, preparing to fight. Soon, a shockwave visible to the naked eye swept over from the depths of the universe, sweeping through countless stars. Zhou Xuanji, who was rushing toward Wanshan Great Thousand, could not dodge in time and was struck by the shockwave from the heavenly saints' battle. He was crushed into pieces instantly. In his panic, he quickly executed the celestial devil rebirth technique and escaped at an extremely fast speed. That guy seemed to be, old ancestor Hongshi's expression was strange. They had actually killed Sage Daojing's most precious genius. His eyes were filled with anger. He was prepared to take Zhou Xuanji in. "You lunatic! You are a heavenly saint!" Patriarch Hongshi roared and his aura erupted. Both of his palms slammed towards Heavenly Lord Xiantai in a frenzy. One after another, giant red palms that were bigger than stars struck towards Heavenly Lord Xian. Empyrean Xiantai brandished his metal staff, blocking all of these attacks. "What's wrong with that guy?" Heavenly Lord Xiantai was baffled. Just a moment ago, old ancestor Hongshi still had an awkward look on his face, but in the blink of an eye, he became furious, as if he had killed his son. Wanshan Great Thousand suddenly descended with countless meteorites, causing terrifying destruction to the land and sea. The large sects were still fine as they could use their formations to defend, but the other sects, dynasties, and empires could not defend at all. The Divine Cliff was also bombarded by the group of meteorites. Their formations couldn't stop them at all, and the floating islands were destroyed one after another. The impact was extremely powerful. Fortunately, there weren't many meteorites in this area, so the Divine Cliff's army wasn't completely annihilated. Yang Yutian floated in the dust that filled the sky. He raised his head and looked confused. What the hell happened this time? He thought that another enemy was targeting the Divine Cliff, but little did he know that the entire Wanshan Great Thousand was suffering. Even the abodes of the mighty figures in the 33 heavens were affected. The world was in chaos. At the border of the Center God Province, Gu Tianxia pushed away the rocks on his body, looked at the boy and asked, "Are you okay?" The boy looked to be only 7 or 8 years old. His head and face were covered in dirt. He resisted the urge to cry and answered, "I'm fine." Gu Tianxia carried him and soared into the sky, above the clouds. The two looked around. The entire land was covered in smoke, and there were craters left by the meteorites everywhere. The forests were on fire, as though it was the end of the world. "What's going on?" Gu Tianxia frowned and looked up at the sky. He could sense a powerful might pressing down on the 33 heavens. Powerful cultivators were fighting. The meteorites attacking the Wanshan Great Thousand alarmed many powerful cultivators. They flew out to check on the situation and saw old ancestor Hongshi and Heavenly Lord Xiantai fighting from afar. They were so frightened that they hid in the Wanshan Great Thousand. Soon, news of the battle between heavenly saints spread across the Wanshan Great Thousand. Immediately, everyone in the Wanshan Great Thousand was terrified. A heavenly saint was targeting the Wanshan Great Thousand? The various races retreated to their own independent worlds and did not dare to fight in the Wanshan Great Thousand. Suddenly, a meteor streaked across the blue sky. The meteor flew toward that direction and landed in front of a mountain gate. When the light dissipated, a naked newborn baby was revealed. He was lying on the ground, staring at the sky with a gloomy gaze. It was Zhou Xuanji after his rebirth. What the hell is going on? Before he could understand the situation, he almost died. Even with his good mental state, he could not help but feel depressed. He took out a set of white clothes and covered his body. He took a deep breath and was prepared to leave. At this moment, a little monk carrying a basket walked up to him. He was stunned when he saw Zhou Xuanji and quickly ran over. He looked like he was only a little over 10 years old. His eyes were small, and he looked simple and honest. He sized up Zhou Xuanji and was delighted in his heart. He then looked around and mumbled, "Who left such a cute child here?" It was not his first time seeing an orphan. Because he was an orphan himself. He called out a few times. After making sure that no one was around, he carried Zhou Xuanji and left. Zhou Xuanji did not resist. He could recover his power soon anyway, so he might as well experience the world. It had been a long time since he felt like a mortal. Half an hour later, the little monk brought Zhou Xuanji to a wooden hut. He placed Zhou Xuanji on the bed and mumbled, "Master is not here again. Sigh, I have to chop firewood again." After that he poured a bowl of water and fed Zhou Xuanji a mouthful before getting up and leaving. Zhou Xuanji lay on the bed and fell into deep thought. To be able to destroy his physical body so easily, the other party was definitely a sky sage. Either that, or they were enemies of the primordial ancestor. However, he had never used his eyes, so how could he have attracted that person's attention? It could only be a heavenly saint. Could a heavenly saint be targeting the Wanshan Great Thousand? Zhou Xuanji sent his consciousness into the 24-rank deep black lotus. In the world of the lotus, he was like a god, and he could communicate with all creatures spiritually. He found Jiang Shui and asked about the situation. After learning that the heavenly saints were indeed fighting outside the Wanshan Great Thousand, he fell into deep thought. It seemed that Sage Daojing had not wiped his butt clean before leaving. He did not tell Jiang Shui about his situation. In 10 years at most, he would be able to return to his peak, so there was no need to worry. Just like that, he lived with the little monk. The little monk also had a master who was fat and in his 40s or 50s. He was always immersed in wine and didn't look like a monk at all. The way they got along was very similar to how Jiang Shui and her grandmother got along. The older one only knew how to drag the younger one down. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. The little monk realized in astonishment that this kid had grown so quickly. "Xiaoya, you seem to have an extraordinary background. Don't tell me you come from a big clan?" The little monk carried Zhou Xuanji and asked curiously. This place belonged to another Great Thousand world. The little monk and the old monk did not know what it was called because they were only mortals after all. "Don't call me Xiaoya." Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes as he was lifted into the air. Chapter 552. Zhou Xuanji ran under a tree not too far away and continued to think about life. The little monk was not surprised, and he shook his head and smiled before turning to chop firewood. Through the 24-rank deep black lotus, Zhou Xuanji knew that the heavenly saint was still fighting. The holy might lasted for a year, causing the Wanshan Great Thousand's meteorological phenomena to change. The ground collapsed, and disasters appeared one after another, torturing the people of the Wanshan Great Thousand. This also caused the war to stop. No one knew how long the battle between the two heavenly saints would last. If they continued fighting, the Wanshan Great Thousand would definitely be destroyed. Zhou Xuanji was not anxious. He could not defeat a heavenly saint anyway. As he grew up day by day, the little monk and the old monk could no longer remain calm. This kid was growing too fast, like a freak. Most importantly, Zhou Xuanji's calmness was unlike that of a child. In the blink of an eye, another 5 years had passed. Zhou Xuanji had already grown into a young man, and the little monk had also grown up, but he was only a head taller than Zhou Xuanji. "Freak, freak." The old monk lay on the rocking chair and looked at Zhou Xuanji as he muttered to himself while drinking wine, looking quite pleased. Zhou Xuanji was already used to it and ignored him. For the past 6 years, he had watched the two monks live a boring and ordinary life every day, and his heart had become even more peaceful. He had the feeling that he was watching a person's life. He had never experienced such a feeling from Zhou Shaoxian, because he hadn't paid attention to it before. The little monk walked over with a pile of firewood on his back. After putting down the firewood, he wiped the sweat off his face and said, "Little Ya, don't go into the mountains for now. There are more and more ferocious beasts." Zhou Xuanji nodded slightly. He also noticed that the spiritual qi in the world was gradually increasing. He reckoned that a great change was coming to this world. Perhaps it was because of his appearance. After all, he possessed the heavenly law violet qi. Speaking of which, the celestial devil rebirth technique was indeed very profound. Even if his corporeal body was destroyed, everything in his body would be transferred to another world at an extraordinary speed along with his soul. He often wondered if Xianxia's ancestor was really that powerful. Could the celestial devil rebirth technique have another origin? Therefore, he started to study the celestial devil rebirth technique. 3 years ago, he had made demon god Nanming cultivate the great sun heavenly devil rebirth technique, but it had yet to be mastered. He didn't know what changes would happen after mastering it. Division and rebirth? He was looking forward to it. This is an ominous sign. Who knows, we might just die one day. The old monk shouted, looking like he was drunk. The little monk shook his head and walked up to Zhou Xuanji. He took out an apple and smiled as he said, I exchanged this with a woodcutter, it's very sweet. He had always treated Zhou Xuanji as his younger brother. Although this younger brother was very mature and did not like to act spoiled to him, he still liked him. Zhou Xuanji took the apple and asked, What are your plans for the future? The little monk was taken aback for a moment before he smiled and said, I'll raise you first. And then? Zhou Xuanji asked. The little monk sank into deep thought. He had followed the old monk since he was young and had never seen the world. Even if he was asked to name a goal, he wouldn't be able to. Zhou Xuanji did not disturb him and let him think about it himself. Everyone had their own path, and he would not force the little monk to follow him. An ordinary life was not necessarily inferior to the long road of cultivation. After thinking for a while, the little monk was still unable to come up with an idea. Then, the old monk instructed him to boil water. This small interlude changed the young monk's fate. From then on, he often thought about life. At night, he would look up at the starry sky with Zhou Xuanji, speechless. He fell in love with this state of being lost in thought. This made the old monk very angry. Every night, he would see these two silly boys in a daze, which made him very angry. No one was teasing an old man like him. In the blink of an eye, another 4 years passed. Zhou Xuanji had completely recovered to his peak state. Universe Heaven Level 15. This was his cultivation stage. He was 281 years old, and the legendary swords he obtained were all below ancient gazing. Although they did not increase his power, they were still legendary swords. On this day, he prepared to leave. The battle between the heavenly saints above the Wanshan Great Thousand had ended, but the damage done to the Wanshan Great Thousand could not be recovered. Before he left, he found the little monk who was chopping firewood. The little monk from back then had grown up and become a robust young man. His face was still simple and honest. Zhou Xuanji stood on a tree and called out, Hey, I'm leaving. Having heard this, the little monk looked back at him and asked, Where are you going? Ever since he started thinking about life with Zhou Xuanji, he had become very mature, as though he had been tempered by time. Home, Zhou Xuanji replied with a smile. The little monk frowned, and a look of reluctance appeared in his eyes. He had always treated Zhou Xuanji as his family. He watched Zhou Xuanji grow up, but he understood that Zhou Xuanji had a powerful background and would leave sooner or later. Zhou Xuanji landed in front of him and asked, Do you have the ambition to pursue immortality? The little monk fell into silence. His heart was filled with shock. Could Zhou Xuanji be the reincarnation of an immortal? Zhou Xuanji tapped his forehead and imparted the World Buddha art to him. The World Buddha art was created by Xianxia, and Zhou Xuanji was not the only one who had a chance in the world. So what if there was one more? Moreover, he had already acknowledged the little monk in his heart. After he imparted the art, he suddenly said, My name is Zhou Xuanji. Do you want to give yourself a name? The little monk was picked up by the old monk. He did not have a name since he was young, so the old monk called him Big Ya while he called Zhou Xuanji Little Ya. The little monk opened his eyes with a complicated expression. He took a deep breath and said with a smile, How about I call myself Zhou Tianji? Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at him, and his body blurred as he disappeared. If we are fated to meet again, we will meet again. Thank you for taking care of me for 10 years. Zhou Xuanji's voice reverberated in the forest. The little monk put down the hatchet in his hand and looked at his hands. What is my path? He mumbled. After bidding farewell to the little monk, Zhou Xuanji flew on his sword and traveled around this mortal realm. Compared to the northern wilderness region, this mortal realm's cultivation civilization was far behind. It was like ancient China. The most powerful cultivator in the world was only at Astral Infant, and he was the only one in the world. After traveling around this world, Zhou Xuanji flew out of the 5 elements and traveled in the void. His current goal was to reach Universe Heaven level 18 as soon as possible. Soon he came to the vast universe. This time he flew very carefully. He did not want to be reborn for another 10 years. After flying for a while, a silhouette appeared in front of him and blocked his way. It was old ancestor Xianxia. Heavenly Saint? Zhou Xuanji asked. Isn't my luck too bad? Or did the Heavenly Saint already sense the heavenly law violet qi in his body? Old ancestor Xianxia clicked his tongue in wonder and asked, Brat, what energy technique did you cultivate? You reconstructed your body so quickly, and your cultivation has already recovered completely. Zhou Xuanji did not reply but thought about how to deal with it. Old ancestor Xianxia snorted, Don't be nervous. Just now, it was because Heavenly Lord Xiantai went crazy. Do you want revenge? Chapter 553. Facing old ancestor Xianxia's question, Zhou Xuanji straightforwardly replied, No. Asking him to provoke a heaven saint now would be courting death. Old ancestor Xianxia squinted his eyes and smiled. Heavenly Lord Xiantai swore to destroy the Wanshan Great Thousand. I fought him to a draw, but he definitely won't let this go. Zhou Xuanji looked at him and asked, What do you want? Tell me. Old ancestor Xianxia didn't show any hostility. Instead, there was a look of admiration in his eyes, which allowed him to figure out what he meant. If you become my pawn, I can help you search for the heavenly law violet qi and help you become a martial sage. How about it? Patriarch Xianxia said with a chuckle. He went straight to the point and stated his intentions. Zhou Xuanji asked, As your chess piece, I have to oppose Heavenly Lord Xiantai? Old ancestor Xianxia glared at him and said snappily, Are you that scared? Zhou Xuanji sighed. It wasn't good to be too outstanding. Wherever he went, there would be people who wanted to snatch him away. He narrowed his eyes and asked, Do you have a way for me to quickly reach Universe Heaven level 18? Old ancestor Xianxia said angrily, Don't even think of taking shortcuts. I'll give you a mission, unify the Wanshan Great Thousand and possess its fate. Zhou Xuanji asked, Why? Although he was very strong, he did not have the urge to control the Wanshan Great Thousand at the moment. Emperor Sword Court was still developing, and he did not want to take too big of a step. Old ancestor Xianxia said profoundly, Fate is the only thing that heavenly saints fight for. Once Sage Daojing leaves, the other heavenly saints will definitely fight for it. However, as heavenly saints, we cannot personally act. I can't do it myself? What was Heavenly Lord Xiantai doing? Old ancestor Xianxia did not explain. He said, When you dominate the Wanshan Great Thousand, I will teach you divine abilities and supreme treasures, making you invincible below the heavenly saints. After that, old ancestor Xianxia left in a hurry. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. Who is this guy? He didn't even leave his name when he was assigned the mission, nor did he mention how long he would take to complete the mission. He was too lazy to think too much about it and continued on his way to Wanshan Great Thousand. In the vast starry sky, 8 figures stood side by side. Among them were old ancestor Xianxia and Heavenly Lord Xiantai. They were the 8 heavenly saints. Their expressions were solemn as they looked into the depths of the universe. Can you feel it? Heavenly Lord Xiantai said in a deep voice, feeling uneasy. The other 7 heavenly saints nodded. They had all sensed an extremely dangerous aura at the end of the universe. They didn't dare to approach and could only watch from afar. Could there really be other existences outside of the heavenly law? Didn't Sage Daojing go to search for the path to transcend saints? Could that aura be him? Impossible. Even if Reverend Daojing obtained a fortuitous encounter, it is impossible for him to completely transform. Are there any anomalies above the 36th layer of heaven? What should we do? Do you want to take a look? The heavenly saints began to discuss. Some wanted to investigate, while others felt that they could not take the risk. The heavenly saints did not know what to do with this mysterious and unknown existence. In the end, none of them had the courage to step out. The reason why heavenly saints were immortal was because they were attached to the heavenly law. If they left the range of the heavenly Tao's control, they would be in danger of dying. The other side. Zhou Xuanji returned to Wanshan Great Thousand. The current Wanshan Great Thousand was very quiet. There was no sign of war, and all the factions were conserving their strength. The powerful beings in the world seemed to have gone into hiding, and even if Zhou Xuanji wanted to become more powerful, he could not find a way. After traveling around the Wanshan Great Thousand for several months, he returned to the Divine Cliff. He first went to find Yang Yutian. After more than a decade, Yang Yutian looked much older. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was back, he was very excited. He held Zhou Xuanji's wrist and asked, "Brother Zhou, there are rumors that the Wanshan Great Thousand offended the heavenly saints and will be destroyed soon. Is this true?" Everyone in the Divine Cliff was in a state of panic, and so were all living beings in the world. Facing the heavenly saints, no matter how powerful one was, it was not enough. So in just a decade, many powerful beings had left the Wanshan Great Thousand to find another way out. The Divine Cliff was not powerful enough. Even if they wanted to migrate, they could not. They could only go down to the mortal realm. But if the Wanshan Great Thousand was destroyed, the mortal realm that was connected to it would not be able to escape either. "Don't worry," Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, "I will protect the Wanshan Great Thousand from now on." He told Yang Yutian his plan. Next, he would promote his way of the sword in the Wanshan Great Thousand and strengthen Emperor Sword Court until he dominated the Wanshan Great Thousand. When that time came, the Divine Cliff would rise as well. After Yang Yutian heard him, he was a little disappointed at first. But after some thought he became excited again. Zhou Xuanji not conquering the world on behalf of the Divine Cliff was a good thing for him. Otherwise, with the difference in power between him and Zhou Xuanji, he would have to give up his position. If the Divine Cliff depended on Emperor Sword Court, not only could it grow stronger, but he would still be the Cliff Lord. "I'm relieved to hear that. If there's anything you need from me or the Divine Cliff, just let me know," Yang Yutian said with a smile. Yang Yutian said with a smile. He was in high spirits. Ever since he became the Cliff Lord, every time he felt that the Divine Cliff was about to rise, something big happened to deal a blow to his confidence. This feeling of being in the sky for a while and falling into the abyss the next moment was really unpleasant. The two chatted a little more before Zhou Xuanji left. Zhou Xuanji returned to his residence and found that only Xiao Chan was left. Xiao Chan told him that Bai Suan had been taken away by the 9 Heaven Divine Snake Clan. The 9 Heaven Divine Snake Clan even advised him to leave the Wanshan Great Thousand as soon as possible. "Is there really no hope for this Great Thousand world?" Xiao Chan asked anxiously. Everyone in the world was in danger, and she was no exception. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I'm here. Pack your things and prepare to leave with me." Xiao Chan was a little stunned and quickly began packing. Zhou Xuanji took out the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus and asked Daoya Old Man and Jiang Shui to gather all the Emperor Sword Court disciples. That afternoon, he came to a wasteland with Xiao Chan. With the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus in his right hand, he waved his left hand, and 1,000,000 Emperor Sword Court disciples appeared in all directions. Zhou Xuanji flew into the sky and looked down at all the Emperor Sword Court disciples, saying, "The Wanshan Great Thousand is in turmoil. It's time for Emperor Sword Court to come out. From today onwards, we will lead by example and travel the world to promote the sword's way." Nearly 600 legendary swords appeared around him and circled around him. It was a majestic sight. "Do you still remember Emperor Sword Court's motto?" Zhou Xuanji cried out loudly. The 1,000,000 people below were instantly fired up. "Help the world with the sword. Save the world with the sword." The 1,000,000 disciples roared in unison. Their voices shook the clouds, and Xiao Chan opened her eyes wide. Even the Divine Cliff City, which was not far away, could hear them. It was the first time for the Emperor Sword Court disciples to come to the upper realm. They were extremely excited and shouted with all their might, "Follow me. Start training with the sword now." Zhou Xuanji turned around and flew toward the horizon. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, Zhou Shaoxian, Chen Bantian, Lin Changge, and the others all flew into the sky. They practiced their swords while following Zhou Xuanji. Since the Heavenly Saint War began, Chen Bantian, Lin Changge, and the others returned to the northern wilderness region and dared not to wander around anymore. Now, the entire court gathered together and advanced together. Chapter 554. Xiu. Xiu. Swoosh. The million Emperor Sword Court disciples danced with their swords as they advanced. The sound of their swords tearing through the air gathered together and resounded through the sky, shocking everyone. Zhou Xuanji walked at the front. Apart from him, Jiang Shui, Xiao Chan, and Daoya Old Man, the others were training their sword techniques. As for the little black snake, Chongming Demon Monarch, Zhou Xiaoqi and the other demons, they remained on Skyfall. Zhou Xuanji spoke the Great Tao's voice as he advanced. His voice of the Great Tao could only be considered as a beginner. It could not be as magical as the old immortals. Its only use was to let the disciples maintain a peaceful state of mind, so that they could practice without distracting thoughts. At the moment, there were more than 8 million people in Emperor Sword Court, and there were 2 million official disciples. Hence, their team was only a part of Emperor Sword Court. Millions of people practicing their swordsmanship together, it was a grand sight. In less than a year, the Sword Emperor's promotion of the Sword Tao had spread throughout the Wanshan Great Thousand. Use the sword to support the world. Use the sword to save the common people. Emperor Sword Court recruited disciples wantonly, causing the number of people in the Sword Path army to increase. Especially now, when the Wanshan Great Thousand could be destroyed at any time. Not all living beings had the ability to escape the Wanshan Great Thousand. Huddling together gave them the greatest sense of security. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji's Great Tao's voice could calm everyone's hearts. This was incredible. For cultivators, the state of mind was the most important. If there was a problem with one's mentality during cultivation, it would be easy for one to go berserk. When Venerable Dao Jing spoke about the Tao, the vast majority of creatures could not understand, but once they heard his voice, they would calm down and even gain enlightenment. This was the divine sound. The Great Tao's voice was more advanced than Saint Voice, but it was a pity that Zhou Xuanji's cultivation was not high enough. On the path of promoting the Sword Tao, there were disciples breaking through in their cultivations every single day, and it was an extremely magnificent sight. The name of Emperor Sword Court was officially established in Wanshan Great Thousand. 8 years later, the number of disciples behind Zhou Xuanji exceeded 5 million. 5 million people were practicing their swordsmanship while moving forward. It was a spectacular sight. Every disciple felt their blood boiling, and no one dared to slack off. The living beings passing by were also shocked. Unknowingly, Emperor Sword Court had already condensed its power. It was a kind of indomitable momentum that could break through the clouds. Unstoppable. Zhou Xuanji continued to preach the Great Tao's voice. He did not feel tired at all, and instead he was full of energy. His mental state also began to be enlightened. The Tao was in the heart, and the Tao was in every living being. Taos could also be fused together. The Wanshan Great Thousand spiritual qi was very dense, and the Emperor Sword Court's disciples' cultivations were generally weak. Thus, the 1 million disciples at the very beginning had already improved by leaps and bounds. They were already used to internalizing qi with their swords. As he swung his sword, all the pores on his body opened and closed, inhaling and exhaling the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. This feeling was even more comfortable than meditating. On this day, 2 figures walked over from the front. They were Sword Sovereign Gu and Shi Shenzong. Shi Shenzong looked at the majestic army in the distance with a complicated gaze. He admitted that he was inferior to Zhou Xuanji, but the speed at which Zhou Xuanji became stronger was just too ridiculous. In comparison, he felt that he was extremely mediocre. Sword Emperor, I am Sword Saint Gu. Can you spar with me today? If I lose, I will join Emperor Sword Court. Gu Jianzun held his sword with one hand and shouted. His voice was like a great bell, covering the sound of 5 million people practicing swordsmanship. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless as he raised his right hand and pointed towards the sky. The 5 million disciples stopped and looked at him curiously. Numerous sword shadows appeared in the sky, rapidly increasing in number until they covered the sky. 5 billion sword shadows. The swords pointed downwards, and everyone was dumbfounded. What divine ability was this? 5 billion sword shadows were so many, and there were gaps between them. Each sword shadow was glowing with a faint white light, and when they were gathered together, they gave off an immense pressure. Sword Saint Gu and Shi Shinzong looked up, and their mouths were wide open. This. Shi Shinzong swallowed his saliva. He could sense that each sword shadow contained horrifying power. What kind of magic energy could unleash such a vast divine ability so easily? Sword Saint Gu came up to Zhou Xuanji suddenly and half knelt. He cupped his fist and said with a deep voice, "From today onwards, I, Sword Saint Gu, am willing to take the Sword Emperor as my leader." Facing such a powerful Sword Emperor, he was completely convinced. Boom! The army at the back was in an uproar. Other than the first 1,000,000 disciples of Emperor Sword Court, the others were all from Wanshan Great Thousand. They had heard of Sword Saint Gu's name before. Such a powerhouse in the way of the sword was convinced by Zhou Xuanji even before the battle began. "Help the world with the sword!" Meng Tianlang suddenly raised his sword and roared. His voice was loud and clear. More than 5,000,000 disciples were instantly fired up. They raised their swords and shouted, "Save the world with the sword! Supporting the world with the sword! Using the sword to save the world!" When Sword Sovereign Gu heard this deafening sound, he didn't feel humiliated. Instead, he felt relieved. Zhou Xuanji's talent in the way of the sword was publicly acknowledged to be unparalleled, and his cultivation had already surpassed his own. He really wanted to know why Zhou Xuanji was so powerful that he could not bring himself to visit him. However, as Zhou Xuanji traveled the world and promoted the way of the sword, his reputation grew, and he could no longer sit still. He understood that if he didn't come now, it would be difficult to curry favor with him in the future. Shi Shinzong came behind Sword Sovereign Gu and half knelt as he cupped his fists towards Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji lightly laughed and said, "Very good. From today onwards, you are all disciples of Emperor Sword Court." Sword Sovereign Gu and Shi Shinzong's identities would not be considered for now. He would make his decision after the Sword Dao promotion event was over. He believed that he would meet even stronger existences in the future. The news quickly spread to all corners of the world. Gu Jianzun was scared into kneeling by the sword Thearka's divine art. Everyone who heard it could not believe it. The vast majority of living beings didn't know the specific power divisions in Hunyuan Heaven. The elders were respected, and Sword Sovereign Gu's status had always been higher than the Sword Emperor's in the hearts of all living beings. But after this incident, everything changed. Zhou Xuanji was no longer the most powerful cultivator in the Center God Province, but the top swordsman in the Wanshan Great Thousand. The Sermon army was still advancing. After Sword Sovereign Gu and Shi Shinzong joined, they were also attracted by Zhou Xuanji's Great Dao's voice. They found that listening to Zhou Xuanji's voice as they trained with their swords was quite profound. "I was right to come." The master and disciple were in a good mood and began to study the Sword Dao. They were surrounded by sword cultivators. Even though there was a huge gap between their cultivation levels, they could still discuss the way of the sword. Such an atmosphere was rare in the world. Even those Sword Dao sects had never gathered so many disciples to practice the sword together. "How long do you plan to last?" Jiang Shui asked curiously. Her face was filled with admiration. Her man was simply too dazzling. Zhou Xuanji replied, "Until I travel the entire Wanshan Great Thousand, until I stand at the peak of the Great Thousand World." He could clearly feel his luck increasing as he recited the voice of the Great Dao for so many people. He was looking forward to seeing what would happen if he kept talking. There was one thing that he could foresee. That was, Emperor Sword Court would reach the peak of the Wanshan Great Thousand. As the Sword Emperor and Emperor Sword Court's fame grew, the major factions in the various provinces could no longer sit still. If this went on, Emperor Sword Court would really appear out of nowhere and fight to dominate the world. Chapter 555. Sword Qi facing the east, witness the sun and moon. Sword Qi facing the west, overturn the surroundings. Sword Qi facing the north, pierce the horizon. Zhou Xuanji walked at the front, and his Great Dao's voice continuously entered the ears of millions of disciples. They walked on the mountainous terrain, and at a glance, the entire mountain was filled with Emperor Sword Court's disciples practicing their swords. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, Huang Lianxin, Lin Changge, and the others practiced their swords in the air. Their postures were elegant and graceful. Sword Sovereign Gu and Shi Shenzong walked on the ground. Although they did not practice their swords, they were thinking about the way of the sword. Although Zhou Xuanji's words were filled with lies and were not very useful, his voice was really mystical. It calmed everyone who heard it. This feeling made Sword Sovereign Gu feel as though he had grasped something, but he was not sure what it was. Shi Shenzong had the same feeling. Although the teacher and disciple did not communicate, they understood each other. From now on, they began to pursue Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji began to let out the other disciples in the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus. Only those with a certain level of cultivation could participate. If ordinary people entered without permission, they might be shocked to death by Emperor Sword Court's sword might. In the blink of an eye. Another 9 years passed. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 300 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner obtained, Overturning Heaven, Great Brilliant Day, God Slang, Divine Heron Zhao 3, Saint Essence Violet Pill. The sword spirit's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind, which made him squint his eyes. Overturning Heaven Legendary Sword. A legendary sword that was even more powerful than Heaven Essence. Above it were Connecting Heaven, 9 Extreme, and Primordial Desolation. Zhou Xuanji's power was already at the pinnacle of Connecting Heaven, so he was not too surprised by the Overturning Heaven legendary sword. But he still had to verify it. Sword name, Godlike Great Brilliant Skygrade. Overturning Heaven description, a sword that the owner of fate can wield. It can draw upon the will of all living beings under its control for battle. The more fate it wields, the more powerful the legendary sword. Sword of Fate? Zhou Xuanji was interested and immediately took out the sword. The hilt of the sword was made of silver-white crystal. The blade was exquisite and was 1.5 meters long. Under the sunlight, the blade glowed faintly, making it look dazzling. An idea popped into his mind. He suddenly stopped the voice of the Great Tao. The voice of the Great Tao that had been going on for 9 years suddenly stopped, causing the 8 million disciples of Emperor Sword Court to be stunned. At this moment, all the disciples' swords began to tremble. What happened? My sword, my hand can't hold it down. Could it be an enemy attack? The disciples all panicked, and even Gu Jianzun found that his sword was trembling uncontrollably. He locked his gaze on Zhou Xuanji, who was in front of him. He had a feeling that it was definitely done by Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji suddenly raised his great brilliant sky, pointing his sword towards the sky. The 8 million Emperor Sword Court disciples also raised their swords. Sword Master Hockey. This was a divine ability that Zhou Xuanji had learned a long time ago. He could control swords within a certain range, and adding on the Emperor's might of a first-class great emperor, even someone as powerful as Sword Sovereign Gu would not be able to stop him. He used the godly power of Great Brilliant Heaven to fuse his fate with the fate of Emperor Sword Court's disciples. Today, I will teach you a sword technique. Chasing wind, chasing shadow. Zhou Xuanji said. His voice was loud and clear, and it was like heavenly might, causing those who heard it to feel shaken. He started to swing his sword, and the 8 million disciples also started to move. After so many years of tacit understanding, all of the disciples were quite far apart from each other, so they would not accidentally injure each other. Zhou Xuanji's speed was not too fast, but it was not slow either. In fact, to most beginners, it was very fast. Chasing wind, chasing shadow, after reaching great accomplishment, could unleash immense power. Even though he did not like to use it, he could teach it to others. All of the Emperor Sword Court disciples were shocked, including Jiang Shui and Xian Daoya. A single person was training the entire court? Heavens! The Sword Emperor is too powerful. Just how high is Grand Teacher's cultivation? I feel like he's even more powerful than when I was training by myself. He's too domineering, I can't resist at all. Haha, if this goes on, won't we be able to train a peerless sword technique without feeling tired at all? I really want to kneel down and kowtow to Grand Teacher. The 8 million Emperor Sword Court disciples were all shocked, and the beings who had come to watch from the horizon were also given a big fright. No one in the world could compare to such boldness. Sword Sovereign Gu could not control himself and also swung his sword, inwardly marveling. This boy's attainments in the way of the sword were simply too high, to the point that he could only look at them in the dust. Shi Shenzong felt quite complicated, and his impression of Zhou Xuanji in his heart started to change. He had truly gone from a competitor to a grand teacher. After training chasing wind, chasing shadow, Zhou Xuanji's speed suddenly increased, and the 8 million Emperor Sword Court disciples also sped up, causing the entire court's aura to change. Zhou Xuanji had forcefully turned a set of sword techniques into a sword formation. The Emperor Sword Court disciples' blood surged, and they felt an indescribable feeling. That was aura. By relying on Deo Heaven, he was able to connect the fate energy of everyone. They were like a family. There was not a second fate sect in the entire Wanshan Great Thousand who had this kind of fortune. The beings watching from afar were all shocked, and they quickly spread this news. The Sword Emperor used his qi to lead the 8 million disciples to train in the sword. There were even people who said that even if a pig joined the Emperor Sword Court, he would be able to learn profound sword techniques. Emperor Sword Court's reputation grew, and more people went to search for Emperor Sword Court. Zhou Xuanji taught the disciples about the Great Tao's voice as he led them to train. After 100 times, he deactivated the Sword Master Haki and recalled Great Tao's voice. All the disciples felt like they were in a dream. They continued to train instinctively and were pleasantly surprised to find that they had already learned chasing wind and chasing shadow. Zhou Xuanji's position in their hearts was elevated to the highest point. No one had any other thoughts about him because of his age. He was definitely the person with the highest attainments in the way of the sword in the Great Thousand World. 5 years later, Emperor Sword Court's forest exceeded 10 million, and they were walking in the desert. Even though there were few people around, each disciple persevered in their training. Zhou Xuanji walked at the front. His sleeves fluttered in the wind, and his aura was not obvious. Jiang Shui sighed in amazement. They are all becoming more powerful. Even I want to train. Zhou Xuanji glanced at her and said with a smile, "You can go back and cultivate. If you miss me, I will move you over." Jiang Shui nodded. She had accompanied Zhou Xuanji for more than 20 years. With her help, the third-generation disciples began to help receive the new disciples, and she no longer needed to intervene. After that, Zhou Xuanji sent her and Xiao Chan into the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus. As for Xian Daoya, he had gone back a long time ago. At first, he felt that it was spectacular and exciting, but after a while, he became numb to it. He still felt that drinking and eating in Skyfall was more fun. After sending them back, the expression in Zhou Xuanji's eyes changed. He felt 5 very powerful auras coming at him at an extremely fast speed. He immediately took out Demon God Tianwu and stood in front of him. At this point, there was no longer a need for him to hide Demon God Tianwu. After all, he had 2 demon god bodies. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 556. Xiu. Xiu. Swoosh, 5 air-piercing sounds came, and 5 muscular silhouettes landed on a hill 1,000 meters in front of Zhou Xuanji. They were draped in loose red robes, their long hair fluttering in the wind, and their faces were covered in green demon masks. There were both men and women, but their true faces could not be seen. Don't be nervous. We are here to invite the Emperor Sword Court to participate in the Heavenly Ancestors' All Heavens Tao Feast. The tall figure in the middle spoke with a hoarse voice that carried a gust of wind that blew towards Emperor Sword Court. Heavenly Ancestor? Zhou Xuanji was confused. Who was that? Over 10 million Emperor Sword Court disciples looked at each other, including Sword Sovereign Gu, who was also very curious. The Heavenly Ancestor is one of the 9 saints. He will hold the All Heavens Tao Feast in 1,000 years and invite all the sects and families of the Great Thousand Worlds. Although the Emperor Sword Court has just risen, the Heavenly Ancestor values your potential. You can join the All Heavens Tao Feast. He waved his right hand, and a purple gem the size of a fist flew over and landed in Zhou Xuanji's hand. 8,000 years later, when the voice of the Heavenly Ancestor comes out from the gem, you can gather the disciples of Emperor Sword Court and crush this gem. The heavenly ancestor will use his supreme power to move all of you into the All Heavens Tao feast. There is no limit to the number of people. If you have 1 billion disciples, you can also bring them." After saying that, the 5 of them soared into the sky, burrowed into the clouds, and vanished without a trace. Zhou Xuanji played with the purple gemstone in his hand and was in deep thought. Why did the whole sect have to attend the All Heavens Tao feast? The first thing he thought of was luck. Heavenly saints only fought for providence, and the providence of a faction concerned every member. He had to ask old ancestor Xianxia later. After thinking about it, he put the purple gem into the supreme storage and continued to talk about the great Tao's voice. The tens of millions of disciples followed along to practice their swordsmanship. Although the disciples were curious about the All Heavens Tao banquet, they managed to capture some information. That was, they could also participate. Feast of Heavenly Saints, just thinking about it made him excited. However, in order to be safe and not make a fool of themselves, they had to increase their strength. When Zhou Xuanji lectured about the Tao, the spirit qi of the heavens and earth would gather towards him. Apart from Zhou Xuanji and Sword Sovereign Gu, everyone else's cultivation was improving, including Shi Shenzong. Zhou Shaoxian came up to Zhou Xuanji and asked excitedly, "Father, bring us along when the time comes." Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Then you must work hard on your cultivation. After 1,000 years, you must reach the void extreme immortal stage." "Is that possible?" Zhou Shaoxian was infuriated. She clenched her teeth and said, "You're only 305 years old and you're already so powerful. Even reaching heaven realm cultivators are nothing in front of you, and I'm only a void extreme immortal at the age of 1,000? Who are you looking down on?" Zhou Xuanji chuckled, "I look down on you." Zhou Shaoxian almost went crazy. Fortunately, Huang Lianxin came to comfort her in time. "Master, why are you always angry at her? She's your daughter." Huang Lianxin rolled her eyes at Zhou Xuanji and said angrily. She had watched Zhou Shaoxian grow up and saw her as a daughter. She couldn't bear to see her suffer. Zhou Xuanji shrugged and replied, "I didn't get to where I am today because of talent. Furthermore, he would not be able to win in terms of talent." Huang Lianxin understood that setting Zhou Shaoxian too high of a target would only make it easier for her to go to extremes. Zhou Shaoxian curled her lips and went back to her sword practice. Huang Lianxin shook her head and laughed as she followed. Even though Zhou Xuanji was talking to them, his great Tao's voice did not stop, causing many disciples to sigh in amazement. There was still a long way to go before the millennium. Zhou Xuanji planned to continue. He did not have any requirements for accepting disciples. But other than official disciples of Emperor Sword Court, no one else could receive any supplies from him. However, his great Tao's voice was already a great serendipity for the new disciples. As for Zhou Xuanji, he could sense the growth of his fate. He believed that when his fate reached a peak, his cultivation would break through as well. The sooner he reached Universe Heaven level 18, the sooner the old immortal would give him a surprise. In the next few years, Emperor Sword Court was attacked one after another. Zhou Xuanji's fame grew, and the other factions in the Wanshan Great Thousand naturally did not like it. Those powerhouses understood what Zhou Xuanji wanted: fate and the position of overlord of the Wanshan Great Thousand. When his Emperor Sword Court had a certain number of people, they could overturn the Wanshan Great Thousand. After all, Zhou Xuanji's power had already been proven. Below the heavenly saints, who could defeat him in a one-on-one fight. These factions sent their powerful cultivators to deal with Zhou Xuanji, but all of their magic energy was drained by Zhou Xuanji and they were killed on the spot. After battle, Zhou Xuanji got closer and closer to Universe Heaven level 16. Meanwhile, Emperor Sword Court's morale grew. Each of the powerful cultivators had their own fame, but before Zhou Xuanji, they were extremely weak. Now, his 9-soul fusion technique no longer needed a long cooldown time. Moreover, his battles were quick, which reduced the consumption of his soul energy. However, some enemies could only be dealt with by demon god Tianwu alone, so he could not absorb the enemy's magic energy. And so, the news of demon god Tianwu becoming Zhou Xuanji's avatar spread. The Sword Emperor's name was gradually deified. It was still the same sea. Thunderclouds billowed above. Xianxia looked at the sea and said with gritted teeth, "If we don't act now, Zhou Xuanji will really overturn the heavens." He could not understand what the higher-ups of the great Emperor Dao court were thinking. Zhou Xuanji had already shown his threat. Even powerful cultivators like the demonic emperor and Duyishan were defeated by him. If this continued, Zhou Xuanji might become a saint. The heavenly law Violet Qi did not appear for a day, which gave Zhou Xuanji time to grow. What's the hurry? Wanshan Great Thousand will be destroyed for sure, and Zhou Xuanji has to protect it. He's dead for sure. The great Emperor Dao Court's current mission is to withdraw all our spies and resources and find a new territory. Do you understand? The voice in the sea was a little angry, as though it was angry at Xianxia for being so rude. Xianxia was so angry that he laughed. Absolute again. You always have to rely on others to deal with Zhou Xuanji? Xianxia almost exploded in anger. Just when he was about to speak, a figure leaped out from the sea. This was a muscular man with a bare upper body. His hair was like wet kelp, his skin was green, and there were two sharp horns on his forehead that were slanted upwards. Seeing him, Xianxia took a step back instinctively. A look of fear appeared in his eyes. "Qiuhu, why are you here?" Xianxia asked anxiously. His voice was trembling. Qiuhu looked up slowly, revealing a hideous expression. His eyes were purple and had no pupils. He stared at Xianxia and said with a deep voice, "Shut up. I will eliminate Zhou Xuanji." His aura was like a bull, as though he would go berserk at any moment. Xianxia held back his surprise and asked, "When?" Qiuhu snorted and said, "Now." After that he disappeared on the spot. Xianxia smiled as though he could already see Zhou Xuanji's death. He liked Zhou Xuanji a lot, but this brat hated him. The voice in the sea came again with a hint of displeasure. "Have you completed your task? In at most 100 years, the great Emperor Dao Court must retreat from the Wanshan Great Thousand. I hope you can focus."